Woohoo! Hello, one and all. Happy Wednesday. I know, this is rare. This is a weird feeling. I'm not meant to be live on this day. I also may have chosen poorly with my shirt. Turns out, yeah. So, funny little thing, guys. Turns out going for a higher definition camera doesn't like this shirt. Oops. It's a fine. So here's the thing. It's like it's one of those dotted ones where like so the way that this type of shirt is made is like you have a white canvas underneath and then you cross weave purple. It's a really nice shirt. It's probably looking a little bit trippy on this camera though, and it's hilarious because on a 1080p, because a 1080p is too blurred by comparison. Like it wouldn't pick up the fine print. So it kind of just shows you how damn accurate the 4K Elgato Pro Cam is. The fact that it can actually pick up those little pinpricks to the point that it's like, it actually has that effect. Because you can get this. Like, if anyone's ever been on camera before, they tell you, like, be careful about what you kind of wear. Because if you have something that like has fine print patterns, it can warp in the camera lens sort of thing, if that makes sense. So it's like one of those weird situations where having a higher definition camera has made the shirt look worse. I mean, it's a bit keck. We technically, I think we can fix it. So within this camera, we legitimately can just downscale. See? Right? That was fine. But when we up the definition and put more pixels in the frame... Alright, I guess we'll just ride 1920 by 1080 today. I mean, you guys can't see 4040p anyway. What's up, Spiriner? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Ladies and gents, welcome back to a fine weekday for some midweek muster action. That's right, we are going to be having B up against Anan. Draft is already underway. In fact, let me just update with the maps right now. So, reminder of what we're doing today. Today, we are going to be doing the Anan versus B semifinals. That's right, not grand finals. No. One of these will not make it through. Wham is sitting in that grand final slot right now, waiting for an opponent. Anticipating it, studying them probably, I imagine. It's late enough in the day that he could. In fact, I think Anan, like, he couldn't be available earlier than now. So he kind of cursed himself in that regard, because if he had potentially been earlier ready, been able to play earlier in the day, there's a reality check here that maybe, just maybe, Wham wouldn't have been able to spar on him. Anyway, we do have a draft underway. We're going to switch over now so you guys can capture that one live. Boom. Woof. In fact, let me... Live. B versus Anan. People love this matchup. I mean, people love the Dimmu one as well, for good reason. That was bloody entertaining. If you guys didn't see it, I recommend checking the VODs. We cast it live yesterday, B versus Dimmu. Even though it was a 3-1 in the end, absolutely and utterly beyond the expectations delivered. Whew. I'm small? Oh, crap. Why am I small? Why am I so tiny? I know why I'm so tiny. It's because I changed the resolution. The weird part, the trippy part, though, is in this scene, when I changed the resolution, OBS didn't resize the camera box. That's very odd. Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. That's a little bit weird. Huh. Had to double check the day. Yep, unavoidable. We've got a one-off special here where we've done the grand finals on Wednesday instead of Thursday. Reminder, folks, every single other time it's been Thursday. It's usually always Thursday for grand finals. We squirrel grand finals Thursday for a reason. But in this situation, just unavoidable conflicts. We had to do it a day early to do it justice. So, draft's now complete. It's an interesting draft, actually. Yeah, not really what I would have envisioned, per se, here. And one sec, let me just hide that now so we can get ready for the game. Zhu made it through, which is absolutely freaking wild for anyone who's been paying attention to Age of Empires 4 competitive. They know how absurd of a detail that is. Zhu is the most banned civ by far. It's just, in the eyes of most people, just OP, broken, not reasonable. The current Pro Scouts meta in particular, it just has too much potency behind it. So to see that getting through is really surprising here. Both of them actually coveting an HRE ban. The other surprising part, guys, is that B valued Byzantines over HRE. That, I think, is an even bigger shocker here. I know it's a strong civ, sure, but stronger than HRE, I'm skeptical about. The good news is he did at least get the HRE ban in there, so his Delhi isn't completely crippled in response. Mirror bans? Yeah, but in different orders, right? And those different orders matter, because remember, that means that B had an opportunity to get HRE and took Byzantines instead. Which is really surprising. Is HRE still only one TC? Yeah. You don't do multi-TC as HRE. You just play Pro Scouts, and then you fast castle or all in feudal. Because either one dominates most matchups in the game right now. It's bloody strong. So guys, they'll be setting up the lobby now. What I'm going to do to get it out of the way right away, we'll run 3 minutes ads. So reminder, we've got a best of 5, then a best of 7. I'll do my best whenever I can to make sure we're running ads before the games begin, so we get as much padding as possible. Sometimes it's slightly unavoidable, but we do what we can. That's why I'm going to spam 3 minutes ads right now. So quickly go get yourself a drink. Don't need to close the window. Might as well just have it open in the background. Gets me a little bit of ad revenue. Make sure you don't have to have ads in the middle of the broadcast. Or you could just be like one of those cool people that subscribed. You guys know the ones that you are, right? The ones that can hear me right now. And then there's a few people that are like tax dodgers. They somehow avoid the ads. You guys are kind of sus. But hi. Oh, we do, by the way, have a new map pool coming up in the next midweek muster. I believe, Chim said he was announcing it yesterday. I think we did get an announcement pinged and I just wasn't paying full attention. So we should have the next midweek musters map pool already up. We do indeed. So, some people will love us, some people will hate us. Because we may have went and brought Prairie in. And we may have also went and brought Moving Out in. You genuinely can't make this stuff up. I don't know why I sound like an old grandpa as I say it out loud, though. But yes, look, we have brought Prairie back in to the competitive meta. It's been a bloody long time since it's actually been seen, to be fair. So, thought it'd be exciting because we had a similar thing here, really. Frisian looked like it was just getting a little bit exhaustive, and we were seeing the same like combos, nothing new. And then we bought Frisian back when the meta changed, when we got into the Pro Scouts meta, and I think for a lot of people, it was kind of refreshing to see, right? Like, yeah, some of the more expected civs that historically have been there will still come out, but it has a different effect on the draft as well with picks like China that were usually quite valuable elsewhere now also. So we brought Prairie in. We also brought in Moving Out. Now, very reasonable thought process behind Moving Out. You have a ban. If you don't want to play this, don't want to practice this, you only technically need to play this map once in a week. And the rest of the map pool is fairly tame, right? Dry Arabia, Cliffside, Coastal Cliffs, not of concern. Prairie is someone that historically players should be used to. So then you've got like Oases as Frisian is maybe a little bit polarizing, but then it's just Moving Out as the big polarizing one for some players. So if anyone's like, oh my god, water, I don't want to play it, just ban it. And for those that do want to play it, those that do want to try to use it as a strategic lean to get an advantage over someone in the draft, you can. So I felt for that reason overall, yeah, Moving Out, screw it. I thought we'd pump it in there. Having one map out of the 7 being that type of style of map, I don't think is oppressive or anything, or anti-competitive or anti-new player and gatekeepy. I think it just gives a little bit of robustness. If this is the way some people want to play the game, we're giving them the option to have a shot at playing the game that way. So B and Anno are now getting lobbied, by the way, so we should be underway in just a few minutes. How do we get Escarpment in the map pool? Isn't Escarpment that really terrible map? Oh no, poor Sips. Oh my god, yeah, it is that one. I'm sorry, Sips, but I remember watching this map in Blades tournament. It's not competitively viable, I don't think. ML said he liked it one time. Yeah, but ML says a lot of things. He said he was going to win every 2025 tournament. He's really lied to us. He said about every 2024 tournament. He lost the 2v2. You can't trust everything ML says. But yeah, so I remember the other day we had played in chat, and I was talking about a map that I just didn't quite like. I thought it had balancing issues for competitive. And neither of us could remember the name of the map. It was this one. It's just like... It's all over the place, right? So, you've got Trip Sacred Site on one location. This is like a Delhi wet dream. They just come over here, they wall this off, they skewer it and lock it down. We've got fishing over here, just trying to, pseudo-entice the other way. I just think the Sacred Site is a bit odd. Maybe you could have two here and then one over the side. Maybe that makes a bit more sense. Yeah. Midweek muster in the middle of the week, right? We done the maths on the days for once. We smart. Is this new Golden Heights? Yeah, I guess it has that element in some ways as well. It could be perceived as Golden Heights. I was contemplating putting Golden Heights into the rotation just because with the current Pro Scouts meta, it might be a little bit different. A little bit, I don't want to say exciting, but different at least. Wasn't fishing here randomly placed one time left and one time on the right? Maybe. I don't know about that much. I just remember catching one or two games in Blades tournament, what was it, 2 years ago? And I don't think it really hit the mark. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't know. I don't think many people have been calling for its return per se. It always had a strong dislike of Golden Heights. Golden Heights is just a very oppressive map. Only a few civs really work there. Everything else is delusional, right? So it's Mongols, English, HRE, Chinese, really. One of those four, and you're off to the races. Everything else just feels like a second tier. Maybe Mongol, yeah, Mongol is a bit more situational sometimes, but yeah. So, Order the Dragon Abyssids. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we've seen this matchup already, no? Didn't we see this exact matchup in the other semi-finals yesterday? I'm almost certain we did. I'll say it. This music's not giving me the right vibes either. There we go. Interesting. Well, when we saw it, reminded the people, refresher, that was the Kill Juddy Wham series. The Order of the Dragon theoretically had a way that they could have worked for Kill Juddy. Just a few awkward tricks missed along the way, though. You enjoy Golden Heights in team games? I never have tried it in team games, so I can't comment one way or the other on that one. Second. Right up AoE last night, first time in months, getting close. Okay, so chat. This is a weird feeling, man. This waistcoat's weirdly tight today. And I know I'm about to get fat shamed, but here's the weird thing. It's not tight at the bottom. It's tight at the top. Wait, okay, actually, you guys can still fat shame me. You're like, yeah, KP, you just got giant tits. I don't know, man. It wouldn't make sense if I'd been, working out a lot, but I haven't really been able to work out the last several weeks, so I'm a little bit confused. Is that my temperature showing on the PC? It is. But thank you for reminding me. We need to fix that. Boom. I need to double check my startup settings. IQ is usually being on. You're pregnant? No. That would be the belly again, wouldn't it? Can we get a team point redeem to team games with chat? It's possible down the line, but remember, we're not even doing the Road to Conk challenge where we play the game until we've got 750 average people watching. That was the promise. So it kind of be I don't know. I think you're losing the flow of things. Most people go to the 1v1 and then convert to the team. Maybe dude, 47k points is not a lot around here. Members of chat, expose how many points you have. The gambas sometimes go big. And sometimes it makes them millionaires. 47k is surprisingly not that much. Is what I have right now. I thought... It's going to sound mean. You kind of sound like you really need a friend right now. Oh, it doesn't bless you, but yeah. Yeah, please, sir, please. Yeah. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel for Deja Vu. That's right, second semi-finals of Midweek Muster number 13, and it begins with the exact same matchup that KillJardy and Wham had. Will it go that same fateful way? Or do we have a different script to write here? Because we've got one of the funnest matchups you can actually get in the weeklies. Not civs, players. Fox's Anan up against 3D Clans B. And Anan, oh, he was watching B's series against Dimmu yesterday. He was saying, I don't want to go up against this psychopath. Who pulls out Ottomans against Chinese? I think that says everything that needs to be said about this series. Anan, fresh off his highest performance ever in an S-tier tournament in EGC Masters Winters at the start of 2025. Has to be feeling confident. Wants to reclaim, or rather, hold on to his title. Because remember, he's the reigning champion here in Midweek Muster. But it is a hotly contested week, rather. We've got B in the semi-finals instead of grand finals against him. We've got Wham returning to the Midweek Muster format. It's not going to be easy. Anything short of a dominant display here might expose a few too many weaknesses for Wham, who I wouldn't be surprised to discover is watching this right now, to exploit. Oh yeah, we need to get Gamba. Look, see, that you guys are just talking about how you want to spend your points, and there it is. So let's get Gamba online. See how people feel about this matchup that we have seen yesterday. That matchup was very odd, though. If you guys remember, KillJardy pulled a giant chunk of his economy to try to keep drop, and then everything went wacky from there on out. But typically, the way you're expecting this matchup to play is 2TC. B does it a little bit different. Don't be surprised if you see him going out onto the ponds. It was said perfectly by Mahodo the other day. If there's a pond, oh sorry, if there's water, B will dock. A little bit of harassment. Love this from Anan. Really strong play from Order the Dragon. The Spinman is just uncontestable. It's 160 HP. Even if you could kill it, it would take way too long. It's just not worth that at a time. Military Wing is going to be coming in, so B taking it seriously. Right? Respects the threat, and for good reason. He wants Military Wing because now this Spinman here, he can't just go out and set up his docks like he normally would. He has to address this threat first. Very beneficial start to the series for Anan. I love how these Spinmen are super scary for everyone, but somehow can't one-hit a sheep. Just punt that out there. Gamba and pretending to work, name a better duo? What if you could, like, make money by No, wait, we're not sponsored by one of those type of companies. We should be talking about that. Guys, don't try to... If you want to gamble, become a professional poker player, but that's not gambling, per se. Well, it's gambling if you're bad. Arkin coming in, though. So Anan, no intent of following this up with an Order of the Dragon Men-at-Arms spam. I think that strategy has kind of fallen off a little bit. Abyssid's handled it really well because of Camel Archers, so understandable that he just wants to play for his own greed. How are we looking over? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, that's really bad. It's 28 sheep to 10. Wow. Okay, so Anan can still make up for this. There's probably about an extra 8 sheep to be grabbed. He's even got 3 hiding in the corner here. But overall, this is still a win for B. He's substantially ahead. He did get harassed off the berries, so he's already eating into those sheep. Even then, 27 is going to last a long time here. And what do my little Gambaholics say? 62% for B. I mean, when we watched this matchup last, it was an ABBA win, right? But I wouldn't write Order of the Dragon off. Once again, to emphasize, it was a very weird way that it played out last time we watched this matchup. It did not follow the standard script you'd expect to see. And this game's already different, right? So Milliwing will at least be able to clear up the Spearman. That should open access to go for the ponds, but I'm wondering if B really cares to rush it now that he's got all these sheep and he's gathering stone. right? He might change the order. Potentially we see the dot play later, but it won't be rushed now. Can we 2TC OOTD? You can. Technically you can. You can do anything you want. You know that? If you want, you could pick up your mouse and keyboard right now and lick them. Why did you just lick your mouse and keyboard? What's wrong with you? Oh, and Men at Arms is going to be the classic. Has been scouted early, but not right at the timing there. If he waited 2 more seconds, he would have seen it. It's unfortunate because if he had seen it early, he could have prepped the first camel archer. Instead, he went for the stables. Isn't B's back goal closer? Sure, but like that's the variability you'll get with spawns. It's kind of that way with most maps actually to this day. But the point is, neither of them ended up with the like triple Ford Gold, which would just kill your game against an outpost rush. OTD trade good? Not really. But eventually, like the Civ needs so much gold in the late game, you end up doing it inevitably, right? What if B could be shoving in the deer right now? Kind of a little bit surprised he's not, considering he's up against a pro scouting Civ. The most organic thing for Anatan to do would be pro scouts. Another interesting detail is the fact that Anno built the Men at Arms and then didn't leave at all. No. And we do have a switch up straight away into the archers. Kind of intriguing that he built the stables just to build a second scout here. It's a very kind of slow route of access to the pro scouts. Not rushing it. I guess he just wants to try and apply pressure, maybe block B from getting a good TC. And he's probably setting up just in case B decides to go free TC. We've seen some ABBA players do that. Most have started to shift away, especially if they don't have ecoing. It just feels like a death sentence. And yeah, we've done something rare this week. Wednesday stream. You know, I've been speculating about a format shift. Because I want to keep evolving the midweek muster. 30 weeks is a long time. I don't say we're doing the same thing because we're changing maps, right? But I thought about changing the way we draft civs, potentially. I thought about changing the format slightly in that we've already changed quarterfinals from BF3s to BF5s. I was weighing up whether it would be good or bad to run the midweek musters from Monday to Friday instead of Friday to Thursday. I'm not sure yet. I'm going to kind of... What's one? Not ruminate. I'm gonna kind of lull it out a bit and, you know, kind of feel it out. It's definitely beneficial for me from my content creation art because it means we just catch all the live series that are possible, right? And in some ways, it can make sense to just not intrude at all on the weekend, but it could. My worry is it becomes slightly gatekeepy. It's just there's some people that really need that weekend to play some of the series. I'll think about it. So, Men at Arms showing up anyway. It's only going to be the one MAA, but that one MAA is incredibly hard to contest. Usually you'd be thinking Camel Archers. The problem is you can't really go Camel Archers against Gilded Archers. They just shred. They have better range than you, and their DPS is through the roof. In fact, Gilded Archers are so tanky, they almost have the same health as a Camel Archer. How do I get you to do a week on all maps I made? I'm now at the 130. I'm not going to do a week of... I don't even do a week of all Avali's maps. And the one time we done like a show match map thing where it was only one of Avali's maps, he provided part of the prize pool. So B is clearly just going Castle Age. Anatan needs to follow suit here. I like that he's adding in more scouts, just robs the map quicker with all the deer, but you need to get out of this age now. There's not really much left here for you. You could try to poke and raid around the flank. Maybe that's kind of the missed trick here. He seems so focused on getting the deer home, he hasn't found a way of harassing his opponent whatsoever. And it feels bad that you haven't when you've got 4 Gilded Archers. Like, this is a pretty lofty investment. Players do need weekend. I don't think they will be happy with the change. I mean, I'd ask the players, though. It's a bit assumptual about what they are unhappy with. I'd say, considering people are getting more optimal and actually scheduling their sets and with the flow of things, I think it would be fine. The only challenge is potentially the round of 32. So, like, a format that could maybe work is saying round of 32s have to be played across the weekend. And then Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, you know, round of 16 all the way up to the semi-finals, grand finals. It's just in some ways still weird, right? Because I take the break on Wednesday. And if I take that different approach, we can miss a lot of series live on Wednesday. It's very, I'm going to have to think about it, like I said. Culture Wing's coming in, though. Yeah, not military wing, but then again, Anan loaded a lot more infantry here. He didn't go immediately into fast castle with cavalry. So I can see why B would go this route. Tricky part, though, is you can't play composite bows at all. I'm a little bit worried that Anan can just play straight into Gilded Crossbowman. Pretty much uncontested. And I love this build. Burgrave Palace coming in. Why Burgrave, you might ask? Reality check here is that Burgrave, when it is constantly producing, is usually better than Regnants, actually. Think about it here, right? So you produce 35% quicker, 35% cheaper. Men at Arms saving 35% right there. That's going to equate to, like, what, 70 resources? And you're going to produce him, instead of every 27 seconds, you're going to produce him every about 20. So you end up saving something like 210 resources on Men at Arms spamming with that build. Get Military Academy, you got towards about 300. And if you remember, with Regnants, it only doubles the value of a relic. A relic, you know, isn't 160 because you got Regnants. It was going to be 80 otherwise. So it's not a 160 differential, it's an 80 differential. So when you math that out, you start to realize that you need bare minimum 3 relics for the Regnants to be worth it. And the issue for all the Dragon is they usually just don't have that much military influence on the map in the early phase. Castle Age comes in and you just don't have prelates straight away, right? You have to produce them. Great map with 3 home codes? Oh no. Well, here's the thing. I'm not saying we're always going to get it perfect with the weeklies, and we've highlighted this before. The thing is, Frisian is a map that has been used a lot. I'm assuming something changed in the map gen code, because I don't remember this being such a big problem in the past, right? So, Anno has got the men-at-arms spam coming. The problem is B has Lancers. And I know he has scouted this all, so he knows his opponent's going to have gold-heavy units. But once again, like, just crossbow spam, you should be fairly in control, I want to say. And wait, I'm being an idiot. Of course they didn't do military wing. I don't know if you're late. God, you can tell I've been completely brain burnt by the eco wing meta. So we are going to have composite bows. B's kind of approaching the point where it's worth getting. That might actually prove to be a problem, but the cool thing that Anan has here to counter composite bows is the Gilded Archers. Gilded Archers with scale armor is a big deal. I do feel like the Lancers are slightly unanswered here, but Anan's at least filling in the gaps as time goes on. Pro Scout shenanigans are at least going to be intercepted. B is now going to start moving out of the ponds. It's a very big economical lead. Anan needs to make a choice soon, and apparently that choice looking an awful lot like going Imperial Age here. Yeah, and this is where we have the deviation point. Remember, when we watched Killjadi versus Wham, instead of choosing to, after the relics, go for Imperial, Killjadi decided to try and drop a keep in his opponent's base. So already a very different type of approach here. Lancer spam is pretty strong here, though. And I can't help but feel that Anan is maybe missing spears. Yeah, there's 3. 2 crossbows is not going to help that much. Like, if B senses what's actually happening here and looks for the dive point, you could just get completely cut off at the knees. Good news for Anno right now is B is just heading back and chilling. Yeah. I think we've kept Frisian. We kept Frisian in, right? I don't know if Frisian will survive the next rotation. I need to check if there's anyone in the community that has access to the mapping tiles. Because the thing about Frisian is updating it might be complicated. As it was created by a guy called Adney who's not been active in the community for a while. He rage quit out, I want to say like a year and a half, 2 years ago. Nice interception on the sacred site here. Pass to Swabi is almost complete. And I love that. We do have the scale armor coming. So Anno, is it just spear gilded archer? That's gonna feel a little bit weird against lancers and archers, right? With a composite bow in particular. Maybe men at arms is a better way of just going. Third relic is on the way home. But shouldn't really be able to make it. There is a second prelate nearby, so he could just try to immediately sneak this afterwards, assuming that B would walk away after killing a prelate. But you do have to keep moving for that. You do have to keep... Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? It's just free. Pick it up. That's Gigabrain if he finds the timing, but right now he needs to survive this timing. B, now committing into the base. Has Anan committed seppuku with this play? Upgrades are starting to tick in. Getting his veterancies. Spinmen are going to start getting targeted down. The men-at-arms going to commit in, though. Get a crossbow. We need to be doing those lances. The men-at-arms are not elited up, remember. It's a hard defense, especially the boot camp, making those archers just a little bit more tanky. But it looks like it's going to be good enough, right? This is going to be uncomfortably tight, actually. There's a new wave of lances. No. I think that's it. Anno, it's too many knights now in the base. At the very beginning of Palace of Swabia, in a game where your opponent went 2 TC. Kind of just undeniable at this stage. It's going to be too many deaths. Not enough troops. This is brutal. I mean, the villagers haven't died yet, but they're about to start dying heavily. He calls it. GG comes out. Game number 1 will be a win for B. Say that 10 times. Think Kai, you might work on this? Yeah, I can see that. The other thing is always to remind players that in the event that you spot that there's something direly wrong in your eyes with the spawn, which, I mean, Shum can chip in if he weighed that in as, like, a remake spawn. You just need to flag it to your opponent in the first 3 minutes. I know that's not always possible to scout them, but I'd have to double check. I think Anan might have scouted the gold. At least the initial 2. It's a tough one. But yeah, we ride on. So, game 1 win for Mr. B. I don't think Abra have lost on that map so far. No, I really don't think they have at all. Alright, let's get in the game. A little birdie told me that Jean is OP. Oh, wait, that's a Reddit thread from 2024. My bad. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the semi-finals for Midweek Mustard number 13. Game number 2, Anan's with Jean, B with Mongols. And it's a damn good map to beat the Mongols on. We're on Rocky River. This is like the go-to map. If you want to try to pull Mongols out somewhere where trade is viable, this is the one. We're on 2x speed here just to catch up because I think they're 30 seconds ahead of us at this stage. Intrigued to see what kind of approach the two players want to take. Going trade is very dangerous against Jean, but because you're able to scale into Magadai, Keshiks, and also because Jean tends to open with pro scouts, you should be able to inflate it to a point where you feel safe. The worry is going to be if B gets sucked into the pro scouts meta a bit too hard. I like this start though. Silver Tree coming in. I think if you open with just a few Magadai, you can block out this pro scouts play, but you can also block out Jean from participating in the early game engagements. What do you think of melee Jean? Incredibly situational, probably like 20% of matchups. It can make sense. Most of the time, you're just going to get range Jean, because range can more easily navigate the battles early on. The problem is, like, with the meta in Feudal Age being either dominated by range units or heavy cav, both of those are things that Jean can't deal with in Age 2. When she has Age 3 form, of course, she doesn't care because she's on horseback and she has the ranged resistance. At that point, her counter is actually spears. In Age 2, I just find melee so finicky these days. Ranged is just a more calculated, logical approach. I kind of view it like you used to see Kurotai for Mongols, if you guys remember. Kurotai nowadays is a very cool strategic choice. But there was a time where going Kurotai was just you winning more, if that makes sense. If someone was able to get Kurotai, to justify Kurotai, it felt like they'd already won the game. And I think Melee Jean is kind of... It's kind of in that position where you need to be so confident that you're going to snowball the victory for it to be worth it. You're trying to basically get 100% the outcome instead of getting 70% favorability of the outcome, right? Instead of me saying, hey, you can have $90 of this $50. When you go Melee Jean, you're like, I want all of it. And if I disagree to give you all of it, your game's ruined. But range Jean, you always feel like you can get more. Well, not more, but you can get more statistically. On average, you'll do better. Pro Scout's coming in, though. Leave the age up. Shouldn't really be looking to mirror here. It should just be the Keshik play into the traders. Easy to keep alive? Yeah. She kites very well. The problem with range Jean was her movement speed. The moment they fixed that, she became really, really good. So I wonder, what is Anan's strat going to be looking like here? Usually when we've been seeing French or Jean a lot, we just see them spamming up knights non-stop. And yeah, you're going to have to remind me to do predictions, guys. I'm kind of like doing everything. Sorry. He's going to be range Jean coming out. This is already looking a bit grim. This is exactly what a Mongol player wants to see. Just a vulnerable Jean waiting to be sniped. And the Keshiks, oh, you've got to be kidding me at the timing. The knight is at least going to be there. So Jean should be safe. You don't really want to compete when you've only got 2 Keshiks here. This is a quick way of losing the advantage because of the Divine Arrows. That's Knights versus Trade. Feels like it, right? But then you've got like a Keshik race versus a Knight race. And the difference here is that this is not French, this is Jean. So you scale Knight slower. I'd argue in some ways this is much worse for Jean than it is for French. Because your advantage is getting the XP from the fights. The disadvantage is getting in position for that fight. When you run around the field, we've seen it in team games with Jean picks, where she doesn't come out the base. The Knights do. Because coming out is just death. And the other thing is that on top of just not having a scaling economy here, Anatan's also slowed down his scale of Knights, courtesy of the fact he went pro scouts, he had add-in scouts. For sure, he'll have a lot of food to work with long term. In interim, it's definitely left him weaker on the count. You can see the effects of that already. Trade is going to be good, right? 32 gold, yeah, doesn't go the full distance. He's being very strategic about this. He's playing it safe because he can patrol this sector. And he has spawns happening over here anyway with Uvu. If you go wider, then all of a sudden Anatan can play super east, super west at the same time. Notice that Anno is not going to be wasting those charges. You can't really afford to. When there's Mash Keshik coming and you waste Divine Arrows, you don't get a kill, they'll just heal it off. So you need to make sure they're low enough. I know, might get forced to turn and fight here. Let's get the charge in. Needs to get them low enough for the kill, and that is going to be one of them. Divine Arrow comes through. Nice play, does get a kill. However, might end up losing John. Has to pump the Divine Restoration. Second Keshik kill, so overall actually decent so far by Anasand. The tricky part for Anno, this is the hardest point in the game. The next 3 to 4 minutes, for multiple reasons. For a start, B is going to keep scaling trade. Ergo, more gold, more Keshiks. The other problem is, you don't have Chivalry yet. And I love this. He's going Chivalry ultra early. Most people wait until they've got probably about 5 to 6 injured knights. He does it when he's got 3. Because everything is in the balance on these initial engagements. And no, the Khan cannot pro scout. He can't carry a deer because if he did, his falcon would get angry. Now, that would have been a meaningfully believable story if it wasn't for the fact that all scouts have falcons. Which is kind of crazy. B will want to consider raiding soon, by the way. The count isn't really as high as he'd like after that last fight. You can see it by the fact that he didn't get a single kill. Right? If he at least traded, say, 2 Keshiks for 1 knight, you feel fairly confident. This is way too close to even on the military count for you to feel good as B. You can at least play blocker on the Pro Scouts play. You can see that Fox's Anatan is a little bit hesitant to come out in a rush. He's on the move now, though, and we still don't have maximum distance trade for B. It's just the baby level still, right? 32 each way. One thing that is scary for B is he may be scaling trade, but if they don't take fights, over time, Anan has that play into Castle Age with the Royal Institute. The type of player that can just end the game. So B has to be a little bit reluctant. Yes, you can get Kurotai. Tricky thing about doing Kurotai whenever you're running cavalry comps is actually using the buff in a fight. Either you're chasing your opponent and you're already out of buff range, or they're running away from you and you're once again out of buff range. Good charging, though. Yeah, completely blocked Anan from getting a charge off himself. Sean is going to be able to snipe a few down, but she's overextended now. She pops the Divine Restoration. But it is going to cost her her life. There's no way Anno tries to turn around now. No, maneuver speed arrow gets him in. Good snipe there by B. Immediate buyback coming out from Anno. This game's going to be proof for anyone asking what's better, Keshik or Knights. Yeah, but Jean ruins it, man. You need Jean to just stay at home. But wait, no, guys, this is the ultimate matchup. The best heavy calves, and both sides with their hero unit. Ah. I'm really not liking B's position, though. And he's actually going pro scouts now. Heavily delayed. Is that going to cost him a bit too much? He's lost the military lead. This is what losing the military lead looks like. You can't be this close to the knight count. You have to maintain that lead. Anno should be fishing for a fight right now. He's got the Divine Arrow. Doesn't use it in time there, though. Keshiks are at least intercepting reinforcements, but now the Knights are diving onto the trade. There's a lot of injuries here as well. Divine Arrows are going to be popping out. Base the fight onto Jean. He could go for the recommitment here, and we'll do exactly that. So fixated on getting that Jean kill. It's going to cost him dearly here. The Knights, they're even killing traders along the way. And surely that is going to be an extensive lead for Anno. Yeah, it's just too many Knights. You need to keep fighting to stop them healing now. If you can just be very good on the micro, saving the injured, great. And it looks like actually Anan is going to concede Jean here. Just too much health missing from these Knights. Does recommit for another charge. We'll just pull away. Jean is loving life. She may be dying, but she's getting a lot of XP. And in fairness, she didn't die in this one. There was a recommitment from B that was quite surprising here. Other thing is B is missing a really important component, folks. There's no outposts. He hasn't got Yam. That feels like a critical error. I say error, it's kind of a forced error. You can't just run out and build the outposts up, but without it, it's difficult to really punish these injured Knights. What happened in these fights is with good micro, Anan will charge in, start trading, health gets low, pulls away. Every time. And the only way that B can heal is by fighting. For Anan, all he needs to heal is for there not to be fighting. But there's now going to be a lot of it. Level 3 shine at 12.5 minutes, and that is going to be an immediate GG as a result. There you go. People asked us the other day. We have our proof. Keshik suck. Always build Royal Knights. Byzantine players, beware. Oof. We do keep the series tight, though, as a result. So, Jean pick up against Mongols. Game number 2. We're going to Anno. See where they take us for game 3. Oh, okay. I don't think have they not picked yet? Maybe they haven't picked yet. No, okay. You have to remember who you bet on. I can tell you who you bet on. Well, you'll know when I do this. Doink. Yes, congrats. Now, if we ever do the redeem to play a team game with me, the price is going to be even higher. Jesus, I got this combination of being way too cold, but the heat gave me a headache. Does anyone else get that? I really don't know what causes it. When you have like a radiator or something on, it's not natural heat. It's always when it's this guy sounds stupid. Processed heat, as in radiator or like a blow fan or something like that.
Now you're my...
Hello, Benny boy. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. Welcome, one and all. Just in time to catch game number 3 of the semi-finals. So we're doing semi-finals and the grand finals today. It's a bit of a rarity, but for 1 week only, we've done Championship Wednesdays. That's right. Lack of humidity? Maybe that's what it is. We were just talking about how the fact is, like, when I have radiators on and things like that, I can get headaches when it gets too hot. Whereas if I'm just in a hot place or it's a hot day, I won't get headaches. Yeah, I'll be sweaty or whatever, but I won't get headaches. So it's very weird. Also, what is happening with the goddamn camera settings? Has it gotten a little bit... Really got to figure this out. Do I just... Is that better or worse? That's better. It's dry heat humidifier helps a lot. Okay. All right. Looks like the lads are getting in the game in a second. Boom. A jacket also works. Doesn't help my hands. The part of my body that gets cold isn't my core. It's always hands, feet. All right. I don't think the lads are running any sort of delay. Nice. Right, let's get Predicky started, though. Just quickly turn off the heater as well. Fingerless gloves. Okay, I couldn't do fingerless gloves. We'll get to that sec. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Midweek Muster semi-finals. Anan warned us. He said any psycho that would pick the Ottomans, he was scared of. Well, fear him, for B has arrived. Ottomans in the green, Anan on the Japanese. Guys, this is a pretty hard counter for Japan, historically. They don't have a fun time here. You can't play feudal, you're just a weak feudal civ, and the meta melee armor is way too good. And if you play into fast castle, you can't play traditional Japanese builds here. Mount Samurai just get completely womp-womp by Janissaries. So, curious to see how Anan wants to try and approach this. Anna will be aware of the threat as well. He is one of those players that has before done the Sipahi all-in and feudal against a teching Japanese player. It's a build where you can get up to 8 to 9 Sipahi with a meta. You dive with Undermesh, and you basically kill them when they're trying to level up. It's brutal. But yeah, so someone in the chat, I wonder if anyone else has this thing as well. We were just talking about why I'd have the heating on, and for me, it's, you know, a coat won't do it because it's my hands or my feet that will get cold. It's just the extremities for me are like that. Probably says something about my health. And someone mentioned fingerless gloves. Ew. Am I alone on this? I can't do fingerless gloves. So, because here's the reason. The way you grab a mouse. So, I am admittedly fingertip, but I think that maybe makes it worse. Because I'm like fingertip / claw grip, what'll end up happening is if I wear a glove, because of the way that like the glove doesn't always perfectly attach when you grip like that, the glove would end up pushing the mouse away from my hand slightly. And I'm very particular about like grip. So that doesn't work for me. Raising core body heat will help your extremities. Yeah, but then my core is really hot. I know it is. Okay, that was terrible. We do have the double scout opener from Anan, by the way. Yeah, he's one of those players that still really believes in it. A little bit surprised to see it coming out in Japan. 17 sheep to, what, 11 so far? So it's been reasonable for him. And we do have the Spearman coming. So B, he's not looking to do the deer shoving. He's going to look to do some damage towards the gold. It can be very smart here because you know the Japanese want to just fast tech, so they will require the gold. Anno is making the right choice. He does have the Coca Township on the way. 7900 XCX is enough of here itself. Sure, if you don't call it correctly. But you know what? Thanks to Corsair, we've got plenty of cooling in there. And Sultan Hani trade network coming in. So this might not be the all-in Sipahi build. All-in Sipahi build is like a little bit rougher this way, right? Because you just won't have a good enough food source to pump. In winter, you wear gloves just on the keyboard hand. It's generally hot when I am though. Okay, yeah. Maybe I could see that on the keyboard hand. I don't know. I guess it depends on how much you have to move as well. I feel like, once again, having even a fingerless glove there would be really annoying if you're, say, playing MOBA, RTS, MMO. Like anything that has a lot of different key presses you require to reach. I could see fingerless glove working for an FPS player. Because a lot of that is just WASD, space, shift, and control, right? Unless, of course, you're playing Warzone and you like to do the sprint spam, sprint spam. Peaceful start to the game, but not going to stay that way for long. How does B want to follow this up? A lot of wood being gathered. We haven't got to move out to the stone. It is going to be the stables, so we are going to be seeing that expected build of the Sipahi. A little bit weird with Shinobi, though. Gotta say, something we didn't really see back in the days where Ottomans would dominate Japanese on the ladder was Shinobi play. It was still always about Kura. These are very high DPS units. The negative is Sipahi are incredibly tanky and capable of getting kills quite easily against these ninjas. Love the laming as well, just making sure Anan doesn't get anything for free. Meanwhile, this spearman, he got for free. You ever feel like Pro Scouts has become peer pressure? But my friend on his French done it, so I'm gonna do it on my Japanese. It really has kind of reached that point. We've seen Japanese do Pro Scouts before. I actually think it was these two that were doing it semi-frequently. The question now is whether B's going to mirror, because we've also seen him do Pro Scouts. And by the looks of that macro, it's exactly what we're going to be getting here. This is what happens when you have two civs that aren't considered great at doing Pro Scouts. Both of them do Pro Scouts. You know what's sad about being an Ottoman player in the Pro Scouts meta? You'd actually be a good civ if you could use military schools to build scouts. Look at it. That makes sense to that. It's not an option. Which, if you think about it, if you were able to military school build scouts, it'd be bloody powerful, actually. Considering a spearman takes, what, like a minute to build? Minute and 15, I think it is in Dark Age. And they cost 80 resources. Well, scouts cost 70. So you'd have them every minute. Love this pull by B, by the way. You're playing against a civ that does not build archers. At least not until you have access to the horseback variety, right? So with that in mind, getting the Imam point just gives you a lot of safety. The risk is going to be against Shinobi specifically, though. Because it only takes a handful of them to insta-snipe. If he has 5 Shinobi, he can chin-chin stab this guy to death. 50 seconds of scout OP. Kind of sounds it when you remember that a scout normally takes 25 seconds when you pay for it, right? That's not a bad deal. By comparison, you know, with a spearman, you have to wait, I think it's a minute and 15 seconds. Spearmen usually take 15 seconds to produce when you pay for them. That's a wild differential. Like the way the Beast played this, by the way. Just open the Sipahi first, then going the Scouts. Both of them now have this pseudo-harassment to their comp. One more worrisome detail for B is, of course, the fact that Anan is going to be racing towards the next age. Just a little bit quicker here. And his initial surge timing in Castle Age is typically better than the Ottoman's beginning. That's why Ottos usually look to get an edge before Age 3 comes into the picture. Didn't B build an archery range? Nope. Just the stables. Interesting choice to build the stables as well. Oh, sorry, B. Yeah, B did, yeah. You always build stables here. Like, you have to with the Sipahi build. They just take way too long passively. You're seeing this already. It takes over 2 minutes. Oh, the archery range. Yeah, you're right. I'm being an idiot. I don't know what's wrong with me today. It's been a long day already. I woke up at 8. I never wake up at 8. So I'm assuming he was worried about mass Shinobi. That's the only reason I could think you'd want to do it. Is if your opponent's going to spam out Shinobi, you might want to just consider archers, because Sipahi aren't realistically going to trade that well 1-to-1. They can just kind of out-micro, but still. So yeah, I think it was like a safety net for him. It's not the end of the world that he built this, because let's be real, with being fast castle, he's going to want to go to Janissaries against Mount Samurai anyway. So, like, at some point, you do need notch range. So it's not tragic, necessarily, that he built this. What is kind of brutal is the difference in tech timing here, though. Looks like we have caught the meta now arriving as well. Like, these just switches onto attack speed. 15% attack speed is better than 2 melee armor against 25 damage. Doesn't quite get the kill, though. We'll have to waddle home. Difference for B on this tech timing. He is going to have 2 MMs in the middle of the map to pick up relics when he completes his castle timing. For Anan's hand, you'll get 1 priest once the front gate completes, but then it has to start moving out. It's kind of like that effect we talked about with Order of the Dragon, where what sucks a little bit about your Regnitz play is you tech up and you have to wait 20 seconds to even begin going for relics, compared to HRE that can just have prelates running out before the age up completes. It's the same thing here with the Ottomans. Yumi Ashigaru suck unless you mass it with Yumi Bannerman. Yeah, Yumi tend to be a lot better for a kind of trending Castle Age play, where you could build 20 in Feudal Age, but then you go Castle. Order of the Dragon is, once again, I don't know how we keep getting these parallels, but Order of the Dragon is kind of the same way. They feel a lot better when you just get that transitional element to the build. And this, I thought, was going to be MIA from the meta. Get it? Because I'm going to stop. I really was expecting more people to switch over to the Istanbul Imperial Palace, but I guess with the meta currently being very fast castle oriented, that build doesn't have as much merit as a longer feudal into the palace play. Remember, the palace is the one that gives you the extra vizier points and unlocks them a lot quicker. Do I like HRE or Order of the Dragon more in the current meta? Definitely HRE. I think HRE is just a more powerful hard counter to certain civs, and generically quite applicable. Cheeky little bit of micro there. Didn't really lead to anything so far, but we do have the imams in position now, so relics should be picked up by both. Anan already has one on the way home. First Mount Samurai are hitting the field. They're hitting the field fast here. This is a terrible fight for him. Just totally not worth it. If you're trading 1 Shinobi for 1 Sapahi, Anatan's happy with that trade. These units cost 160 resources. All on immediate fail. Okay, this is falling apart quickly. He's now getting dove. He has got 2 military schools, so technically he could consider the Janissary point. It's just not going to feel great. And on top of that, we're talking about what? 25 plus idle villages with these dives. Worthwhile, because behind this, Anatan can, of course, just bring those relics home now. In fact, he's already set up to block potential plays for B. Textiles coming in. It kind of tells you how B feels about the current state of the game. This is really interesting, though. Like we said in the pre-game, like, historically, this matchup is very Ottoman favored. It just shows you how much Pro Scouts changes things. Because Pro Scouts isn't about stacking momentum, which is what Ottomans do so well in this matchup. It's about delaying it. He can build Janissaries? Yeah, but he hasn't got any being built right now. He has a Ford Gold. He has admittedly now got the outpost up there to protect it, an army that can kind of station the area. But he's losing elsewhere. Anatan is just winning the relic game. Right now, the relics are really what matters here. Upsides, at least for B, is the longer this game goes, it's now a Coca Township build, which means no farms organically getting added in. Downsides, Anatan is about to hit a new peak in power. We've got Uma Bannerman coming in for the 20% buff. Oh, 15. That's Samurai. I can dive in, though. And there's no veterans. Wow, we are just speed running this series. I guess he just didn't have the Vizier point to at least go for the last-ditch Janissary pull. This is getting rough, though, man. Ottoman, I'm not exaggerating. Ottoman used to just take a dump on that matchup. I don't know if it really still plays out that way if you run it 10 times. I'm not sure your Mentor Pro Scouts can test. Because if you Anatolian and just fast castle, you get a comparative tech timing to your opponent, right? Or you just go for Master Sipahi all in, but that's challenging against a Shinobi. I think what happened in that game is that B, he looked like he wanted to... I want to say he looked like he wanted to go for a Master Sipahi Mass Archer build, and that's why he built the archer range. But then something convinced him it wasn't going to work, and he switched strategy. It looked like he knee-jerk switched strategy, right? And I think that cost him the game. If he would have made spears out of schools instead of useless Sipahi, he would have had a chance. But the Sipahi can raid. The Sipahi can like flex the map better. You say if he made spears, but have you played spears against Mount Samurai recently? The results may surprise you. Also, if he played spears at the beginning, then Anan could have just built more Shinobi. Right? Because although the Sipahi were losing to Shinobi, Spearmen lose to Shinobi even harder. And yeah, he didn't even have the racks. So there's so many layers of the cake that are a problem there. I genuinely think he just had a different strategy in mind, and he didn't adapt his game plan. Oh, sorry, he adapted his game plan, but he done it in a way where he was already weak from the adaptation. Okay, are we gonna be getting a 4-game series here? It's Juji versus Byzantines. The most dangerous civ in his arsenal, right? Oh, crap. I didn't mean to run ads. That was a misclick. We'll do predictions. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the semi-finals for the most dangerous pick that Anan has. Dun, dun, dun. It's the Juji. That's right. B, meanwhile, going to the Byzantines. Can he make it look so easy, as he often does? Or is this going to be the end of the road for him in midweek muster number 13? Cliffside is going to be our map. A good one for Byzantines to get that rush on, but also just as good for the Juji to do their classic Shuganu builds. Likely we won't see it when you're up against Javelin threat, but fair to say that Juji almost feel limitless in terms of options at the moment in the current meta. Pro Scouts just enabling way too much of it. Byzantines, by comparison, heavily nerfed by the current Pro Scouts meta. It's crazy as well. When you think about Byzantines, you wouldn't think that they were limping around in this Pro Scouts meta having a hard time. I.e., you wouldn't think that they could do it. Because there are some things that make Pro Scouts sound good for Byzantines. For a start, they have the system buff to make their economy better. Right, at this stage, B basically has one extra villager worth of gathering in his economy. And the other thing is the tech timings. With Dialecticus and getting a quick rush on the system level 2, you can inflate your Pro Scouts timing to only take about, I think it's 48 seconds. But we never see it. And the reason we never see it is this right here. Berries are way too important for the Byzantines. Sacrificing berries is sacrificing your threatening units in Feudal Age. That is why you never see Pro Scouts for Byzantines. The only time we will ever see Pro Scouts is on these fast castle Gulper builds. And I'm gulping at that. What the? Wait, does that actually? That might actually touch the stone. Is that a 50 gold 50 stoner? That's kind of crazy, actually, that he chose that over what? Close proximity food. Most people don't do this anymore, folks. Running out wide on the flanks like this is super risky. Ever since Meditation Garden got nerfed, if you guys remember, the reason why Meditation Garden looked absolutely broken in the early days, the biggest reason, in fact, was because there was a bug where if you killed the Meditation Garden, and I came back and repaired it later, it would double the values inside it. That problem doesn't exist anymore. And what is up, Lash? Oh, that ain't a problem, that's a solution. Need to get some more Germans in here. Thank you for the raid, mate. Hope you're having a good stream. Just in time to catch the first semi-finals. A fun one at that. Strong start with serious Anan. If B can get over this hurdle, I think he's favored with the remaining picks. You know, you're looking at what? English or... Ah, crap. He say French, didn't he? So English or French. Meanwhile, B would have Delhi or Abyssid. So probably Delhi versus French. Which I think is close enough of a matchup that you can just call it skill-based. Interesting. Well, this one definitely feels a little bit tough. I wonder, you know, is he going to be influenced by the ways of Anatan? It would be sick, actually, if he went for the Merc House out here. Royal Knights is a really big power play into the Juji matchup. Then again, as we said, I'm not sure that Anatan wants to play into the Zhuge all in. What he does want to do, though, and this is kind of wild, we don't see this anymore. This is an old school Juji build. Ever since the Pro Scouts, ever since the Fast Castle builds start to arrive, we don't see 2 TC rush anymore. But that's exactly what we're getting in game number 4. So maybe eventual free TC. The stone is still really nice for hand cannon slits. I never rate the stone meditation gardens for rushing a TC. It doesn't make sense. You can rush what you need for a TC in like 2 minutes, right? But in 2 minutes, you get 100 passive stone. So it doesn't really align. But what it does allow you to do when you go greedy like 2 TC is it allows you to fold all the hand cannon slits to protect you. Anatan swore that 2 TC Sushi is the best play for them. It was back then. And then you could just mass Yuginu on maps like Cliffside in particular. But times have changed. You know what kind of breaks my heart? No one does the perfectly aligned U-shaped systems anymore. Do you guys remember that? It was Calp who used to do that. That was in our Unlimitane builds video on YouTube. Second TC's in a bit of a weird spot, but that's because he's playing Juji, remember. He wants to be able to supervise. He wants to be able to tax. So if you place the TC on the goal, that's not going to happen. You could think about shoving these deer in, though. Not a bad idea. It's kind of funny. We just had a matchup where 2 of the worst civs are pro-scouting pro-scouted. And now we've got a matchup where one of the best civs doesn't want to pro-scout. And then the one that can't is kind of wiping the sweat from their brow going, woo-wee. Don't have to worry about them deer. Instead, it looks like what B's going to be doing is going castle. Interesting. I thought he might try to attack here. And yeah, here we go. So, Anno is getting pro scouts, but it's so delayed. I'm wondering if the better option for B would be to attack, considering this delay. He has got Limitani on the way. And he's going to actually start shoving the deer in. Javelin's likely to follow suit here because you're up against Yuke. I don't know, man. I'm starting to wonder if Anno's gone a little bit too greedy. Because this does feel a bit nuts. So I guess he must be a squirrel. Yes! Against the player that does it so consistently, we have got neutral mercenary house play. It's the French Knights. I love this. We mention it as a possibility. It's just so delectable against Yuji. And here's the thing, like, Anno, it's not really going to be rushing spears when he goes 2 TC into Pro Scouts. It's going to be slow on the timing. The Knights can die fairly well, even against the hand cannon slit TC. The secondary won't have that layer of protection. What Anasan needs to do is scout this early and get outposts up. Because remember, with that passive stone, he will be able to get plenty of gunshots coming. First 2 Knights on the way. Now, there's another thing to consider here, guys. And that's that B has perfect camouflage. That's right, we are on a very green map, and he's wearing green. So, Anatan will definitely not be able to see these giant knights riding his. Like, when you're in urban warfare and someone paints their tank grey. It just melds into the surroundings. Actually, do you guys know there's like a science behind why camos are squares nowadays? It's something to do with the way your eyes see. Your eyes don't, like, your eyes don't see things popping out as much when they're in, like, more right-angled patterns. Very interesting. Definitely look it up. All right, hear me out, guys. Sippy Cup, Royal Knights. Are you sold? Hand cannon slits are on the way. I mean, technically, it's actually quite a good idea. When you press Del on your main army, it's perfectly camouflaged. Now, I'm pretty sure that's just called being buried, because they sink under the ground. Oh, come on. He's going Golden Horn Tower. No sippy cups. He'll just take the free mercs. Important thing here, though. You may notice He hasn't chosen, but he can get the veterancy. This is mass knights. He's just raw mass knighting here. I love this so much. Makes sense. What else would you want at this stage? You know, would you want longbows into Landsknechte? Would you want camels, javelins? No, you wouldn't want Kesha Gullums. The best unit truly is knights because your opponent is not really doing anything. He's just greeting. So you want the thing that can dive in and kill him. Antler Academy now on the way. Smart choice by Anatan. He's not getting out of the base against the Royal Knights. So playing Shaolin Monastery is kind of a death sentence here. Just has to hunker down with the 2 TC build. Healthy lead already, being ahead by 11 villages. The Matane Knights are going to just try to intercept as much of the deer as they can. As they played there. You have to be paying a lot of attention as Anatan as well. Limitane can just basically bait you into a fight, so the Knights can charge in for free. And those Knights are now vetted up. This way he might get Horse Archers? True. Which is terrible against Yug, but once again for raiding is at least good. Meantime, B is going to start adding in the Archers. And Monks are already being spammed here. And we do have the regional inspection. Really powerful tech. Remember, this is the one that doubles your supervised speed. So basically, you'll be producing Spearman every 3 seconds. You'll be producing Palace Guard every 5. You have to remember to re-supervise, though. So once this completes, you'll notice that the tech timings, the production rather timings, won't change. You have to click the unit away and re-supervise. Otherwise, it's a wasted tech. You'll see here. So Bim comes in, still 9 seconds, still 6 seconds. He needs to stop staring. We've watched Anatan 4 times in competitive games forget to re-supervise. And I think we might be about to have a 5th. Ridiculous. He's going straight into the Shaolin Monastery afterwards. The amount of resources that he has here. And there you go. Look at that. So it goes down to 4 and 6 seconds. I think it's 5.5 Palace Guard. I have to double check. But remember, it rounds up. Oh my god. So what's B's strat here? Do you consider going 2 TC yourself? Nice thing is with assistants, you do kind of compete. Even though your opponent has the eco lead. Deafening Wall Law is going to be a big fat whiff here. Anan has a lot of spears, folks. He's slowed down production, though, which is surprising considering how much he's sitting on here. And there's no way he's just rushing Imperial. That would be insanity. Archers should be revealing themselves soon. It's almost like, is he just trying to hide the fact he went Archers? No, he was looking for the enemy scout. So it is known. Is Anno going, like, what is this build? It legitimately looks like he's going Imperial Age. And I think that's because he is going Imperial Age, but why? He's even getting red seals. He's getting more Imperial officials. Because there's not enough to go Imperial. You then also need... No, dude. This is the mass monk strat. He has 0 relics and he's going pagodas. That's why he got regional inspection, folks. He can produce them every 5 seconds. Oh my god. Oh my actual god. We have to remember that B never went pro scouts. So even if it takes a while, like Anatan has been hoovering up 4 deer stacks. It's a lot of food. You know, the monks also, you want a 20 food cheaper. So you, with this play, you can afford what? I want to say 50 monks if you get all the deer. That is crazy. Reminder, the monks are pretty bloody bulky as well. 170 HP, 15 damage. If you don't kill them, they heal themselves over time. And against mass archers, you also have the body of iron for 15 seconds to reduce damage you take by 50%. More tilting than the Limitane. if this is the strategy that gets him into the grand finals, I'm going to lose it. Question now is he going to lose this? Herbal... Wait, that's actually genius. I haven't seen anyone prioritize this before. Does that actually work? Because you would think herbal medicine requires you to heal someone else. But technically, they are healing when they heal themselves. So... I think he just buffed his self-healing by 60%. That is wild. It works? That is incredible. I love that. That is actually incredible. I never noticed it before. We've probably seen it in battles. We just haven't really registered it because the Shaolin Monk strat usually isn't this big this early. You don't typically have 20 plus monks before 15 minutes. You maybe have like 10. Or we're in the late game and every tech's been taken, so you don't notice. This is fantastic. Sacred sites are now locked in, and it is admittedly a tight spawn of 3 on the side. That kind of benefits Anan though. He's the one with the slow-moving army. And no, monks, their tag doesn't have a direct counter. You just have to beat them down. They're a battle monk. It's really been named a battle monk-es, though. Anan does need to get the farms online. He's ran out of food, going up to 22 Shaolin monks. This is what I love about Anan and B, man. In these weeklies, it's not just about winning for them. It's about the fun along the way. They go for the pure entertainer build sometimes. Keep in mind, by the way, if this does go to Imp, the monks automatically upgrade their stats. And then, where it gets really crazy is Elite Army Tactics. Because Elite Army Tactics, like, they're already such a high base damage unit for an infantry. So EAT actually stacks pretty hard. Don't get me started about Ming. You know why B isn't attacking? Probably wants his opponent to come to him with the Sacred Sites, but that just failed. Decap comes through from the scout. do you have the food for that? Military Academy's coming in. I mean, what's the maths involved in this? He can basically produce a monk every 5 seconds, I think it is. So, I mean, let's say it's every 10 seconds. That means to produce the monks, that's going to be 1,200 food per pagoda if you supervised all of them. So you need 3,600 food to produce 18 monks a minute. 3,600 food is a lot. We're nowhere near that yet. One really nice thing, by the way, about going for the Mount Lu Academy is just the ease with which your Imperial officials work well now. Having the tax seals, getting the extra 2 is big. Because it means you can just go for these 1 granary builds where it's kind of comparative to triple granary optimization. Because the supervision gives 20% more, right? So granary will usually give 10% stacking aura per. So this is mirroring that. Just 1 granary is getting the same effect. Nice. Are they going to mop up here? B just seems very reluctant. It almost just feels like Anatan is begging for him to be killed. Like, please, end me. I have no hair. Wait, Anno, no, wait. Is he going for a landmark victory? Are you kidding me? No, surely this is just a keep drop on the sacred site, right? It doesn't look like it. No, this is everything. Are you kidding me? Surely not. Villagers marching across B. He hasn't even noticed yet. He's finally seeing it. He's intercepting. But that's a lot of Zhuji villages. You're not going to be able to stop this. It's going to be a peasant rebellion B. He pulls his own. And the Mango Tower. This could be enough. Textiles at least there. Akatoy gets activated though. The monks are coming in. But the villagers are dying pretty fast. No way. Castle is going to be erected. It costs Anan quite a lot of villages, though. 20 plus. Second wave's coming in. And they're all on one screen. It's a triple landmark. All in his sights. I know, he gets the torches out. He goes for the gold. Not like this. Of all the ways to get eliminated in a semi-finals. Beam seems appropriate after a Doomy raid today. Blessings upon the bald ones. And B might be joining their ranks after this game. He hasn't activated Presidium either. Wait, okay, he toggled over now. Whoa, it's gonna slow down the reinforcements, but it just doesn't matter. It's too late. Anan versus Wham in your grand finals coming up next. There's no way you kill them fast enough. And after this game, there's no way of predicting what's gonna happen in that grand finals. Yeah, he switched to Presidium, but it was level 1. It was disconnected, so like it didn't really change much in the end. Oh my god. Anan, the hero we don't deserve. I can't believe that. Oh my god. Oh, I think it's fair to say that Anan is looking like the stronger player at the start of 2025. I mean, he's just been top 3 in the EGC tournament. For anyone who's like, was it a one-off? I think you have your answer. Shishi versus Biz. Win on the left. Okay, so. Up next. We are going to be having the grand finals. Oh my god. BO7. Every map will be played, so we don't have to worry about a map draft. We will be able to get straight into the nitty and gritty of it. They should be setting up in just a moment. In fact, let me double check on the comms. Unbelievable, man. So I think we'd agree that the first series has definitely provided the necessary entertainment to kick off our day. Oh man, that was quite quick. I want to say, actually, usually I feel like Anan versus B, you want to etch out 2 hours at least for a BO5, but they were done in what, an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 15ish. If he pulled down for EGC TV Winters and won like that, it would have become a historic Wave 4 game, probably. That was pretty wild. Sometimes, the only thing I can really say is, like, sometimes Textiles looks busted. You know? You know what I mean? Because, to quote good old Don, he'd be like, you know, 50% more health on your military units is OP. Because obviously he likes to, you know, villager rush. But when you do use them like that, it is pretty bloody absurd. And even Akratoy just doesn't provide enough damage. Remember, Akratoy does scale. You get more damage per age. It's just nowhere near enough to deal with that. So after all that, maybe the play should have been actually to have the Western contract. Because if B had maybe a handful of Landsknechter, it's hard to say whether you would have been able to scout it early enough. But in theory, Landsknechter might have saved him. I don't think he ever committed to a contract choice in the end. I'm not sure if he even had enough olive oil at that stage. What did you miss? You missed an incredible game. Oh my god. I don't know if I'm going to say game of the week, but it has to be up there. How do you scout that? I mean, he was running right by it with some troops. So he kind of got an early warning. He should have been a bit suspicious because I think he did see some of the Shallow Monks earlier. It's definitely tough, though. Alright. Let me just double check. I'm going to at him. See if we've got Wham ready. In fact, while we're waiting a sec, I will quickly update the bracket as well. Oh, man. If B pulled a monk, he could have wall-lolled the castle builders? Maybe. I'm trying to think how close the monks were, because if they're anywhere nearby, they'll just beat your ass to death. That's another scary thing, actually, about those monks, is the fact that you can't wall-loll convert them. So wall-loll doesn't even slow them down. Holy crap. What a series. So 3-1 there. Anan versus Wham. There you go. So we've painted the full picture on our brackets now. Kind of crazy the Numenor Anatan series was closer. I mean, this could have been a 3-0, right? That first map spawn, Anna was clearly not happy. He felt a bit scammered. All right, thank you. Anatan has set up the drafts, so we should be underway. Hopefully momentarily. In fact, let me have a look here. Yeah, so we've got draft set up. And we are underway. Off to the races, baby. Ooh, this is kind of like, you know, very interesting actually, because this is the battle of the thirds. We were saying towards the end of 2025, Wham was looking like the third best player in AoE4. The current the third best player in AoE4 is now quite arguably Anatan after the GC performance. And we already have Roos snaking through, but also Zhuji being dangled there is surprising. It has to be banned here. There's no way Zhuji makes it through this phase. While they're doing that, I can also put all the maps in. Because remember, we're going to use every single map. So Frisian, Dry Arabia, Coastal. Let's see if I can remember my whole map pool. Cliffside, Oases, Highview, or Pigeon's View rather, and I think Rocky River. Boom! I remembered my map pool. Just in time for it to change next week. Yeah, so Zhuji get banned out, but Biz now on offer gets ignored. I'm not really surprised by that. Maybe by the Delhi pick instead, but he has kind of blocked him from being counted by having the HR in his side. The French is so desirable right now, though. It's a really powerful pick. I mean, you've already heard BC's waffling on about it being OP. I think you put it S tier, I'd put it solid A tier. Not sure I'd put it on the same degree that I would put Chinese Zhuji HRE, but it's not far behind for sure. It's actually kind of hilarious just seeing Jean and French get prioritized like this as well. So now you need counter solutions to them. Ottomans? Ottomans feel like they should be the counter solution. That would also give Wham the Ottoman into Japanese pick. I just don't think you want that against French Jean. Mongols is definitely a very nice versatile pick. Given the right settings, the right circumstance, they can win the game for you. OTD should be coming up next to Anno. Makes a lot of sense. I think OTD just doesn't care too much about Mongols. They can counter Abyssids, as we saw the intent at least from Anasand in that game one of the semifinals. And now for Wham, we should be rounding out with what? The English and Ottos? Or do you go Ayu? Ayu also is probably a little bit better. Oh, sorry, still hasn't picked his Byzantines, has he? So Byzantines now plus Ayu? And that leaves Anno with Ottomans. Or you just go Biz Otto and you play that. Yeah. You play that 1 TC, no pro scouts, all in build if you get the Japanese matchup, which I very much prefer. And we already mentioned that against like French Yon, it can be very good due to the Janissaries. Even actually against Roos now with Horse Archers, because while Janissaries get outranged, they don't get double damage against them or whatever. Or like 1.5 damage against them like they used to. So, draft's complete. Because remember, they did change in a recent patch Janissaries to now take the bonus damage specifically from archers. I.e. crossbows don't just counter them completely. Alright, let's pay out the predickies. We'll get ready to go. So if you guys want to get a drink, by the way, now will be the time, remember, because we'll have a few minutes before game 1 begins, but once it starts, it should be fluidly underway. I'll also look to get ads spammed before the set begins, so we'll probably look to do a 3 minutes of ads if we can, because it might be a bit hard considering Twitch just done its classic. Let me run ads for you, KP, literally 2 minutes before you want to run ads. It always does this as well. It's annoying how consistent it is on finding that timing when I actually want to run ads and screwing me over a little bit. What is that statement, Leaf? I'm not even going to repeat that. What? I have so many questions right now, but I also don't want to ask them. What do you guys think of the draft, by the way? Wham or Anatans? Do you have a preference? Wham believing in ABBA? It's served him pretty well on Frisian, actually. It's been his opening pick for that map, and he's been slaying with it. So, yeah, I'm not too surprised he picked it here. He could go Mongols for Frisian instead. I don't think Mongols does better against the Order of the Dragon, though. Alright, guys. Going to run 3 minutes ads now, so that afterwards you don't have to worry about them. Hang around. Letting the ads run in the background supports the channel. I'd say just go get yourself a drink, so when you're sitting down, you don't have to worry about them for at least an hour. Or subscribe and don't have to worry about them at all. Before the Master went to Grand Finals, you would have said Wham, but now I know French and JD are cracked. I mean, I get why people would listen to Beastie over me. He did just win Nested Tournament. But I was kind of pointing out that, like, they're a solid A-tier civ at least. Why does no one trust me when I say French is good? Jeanist, like, I think it's like it requires a lot higher skill ceiling execution than French, shall we say? Because you just don't have as many perky, easy to exploit scaling elements, such as, hey, I get more villagers. But yeah, ever since the Pro Scouts meta came in, for sure, like, they've definitely been A-tier. We good to go? Yes, we are. Off to the races, baby. Did Choom say that someone else does have access to the code? I'm assuming so, because like the map creator on this is Elite Gaming Channel. So they have their version of Frisian. Definitely needs an update. I imagine we'll have Cavalli look at that. Hopefully to tweet. Basically, we've been noticing some problems with the gold spawns on Frisian. It's very inconsistent, but sometimes a player will get 3 gold veins spawn near their starting point when another gets 2. Anyone else keep getting spammed all these was it Spanish love show clips? The Montoya guy. Gamba, chill. We got time. Dude, it's just like every day I'm getting new clips of it. The crap is going hard on social media. Anatan. Wham. 5 minutes. Game 1. Is Anno doing a BC and playing 2 sets in one day? What does that mean? Yeah, it's like what we usually have is one of the sets is typically played on the same day. And yeah, you choose the bans for your opponent. So the bans aren't what we call global. They are targeted. So both sides would have to, for example, ban Chinese to guarantee that Chinese can get picked. God, my throat is rough. By the way, guys, we probably won't be live to tomorrow. Tomorrow, dude. Where's today? If we do go live, it will be later in the day because we didn't have today off. We have a lot of things we need to sort. I've not even had a chance to put the sound padding up from Elgato yet, so definitely need to get that done. And then there's a few things around here that also need to be spruced up. I want to try to actually fix that banner instead of having it a little bit wonky because it doesn't have a secure thing to hold it up. I should have actually put in an order for some new things to do that today. I'm an idiot, I didn't. Because what I want to do is actually have both up because I've got the other banner that I got this, well, not this year, but last year from Red Bull. Look, all I'm saying, Beastie may be the current champion of S tier tournaments in 2025. But I do have more Red Bull Warlord banners than him. Factually, that is true. So wait, we milk that further. Now, I'm not saying that Recon is better than Vortex and Lucifron, but he does have more Red Bull Warlord banners than both of them. Need to find where I put that, actually. I put it in a box to keep it safe, because that one is more of a... I don't know what the material would be. I don't want to say plastic, but like, you know, it's something a bit more sturdy, whereas the ones they done for Red Bull Warlord El Renado are very... Well, the fabric. The full fabric ones. I was like, oh, don't want this to get ruined. Still not sure which one I like more. Maybe Red Bull Warlord Legacy? Because, like, obviously the El Renado ones were a bit more traditional style, whereas those ones were very fancy, elaborate, over the top. I don't know what, over the top the right word? You know what I mean, though, right? Like, significant amounts of detail, like it's a picture being taken. Whereas if you guys have seen other Red Bull Warlord banners, you get where I'm going with this. They tend to be a bit more, you could see someone could have made this in like the 14th, 15th century, because it's made like a banner for a house instead of a picture. And wait, oh, damn, I didn't even clock that. Abyssid. Ladies and gents, it's that time. Welcome back to the channel for Grand Finals Showdown. That's right. Midweek Nuster number 13 has arrived. Anan up against Wham, and it is the battle of the new versus the old. That's right. New number 3 best player in AoE4 versus old number 3 best player in AoE4 on the new Abyssid up against the old Abyssid. Actually lined up perfectly, didn't it? Start map is going to be Frizzy Marshes. Wham is so far undefeated with Abba on this map in Midweek Musters. It's been a very powerful Civ for him. It's worked out well. Anan is doing something a little bit different, though. Last time we saw him in the semifinals on this map, it was Order of the Dragon. Abyssid is a very different line to be taking here. Gold spawns are going to be double forward, but that matters more for the Aya than it does the Abba. I love this, though. You can't TC race the Abba. It doesn't make sense. Because they can get the TCs cheaper, and they also can get the villagers cheaper. It's just a losing battle. So what does Anan do? He flips the script. He does a B, if you will, right? B is the person who most consistently does this on Frisian. He goes for the pawns. Okay. And look at that Gambler as well. Pretty tight. Slight favorability towards Anan isn't surprising. Admittedly, both these civs not high on the ranking list right now in competitive. They're both considered quite weak, but situationally on a map like Frisian, especially the defensive orientation, makes a lot of sense why you'd want to lean towards them. But in terms of players, you know, I think Wham and Puppy Paw now have maybe a lot to prove. Going out in the top 16 is definitely nothing to turn your nose up at. You're one of the best players. But I think with the way this year was starting, there was an expectation that Wham and Puppy Paw would be the new kings, right? NA was cheering. It's not often they get to cheer in the NA RTS gate, but it was happening. And then all of a sudden at the event, you look at the results. Puppy Paw did at least make it 5th, 6th, but Wham went out 7th, 8th. Considering the expectations were on these two to just basically make podium, it's a very big difference. And then the people taking their place, well, they weren't twins, but they were 2 Fox members. Vortex got 4th, and Anan got that 3rd place finish. Let's see if he can make a statement here. Kick off this series in style. Culture Wing. Remember, we are doing a best of 7 here, by the way. So every single map of the day could get played. And speaking of Vortex, what is up? Sending people through to support his teammate. Thank you very much, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Here, just in time for it. 22 sheep taken. 20 on the other side for Wham. Culture Wing's interesting, though. Is this the Pro Scouts build? It's free on gold. It actually could be. With the timing, it makes sense. The math adds up, right? You spend 75 gold on the Preservation Knowledge, mate, with another 30 seconds. And that will discount you by, like, what? I think it's like 75 gold or so. Abyssid is not going to be Pro Scouts, though. He's gone for the fishing route. So, very polarizing approaches here. Not really what you expect to see traditionally. We are still getting the Stone Gathering, however. So, Wham is definitely thinking 2TC. It just feels like he might be double dipping the greed. Okay, no. This is fine then. He's just doing Culture Wing for the fast castle afterwards. I was going to say, like, doing 2TC and then Pro Scouts is really, really greedy. I have seen a few players make it work, but against fishing, it's probably a death sentence. He's looking to get a lot of fishing going here. Notice that Anatan's looking for the fat ponds. He wants to get as much value as he can. It's just really tricky. These fat ponds sometimes are basically blockers. There might be a shipyard here he could place, and then he'd have, what, 5 in there? Oh, he's going to try what B did yesterday. So B tried this yesterday, and we were curious as well. I'm not going to spoil it. We'll see if it works. I'm skeptical, though, because the problem is, yeah, it's not quite touching the tip. That one might work. I just think with docks, they have like an inner spawn circle that's viable. So the idea here is you're going to rally point the east side and it should pop out, but I don't think it will. Have to see, though. So second TC is going to be where for Wham? Probably on the gold. If he gets it forward here, you secure the berries as well. It's a really nice way to approach this. The alternative is you go wider and you secure the fish. Mathematically, you'll get more here because you'll add 100 on each of these. So you'll end up being at, what, 2,100 food? Whereas this is 2,000. But this is faster to gather from. Wow, I'm already now... Yeah, okay, so he's going north side. Interesting. There's not a world in which you free TC this, right? Right, won't know quite yet whether this is going to work, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. When we saw B try this yesterday, it didn't work. He rallied to the east side, and it looked like it could be spawnable. Didn't work. It's already on the way up. It is going to be the Dervish Wing play. Like this. Wham's been particularly greedy. Hawk coming in now. You can clearly see what his real intent is. It's not to build any units whatsoever, so... We could easily be looking at a 5-relic game for Anan. And I don't really feel like this timing is great on the TC for Wham. So it kind of answers your question. Shoreline fishing, worth it, or is TC worth it? Lays his cards on the table. And you have to remember, bastards are a civ that get their villages cheaper. So, you know, you'd think this civ would be a bit better than most. Because it's not eco-wing, maybe just a little bit too pricey. Archery range is now going to be coming in, but 2 or 3 archers is not going to do anything against dervishes. They just heal too fast. And they run too fast. These units are too fast. At this point, they should just basically kind of Naruto lean with the rider, or at least have, you know, those kind of speed lines coming off of them, so you know they're going quick. Never seen a dock on such a small pond? Oh, dude, I'm getting used to seeing it. Anatan and B were doing this earlier than, like, anyone else, I think, at least consistently. I still remember watching a game between them where you had China versus ABBA in the old meta, and China just went 2TC, and then the ABBA player had 6 docks set up. It's definitely a temporary play, but okay, that is sick. Anno, he goes for the forward racks drop here. And not just that, look at this, he's already ready for the timing to follow up. So we had the Dervish play, and it's going to be Mastersmiths. What? I thought this was just going to be a classic good old castle timing with Growth Wing. What? Okay, this only works if you get the blacksmiths quick enough. He's looking for undermesh level 2 on a dive. What you want to be doing, if you're Anatan here, this is vile, by the way, is with a Gulam Rush, if you go for blacksmiths and you get melee tech 1, attack, and range defense 1, you immediately are unkillable. And remember, Wham hasn't started his tech yet. No. Not just that. Wham still hasn't seen this play. This is freaking wild. I can't believe this. Master Smiths, by the way, is the most meaningful tech. It is the least taken tech of every single option the Abyssid have. And we're getting treated to it here. One of the big problems is if you don't have a blacksmith in time, it sucks. Because you will not automatically get the goodies. So he needs to actually rush this. He's already kind of misaligned, right? 40 seconds out until it completes, and you haven't started under mesh yet. He doesn't have Golden Age 2, which means he hasn't accelerated the research speed either. And yes, Master Smiths is the one that gives you the techs for free. It's really clunky, though, because getting it in Castle Age means you need to have tier 1 techs, or you don't get them. The other thing that makes it clunky, even in Age 2, is if you don't build a blacksmiths, you don't get given the techs. There's a lot of reasons why this tech choice has been abysmal historically. There we go. It's going to be undermesh. Tech up complete. I think Wham just scouted that. Yeah, he knows about the racks now, right? So it's going to be a camel lance at the beginning. Military wing is still 40 seconds out. He will get the camels, but the camels are going to be irrelevant against Gulams. The weird part here is that Anatan isn't even using the racks, though. Instead, he's just queuing camel lances. At home and abroad. This is just getting weirder and weirder, man. Alright, ones if you think Wham's going to win. Twos if you think Anatan is. I'm really not sure what to make of this at this stage. Tech out complete for Wham. Camel Riders will beat Camel Lancers, by the way, which is why the Gulam detail is important. I think he's doing this intentionally to bait Wham to build Spearmen and Camels, because Spearmen and Camels will both lose to Gulams. It's kind of sick, and initially, you just dive and raid. All tried to come up from Wham, incomplete. And I love that. He immediately took both Sacred Sites to start the timer. So he's going to try to fully pin Wham in the base. 2 relics also on the way home. He's still going for the archers. But there's the Undermesh 2 we talked about. So very chunky now. Composite Bow's tech is intriguing from Wham. What is happening in this game? Lancer dive in. It's 4 worker kills so far. It's adding up. Now remember, Wham does have a real villager lead. It's 46 to 38 because Anatan has 11 fishing boats, which is temporary. In fact, some of them are soon running out. Oh, this is incredible. He still hasn't used the racks. It's a bait racks. He changed his mind. I think that's why he originally cancelled the second. What on earth? So in the end, after all that, after the hype of what it could have been, it's just a classic Abyssid build in a different light. I.e. Camel Lancers Archers. Can't really say there's much classic about going for the blacksmith play, but with the Steel Arrow coming in, it's kind of nuts. If you think about it, Abyssid don't really go for blacksmith techs until age 3. So the way he's playing this is instead of it taking 2 minutes to get those techs, he's basically getting them in 1 minute each, because the second level comes in for free, which also ends up saving him a healthy amount of resources, right? Is it 350 resources, I believe? I always forget the cost of level 2. Level 1, of course, is going to be 175. Level 3 is 500. I think it's 375 for level 2. And 375, I mean, that's basically almost 2 Camel Lancers. I can't believe I'm trying to justify Master Smiths. Do Camel Lancers beat Camel Riders? No, they get absolutely slapped by Camel Riders. Camel Riders have more health, they have better base damage, or rather they have better damage to the trade, because they do 28 damage, you do 22 with a sword. And then it can be even worse because of how easily accessible the melee armor tech becomes for them. It's just... If you're ever in a situation where you're spamming camel lances against camel riders, just change. You won't win that fight. At that stage, you either go Ghoulims or go Spimmin. I can't believe this. Someone's Mamluk's now on the way. You also have a Manjanique in play. Outpost blocker as well. He's trying to starve Wham. Wham has started a farm transition. Type of thing that could actually get you killed at this phase of the game. He doesn't have ecoing. Nothing efficient about it. Well, Anna has now 3 relics, more to come. Houses on the front side might prove problematic for Wham. Seems like a window timing all-in strat. What, with Master Smiths? Yes. But the problem is, because of the details surrounding how you unlock Master Smiths, it contradicts itself. Does that make sense? You know, you've got to get the tier 1 techs to get the tier 2, or when you do it in Feudal Age, you have to build a blacksmith, which is 150 wood. There's a lot of negative to that landmark choice, which is why no one does it. Kinetic shots are being loaded here. Uses on the spears. Maybe a misclick. Spin count does need to be cleared ASAP here. Camelance is maybe pulling a little bit too far back. In fact, right now what Anatan needs is a single dervish to provide the healing aura. Spinmen have been cleared out, at least the first wave, but the second wave looks good here. 13 still in play. Lancers are going to be able to reach in the meantime, though. I don't think this is working for Anno. No, this is starting to look a little bit grim. The Lancers just got wiped, and this is where I just look at this game and wonder, what if Ghoulims? Even just a few here would have been huge for him, considering that Wham just went for composite bow archers. Now Anno's in trouble. Mango's at least going to try to scare them away a little bit. You might as well actually jump in the outpost. Probably better than just standing your ground right now. I think we're at the beginning of the breakout. Anno needs to switch up to TC, for example. I'm just not sure if that even works at that stage. This feels like it might be a little bit too slow. Sacred Site timer just got cancelled as well. Relics are still on the way home. That's the thumbs up for him. He has also got the safe relic here, so it's a 5 relic game for Anno. Outside that, there's nothing else positive about this for him. A landmark choice kind of feels like a waste now. You could argue it got him 5 relics. Without it, he doesn't get it. Boot camp's coming in to make matters worse. Yeah, you're doing the one thing you can't do as Abyssids. When you play against Abyssids as Ayu, you can't scale mass archers. It's the hardest comp to make work, because with military wing, they get boot camp, they get composite bows. What you've just done is invited a fight where they just have better archers completely. Remember, Soul's Mamluks can give you a 25% damage buff on one unit, whoever gets that kill, each. Start the fight, I've already got a 33% damage attack speed buff, and I have 12 more health. It's just not a winning comp. At least for the Ayu, it's not. Yeah, I'm wondering whose watch streak is going to get broke by the fact we're live on a Wednesday. We did warn people. Just not sure how many of them saw. Bam. He has got 6 farms only. It's not a lot. In theory, if you could just raid the flanks, there's a way. Lancers. They are being a lot of fire right now. Yeah, Wham is a bit too fixated on that Camel Lancer. Now, hold on a second. Could he make this work? Villagers do have textiles. Lancer is now dead. I think Wham is fine here. The shivs are out. Yep, he's just going to commit them. Gulam's now arriving as well. He's going to try to trade out with the archers he leaves. A second wave is on the way. But surely that's just got to be Wham out of the jam. I mean, the Sacred Site timer has been restarted. The problem with the Archer Blob is it doesn't support what Anan wants to do. He's got all this gold. He needs gold-based units. I think I might just have to call it after 2 hours of CPR here. That does look like the break point. Wham has full food access again. And we also have some spearmen sneaking into the base, so potential harassment onto the economy to slow things down more. It was an ambitious idea. I mean, really ballsy out of Anan. I just wonder, this build, maybe if you just spam Gulam, I get the thought process on why he went Camel Lancers. His paranoia is if he didn't have Lancers, he wouldn't be able to dive quick enough to kill Eco. He would have had a slow-moving comp that would have got kited. Even with that detail in mind, though, I think the Gulams are just too good to resist. Mathematically as well. 150 or pay 240. And the 240 unit can be countered by age 2 units. The Gulam requires age 3. And we do have Wham's walls now on the way. So raid potential is starting to get shuttered a little here. Lancers are still getting in, as are the Gulams. There's only a trickle of troopers. Yeah, and this is exactly why he didn't want to do Gulams, right? Oh no! Just run. Makes Gulam play taste a bit like sadness. So it looks like the Canadian is going to be opening for a win against the reigning champion, but have no fear, folks. These are best of 7, so we got plenty more games to come. And although it might be an Anno loss, you can't fault him for the creativity issue in the first. Keeps things promising for the rest of the series. Have I ever peed in a bottle? There's no bottle big enough. Chill, I got a big bladder. What do you guys think I meant? I think Anan is just processing the loss. He's hoping that there's maybe a gap here. At this stage, though, just a handful of Gulams ruins everything. What do you guys think, though? Master Smiths, is it really just a meme? Or is there something to be explored here? Has anyone actually been inspired by what Anan just attempted? Or did that inspiration stop the moment he started dying? Jesus, Capsiak. It is terrible. Oh. Thanks for telling us how you really feel. Blimey. Needs a redesign, as does Bazaar. But Bazaar is like OP sometimes. Master Smith's not so much. So game 1 win for Wham. We'll set that up on the overlay. IA versus Abba. Let's see. Where, pray tell, do they take us to journey next? Rocky River time. Mongols versus Rus. I mean, this is pretty good for Rus, right? I guess we'll find out. Whoa. How are they already like a minute plus in? Okay, they 100% changed the delay time. Yeah, they're at 3 minutes. We'll catch up. We'll slowly catch up. Game 2 in our grand finals, and Wham already leading, but Anan with a pristine opportunity to equalize. Rus game 2. Wham to the Mongols. Now, it is a good map for Mongols. We are going to be on good old Rocky River. it may not be a good matchup for them. Mongols, they like to raid, they like to outpost rush, they like to Magadai raid, all these type of attack points, but the problem is when you're against Rus, those attack points don't really exist. The hunting cabins and the food gathering generates all the gold they need. They're not as exposed as basically any other Civ in the game would be pre-10 minutes. That's why Wham shouldn't really be committing to any aggro. Instead, I love this, just goes to the Uvu, parks the pasture, and he goes for Deerstone. So we're not going to be seeing an attempt at trade here. It's not going to be trade versus Pro Scouts. And I agree with that. The problem with going trade here against Pro Scouts is Rus will get Castle Age, and when they do, it'll be Horse Archers. We all know how that story ends. You try to trade against Horse Archers, you're just going to die. The other rough part is you can't allow Rus to easily reach that control point of Castle. The reason is, against Horse Archers, Mongols actually don't have a solution. Not an easy one anyway. You don't have walls. Walls is the easy solution. And this Civ has no way of building them. So Anna, Pro Scouts on the way. Love the interception from Wham, just blocking the push in. That really hurts Anatan's timing here. He had 40 seconds with which he could have pushed. That would have got him probably all the way to here by the time the tech came in. So it really just lags his ability to get those in. And the response from Wham seems to be a 2 TC build. 2x speed is now done. We are caught up. I can't think of any other reason why you need 500 wood already. Maybe triple archer range? I mean, archers are the counter to horse archers. No, guys, it is 2 TC. We have Magadai. Makes a lot of sense as well. We interviewed Wham. He actually talked about how he thinks that the Magadai play is really good right now because of Pro Scouts. It's a blocker. Stops your opponent from getting the goodies. And how did you guys gamba? 73% for Anat. Yeah, Bruce is pretty ridiculous. If you ever needed an insight as to how ridiculous Bruce are, he's going up to 11 scouts. I have a feeling 2 Magadai might have their work cut out for them. Now, we do have the second town center coming in from Wham, at least. He just needs a lot more Magadai if he wants to block this player, though. I don't know, already almost halfway towards the tech timing. Remember, he's holding the floating, the Golden Gate charges here. So it may look like he's really far away. He's not. He just needs to munch the wood and then full deposit. Bruce busted at the moment? Busted might be strong. They're very strong. I think there's more busted civs. I'd say China and Juji are more busted than Rus. When hasn't Rus been high A or S tier before Season 9? Let's say in Season 8, Rus weren't as strong. The popularity had fallen off. They weren't really getting banned at that point, right? People were actually calling Rus dead before the Pro Scouts meta came. Speaking of those Pro Scouts, looks like the goodies are going to make it home. A lot of deer at that. And now, all we have to really do is split up. Take deer from both flanks. Just don't condense, because then the Magadai will always find you. High trade house now on the way. Get your numbers in. Oh, it's so quick. There's barely any trees missing. He chopped just enough trees to get everything. Bloody hell. A good life. Meanwhile, the second TC of Wham has gone wide onto the deer. He's even adding in an outpost. He's going to need it against horse archers. Kind of smart, though. This should make it very difficult, if not impossible, for Anatan to get in for the deer. And you at least now get a healthy 2,450 food for yourself. I don't think Wham can scale Magadai against Horse Archers. That doesn't work. Because the Magadai get outranged. Horse Archers can just kind of annihilate you, especially with Boys Fortitude. Wham just needs to get to Castle Age. I would be surprised if he adds any additional units in before Castle now. Meanwhile, Vano. Go double archer range and add a monastery. I don't think you need to be greedy or aggressive about this, rather. Overly aggressive. Triple archer range isn't really going to change your timing as much because it's static defenses. 47 trees for the high trade house. Not bad. Tearstone is moving up. Khan Hunters? Sure, the Khan Hunters give you the extra range, but you're still going to be trying to trade into a Castle Age variety unit with 5 damage. You won't win that fight. And remember, Magadai are more expensive. They're 150 resources. Anno's only paying 120. There's the monastery. So let's give me 150. 150 gold from the High Trade House. It's a good life. And all it has to do is exist here. And for that low price of existing, it'll also generate you 35 extra gold from the deer gathering. And you want to gather the deer. Sorry, 151 gold. Whew. Ram is switching horsemen. I like that. One thing I don't like about it is long-term food source, but he has got the boar nearby, so he can extend his life. This is like having a second deer pack, basically. I'm almost tempted to say I'm liking the cut of Wham's jib here. It's almost a 10 villager lead at the stage. The relic rush is going to be tough. You're adding in horsemen, but that means you also have a weaker answer to the warrior monks. The good news is, because he went on the deer, he's at least contesting the gathering rate of Roos. Roos is still going to be better. Remember, they've got the bounty system, which is giving them an extra gathering rate. He's at tier 2 right now. And on top of that, he's generating gold as well. It's pretty powerful. And what is up? That is powerful too. Worst case, 9 months. Thank you, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the swarm. Undermesh on the way. That's actually a big deal. Wham, he skimped, right? Because he didn't want to scale Magadai. There's no point building Steeled Arrow for 2 Magadai, 2 Khan Hunters. He's at least got the tech on the way. Smart choice here as well. I don't think you really want to be doing Kurotai. You just don't have an existing army. We've seen games just end because people lack the army to utilize that in the first 2 minutes. Better to have step readout and just vomit out a lot more troops. Also means he's not rushing out in a panic to the next gold vein as quickly into mass horse archers. In fact, the most important detail is min-maxing these 2 veins for him. I follow up from Anno. Smart choice here. Just keeps him mobile. Gives him an answer to horsemen. Gives him an answer to Magadai. I mean, it answers a lot of problems. Ram doesn't really want to rush spears when he's against horse archers either. That's usually a recipe for disaster. Dive coming in. That worked out actually perfectly for Wham. Just about dodged the shots. Horse archers are going to chase, but there's only 2 workers here. Not exactly great gains. And no, he goes the wrong way. That, folks, is why you send half-half. Ranged armor 2 coming in from Anno now. Wait, oh god, but Wham is going into archers, so this benefits Anno quite nicely. The other rough part for Wham here is you went step readout to now just build archers. I prefer this. Just get the crossbow mass going. If you're going to have all that extra gold, you might as well be using it. We're not a Swiss bank. You can't gain interest. Do they provide interest, or do they just provide tax evasion? I forget. So where's Wham's win condition? He is scaling an economy league. I think he needs the winning castle, though. I don't like his odds if this goes into Imperial against Rus. Without trade for Mongols, like, what do you got? You can eventually set up trade. Remember the Silver Tree effect at the Silk Road. It isn't something locked to the landmark, at least. But I just don't think you're ever going to feel safe. You need to be attacking, and Wham is stuck defending. Triple outpost is going to be good for that, at least. He's going for relics, but there's only one to... Oh, sorry, it's a marketplace. I was about to say, there's only 1 relic to grab. In fact, there is a world in which Anatan just comes in here and takes this. I think he's already marching over for it. Night count is at least not high enough to kill the TC. That's big for Wham. Boy's Fortitude is on the way, though. And that's going to allow a more permanent effect to these type of dives. Better split. Remember last time he got juked out because he didn't split the horse archers evenly. This time we'll find the kills. Knights arrive, and these horsemen... he didn't continue to scale them, right? They're not even upgraded. They're not even threatening. Sprint replacements are at least going to protect him. But this secondary TC has no real protection. Sprints are now at least on the way. Remember, the first outpost has arrow slits. Not exactly the threatening damage you're looking for against Boys Fortitude Knights. Archers, we're going for the trade. Now you might be going, why doesn't Anan just build a ram? Very difficult to build a ram without opposable thumbs. You know, the hoofs just kind of get in the way. In theory, if someone held the nails, you could just like hammer them in with the hoofs. You'd still need someone to help. Interesting from Anan. He has so much food, he's switching into horsemen. Another really valuable unit. This is a full pony strat. Anan, we had the ball boy strategy in the last series, and now we've got the My Little Pony fantasy here. Scouts, horsemen, knights, horse archers, warrior monks. He's literally building every single unit, and only every single unit the Rus have that have a horse. Yeah. Starting to wonder whether there was a reason to even keep this here. Remember, Wham, he brought it up early for the Magadai rotation. I think it's also to scout the deer. Now it's just a waste and dead. Good news is, Wham's playing a tower defense game, so it's not like he's ever going to leave his base at this rate. Bad news might be literally everything else in this game. Trip Sacred Site. 5th relic on the way home. I mean, what can't you do at this stage as Anno? You can't build 4 TC, but 3! Why give yourself a runway? Why exhaust yourself down? He just like that says, yeah, triple TC seems right to me. He already killed 9 workers. He already got all the extra income off the map. I mean, Wham is just going to get completely outscaled now. The real question I have for you guys. 3 if you think Anan will build a non-cavalry unit before the end of the game. 4s if you think it's going to be only over cav. Because that's the real question that matters. That's the only thing we truly care about. I got a feeling this man is just going to try to end the game with cav. Like, you know, there's a tempting dark side to the Rus where you're like, Streltsy does sound good. But if you've got this much food and you've got this much gold, I actually think pole axes for the knight sounds better. Springolds? I mean, if he builds Springolds, is that, like, do we just count that as a type of cavalry? It's like a wooden horse, you know? High armory now on the way. We might see siege. The good old Whamatan set is definitely delivering already. Outposts are being set up, so Wham just trying to prep himself for that big 8k gold vein. I know Sam won't want to fight just yet, not while teching. Not while teching and greeting. Yeah, before anyone thinks, oh yeah, no, there's an order to this. Anan's going to add Springles, he's going to add Streltsy, blah, 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 blah. I want to remind you that in the deciding game of the semi-finals, this guy did just spam mass bull monks and landmark rush his opponent. An opponent you might remember, a very talented lad, B. Well, there's step 1 to us sticking to the course. Elite tech for horse archers coming in. Understandable, 36 of them. More knights are being built. Tithe Barns is also being researched. I think we have a pony off. Actually, is it really a pony off if your opponent doesn't pony as well? I guess not. Ponies versus humans? Who would win? 5 outposts, man. He doesn't even have that many villagers here. But at this stage, you're against mass horse archers. You might as well protect yourself with the defenses. We're going to see the OP Kargana? I think we are. Because there's only one way to beat Roost Knights and Roost Horse Archers. You know which way that is, guys, right? You build them as well. There's the poleaxe tech. This thing is slept on so often. I've been noticing a few more players just training towards it. It's really strong, guys. If you think about how many attacks it should realistically take in an Imperial Age fight between knights to kill each other, I think it's not unfair to say 20. Because of things like biology. So 20 attacks, that's an extra, what, 80 damage? Cantled Saddles only affects the first 3 attacks for a French knight, and that's an extra 30 damage. Pretty wild. And unlike Cantled Saddles, you can just keep A-clicking a fight. You don't even need the charge. Same number of villages, half the resources? Yeah, because, I mean, in fairness, while I'd agree that Mongol Eco has its problems, can we also not ignore the fact that right now, Anan is generating, I don't know, 700 gold passively? And then even more from the High Trade House and the Hunting Cabins. But I don't equate that because I'm talking about the things that Wham could have had. The food is nuts, though. And that is the power idea. But now it's just a switch into farms with the food gathering rate buffs. I'm not really sure what the plan is right now for Wham. I mean, he has reached the next stage. He does have Warrior Monks on the way. Sacred Site win condition isn't going to be realistic for Anan. But what happens if you just march into the enemy base right now? Kargana is at least going to produce the Nest of Bees. That could be a big backbreaker here. Anatan's, over half of his army is Horse Archers. And the Nest of Bees do get their bonus damage against this unit. Sacred Site. Oh my god, he's not going to let him decap. Come on. That's not fair. We even have the Gallop coming. Amount of training on the way. Remember, this is the one way when you activate it, you get extra tar range. You're able to shoot on the go. And by default, it gives you the extra tar range. Get 1, but then you can activate it for an extra 2. Actually, sorry, no, you don't get moving attack, do you? There was an argument a long time ago that why is it called Gallop, but you don't do that. No, what this will mean is you can go up to 7.5 tar range, basically lombo range with these things temporarily. You ever feel like Anan is just kind of playing with his food? I see where he's come from. Diving in probably only serves to potentially lose you the game. Your opponent needs to come to you. Keep drops as well. Which is going to be so much fun for Wham, who just spams spears. I'm trying to remember, is it crossbows OP from Wham or spears OP? He usually says spears are OP, right? In fairness, against a full cavalry comp, spearmen should be OP. He even has the text to support it. Elite Army Tactics on the way. I know. I don't think he meant to do that to the villages. But he deleted the wall. He actually opened the way. He says you've come out to play. Let me welcome you to the neighborhood. The spearmen dive in for the villages, but that means that the backline gets access straight away. And that is going to be a wipe. There's no competing against the biology timing. 369 health. Just sounds a little bit too nice. Dowers beware. You thought he was going to build an infantry unit? A siege unit? Cavalry only strategies in 2025. What else do you need? He's just mocking him now. He's not even attacking anything. He's like, hey, just want you to see how big my army is now and how small your army is. And I thought maybe you'd like to leave the game. He's like, do you see it? There's a lot of them. Wham's like, I will beat you with sheep. Okay. Didn't expect that response. Cavalry balanced. Okay. I've roused up the gold level players still having issues with mass French knights. Actually, sorry, the gold, the plat, the diamond, and the conchs. They're all there. Wait, did he just what did he just delete? I heard deletions. Is that the horseman? He just got rid of the horseman. He's like, screw this crap. I want more knights. Who needs the trash units? Incendiary is on the way. Reminder, he took that fight without it. It was just about the knights. The unkillable knights. We do have hand cannon near spear now, so as good as Wham can do. We've even got textiles, because he knows what this is about to be. He's gonna have to pull, and... oh, pull a leg! Oh, God, pull a muscle! Mass cav only. Is it really OP? Oh, God. That's an Anatan game. Oh, God. All right. So left side win. 1-1. Payout. All right, there we go. So let's have a look. Mongol getting out-calved. Boys, Fortitude OP, guys. So, let's see what they've got next for us. Damn it, I was about to run ads. I swear Twitch intentionally does this. Because I think it is actually intentionally doing it. Because there is a thing on Twitch where it's like, it will try to choose the point to run an ad that is optimal. I.e., where people like wouldn't, that you can have I can't remember what it's called, but basically it's designed so that you can have an ad run when people wouldn't be watching. Oh, sorry, no, but when something important wouldn't be happening. So it's doing its job. The problem is, what I wish Twitch done is on top of that, gave you an option to extend the ads longer. Because it's going to run probably a 30-second ad, and then heads halfway through the next game, there'll probably be ads. YouTubers are out here like, I don't have to worry about that. Anatan won the draft, right? French, Yan, Rus, Japanese, Gilded Knights, maybe? Is there... Every single one of his civs can spam Knights, by the way. Don't know if you guys clocked that. Because that's all I've got on my mind now after that game. That's all I can think about. Alright, boys should be launching in a sec. Game 3. Where are they taking us? Oases. We're actually going to Oases. So this is probably Japanese versus Byzantines? Or Delhi. You could do Delhi. True, I should just intentionally run ads in the big fights. You don't have to see them for just $5. Okay, so yeah, he goes Byzantines, but Anan didn't take the bait. It's not a Japanese pick. It's Jean. Interesting. All right, well, let's get in. Ladies and gents, it's back. The new map, the amazing Oases, has returned. Welcome back to the grand finals of Midweek Muster number 13. Game number 3, and it's anyone's to take the lead. Anan, he goes for JD. Wham on the Byzantines. Kind of feels like the Busted Civ now versus the Busted Civ previously, right? Like, I think these two kind of switched places recently. Byzantines, once the Pro Scouts meta came in, kind of fell off a little bit, but they were still decent. Jean was being underexplored, but now she kind of like, I think, nudged Biz down just a little bit. Map is going to be Oases, so Pro Scouts isn't really relevant here, which has me a little bit curious what the plan is for Anan with that in mind. Because usually you're picking Jean so you can mass Pro Scouts. But there's only 12 deer on this map. If there was a player that was going to do it on this map, this is the guy. In fact, if you guys remember, last week on this map with French, Anan did indeed go Pro Scouts. It kind of felt memeful. The game felt mostly over, but he done it all the same. Grand Winery coming on the other side for Wham, so pretty much the expected. Berry spawns are always typically on the wider pond, so he has got a long way to run if he wants to get his hands on additional olive oil easily. But remember, the unique thing about Oases is that you've got these tiny ponds with 3 fish in each, and then wood surrounds it. But that wood, you can build in it. It doesn't get in the way, which is what I love about this map. Because there was that map, I think, called Thicket, which was terrible because you'd have to chop through a tree line to access the fish. Here, you don't need it. You can shoreline fish all you want, and every single pond has something additional next to it to entice you. It's not just a shoreline fish, it's a boar, or some berries, or some deer. Really, really like the design of this map. And it's the coolest thing about it is like it's all in the center of the map. You're encouraged to come out, not just to sit at home. And no, that's where it gets confusing. It's not Oasis, it's Oases. Like Oases. Which I know is a little bit confusing. Blame Avali? I guess? Blame Avali. Wow, look at that. Neck and neck on the Gambler as well. And fair point, actually. Does Wham go to the market? I never really see him do it, but, I mean, this could be a good game for it. Musafadi Camel Archers. Don't really care about the Musafadi, but the Camel Archer is a big deal against the French Knights. Just for the debuff. If only he had Anan spawn, then he could have Arbitrary. No, good. So, tech out complete. First Knight skewed. And as expected, no Pro Scouts build. Sheep count is going to be 6 to 13. Yeah, Wham won a critical component of the game already. Both of these civs can be aggressors, remember. Limitane plus Javs pushing, Knights from the other side. Because of that Javelin threat, by the way, typically you're not expecting to see range Jean here. Melee Jean just feels a little bit safer. And the bullshit shenanigans are underway. Great read by Anan to pull. He's going to use Jean to tank, right? Might just have to use the scout in the end. Nicely played. Anno does need to pull away. Whoa, boy. Whoa. Yeah, that ball almost went back and healed. So 10 villagers. A little bit overkill. Jean should be close to getting level 2, though. That's a lot of food, though. Considering what a sheep has on it, right, it's usually 200. You basically just get 11 extra sheep by pulling the ball. And it's a better gathering rate. So sick read there. Wham's is a bit further away, and also, I'd say about the same distance. But the problem for Wham is you can't pull the ball against Jean. It's just too easy to kill. Right? You have Knights diving in, you have Jean, level 2. So he has to just let it be. Okay, there's no way you get that sheep. Yes! I don't know why I just applauded killing that unarmed animal, but that was really smart. He wasn't going to beat the enemy scout to get across there, so you might as well deny food. Right, now diving in. We do at least have the outpost up, so Wham is protected. Some amount of time is going to be forced here. I mean, I know he will have the heal. That's why he's doing it like this. Normally, it would just feel bad to hang around here, but he's thinking idle time worth. Like, the timing is adding up here. As long as the knight doesn't die, it can be okay to do this. Nice timing. We'll just shuffle away. Pretty much min-maxed it. Look at that, 10 HP. He couldn't have taken an extra arrow, really. The reason why he didn't just try to kill workers, by the way, is you dive in. If Akratoy gets activated, you're not going to get a kill. You'll just definitely be dead. Jean now arriving. First Limitane down. So he went range Jean. No, despite what I've been saying, we actually have been seeing this a lot in the last week or two against Byzantines. The reason I'm not a fan of it is because now Wham can go jabs. But I think why we're seeing players do it, and why you're seeing it in this particular build, look at the positioning. You can get one haul of javelins and that's it. The olive oil is not going to be accessible. It's kind of sick. It's definitely the type of play you have to be fast with. Like, if anyone wants to copy and paste this in your games, you need to be insanely aggressive with Jean to make it work. Because if you just backed off and were greedy, it's going to be 8 javelins when you fight. And 8 javelins will always kill Jean. The contract we're doing over, it's Musafadi or Camels. Camels is kind of okay if you have enough troops already, but before you do, it's pointless. What the hell is WoW meant to do with this? At least hasn't lost too many villages. Okay, there we go. Arislitz comes in. Interesting choice. Nice body block. Unfortunately, without Akratoy activated, with being on cooldown, Knight still gets the kill, but it does cost him his life. Wow, what an innovative strategy we are getting out of Jean. I've never seen Jean or French do this before. Wait a second. They do this every game. It really is the way, isn't it? One knight for one vill isn't bad. It's not great. You'd usually just rather keep a knight alive and idle more. So Limitane count is looking pretty good. Anan is still only building knights. No switcheroo at all. Jean does need to be careful. Although she's faster, she can easily get pinched. We do have the archer rangers, so there we go. Switch on the way now for Anno. And we do have it mirrored by the javelin timing. So Wham does have the defense against Jean now. Knights are still trying to be a nuisance, just not able to find additional kills yet. Sometimes when you watch Jean play like this, it's all just about reaching castle age with a lot of knights. This particular game feels more like it's about ending the game. Like that he's farming additional XP as well. It wouldn't be the first time today Anan has got level 3 Jean and immediately had his opponent GG. Wham is aware of the threat, and I love the response. He's looking for castle. He's also now going for the camels. So we are going to get one pump, which makes a lot of sense against the knights. It's all about that debuff. And yes, javelins do get bonus damage against Jean, hence why javelin contract hard counters range Jean. At least in age 2. You have 225 HP, and each javelin shot is going to do 12 damage. It's pretty damn powerful. I'm in here. Wham has got most of the olive oil here. The olive groves over time are adding up to allow him to get towards that 3rd stack of jabs. Wait, yeah, he cancelled out. Okay, so maybe that was that a misclick or it changed in intent? He didn't complete the camel archers. Interesting. And it's same price, right? You either get jabs, you get camels. Maybe it was the right call as well, in fairness. If he went for the camels, with mass archer coming, Anan would just snipe him straight away. With javelins, you at least have a chance of holding. Camel archer's just the best option here. No, just because of what we said. If this was just knights, yes. Because it's archer blob, like, you need the javelins. You die without them. Tech up now on the way. Golden Horn Tower being stuck in the back. He did get the walls up, so no easy raid point back there. It looks like both players are going to be going castle age here. Anatan is also starting to stockpile. We also have him now moving out onto the ponds, so that superior gathering rate of shoreline fish now his to work with. In fact, he's doing it in multiple locations. But Wham is kind of running out of food here. He's down to 8 sheep. He's only got 3 olive groves. He may have a tech up. What he doesn't have is secure economy. I'm now running blind. I don't think he went for border settlements. Ever since they nerfed the cost of this tech, we don't really see it as often anymore. Very rare, actually. Used to be, I want to say, was it 80 resources or 60? And it researched in, I think, like 4 or 5 seconds, which was insane. Remember, that's the tech that gives a lot of vision to your houses. They see out to, like, here. Here. The TC's given the current range. Used to be 30-50? Yes. And I'm pretty sure it used to be a lot quicker to research. You could get it in, I want to say, 5 or 6 seconds. Mathematically, with the old 80 resource cost, it always paid for itself quite efficiently. I was 25.50. Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay. A little bit lower than I was even expecting. Guildhall now on the way, though. So Anan not doing what most people would have expected here. He's not going for the win condition in Castle. He's just going to look to drag the game and then go into Imperial. Dare I say we drop a Red Palace in his base? No, no. Remember, someone already tried that this week against Wham. Didn't quite go according to plan. Actually, I think it did, but I don't want to spoil the rest of that. You can catch that later on YouTube. I'm starting to march out here. Trying to contest the relics, right? Anno doesn't care about them right now, though. Love that you use Jean to capture the sacred site. That's going to get him very close to the level 3 mark. However, this might slow him down. He walks straight into the jabs. Quick reaction, though. Backstab attempts coming in, but the veterancies are there. Good interception. Love that. He finds the javelin wave. Best strike Anatan could ask for. Jean, wait, that's not great, though. And that's why you don't like playing ranged against javelins. So easy to die. I've come in, though. Nice interception on the first monk. Without time being forced, the knights do skim away from the Limitane. Nothing really being lost there for him. But is there maybe one knight going down? No, it's just a scout. Nothing lost in that dive. And now we do have the arbitrary switch up coming through. A little bit surprising. There isn't really a justification for it just yet. But long-term arbitrary is just the Etagige comp. Jean uses arbitrary the best out of any civ. It's, I'd say, a #1 comp. Even against javelins, actually, guys, because with arbitrary against jabs, yeah, you could argue you still lose 1-on-1, but you don't lose as quickly as you'd think due to Bavis. You have the same range as javelins, but you have a lot of armor. Nice club. Oh, God. Was a nice club. That was expensive. Loses 3 in the knights. He's going to lose more. Maybe? Okay, so he gets the 4 HP away. That's still pretty ugly. Killing 4 javelins but losing 3 knights is mathematically not worth it. You're basically trading 480 olive oil for, what, 720 resources? In fairness, the food and gold is more easily replicatable than the olive oil at this stage. But I just don't think that was worth. And hello. I love this map because of the juking shenanigans that we've been seeing a lot in it already. Charge in. Unfortunately, Wham. I don't think he dropped the shield wall there. Oh, no, wait. He just doesn't have teardrop shields. No, I didn't rush it. I think that's a little bit of an oversight. When you go mass Limitane, teardrop shields is insanely valuable for the movement speed. Do have 2 secret sites now locked in for Anno. There's a world in which he red passes one, defends the other. Definitely wouldn't be a guaranteed win with how big Wham's army currently is. Relics are finally on the menu. A little bit surprised it took this long. Flash coming in. Knights. Wham is going to get sniped down. The Camel Archers are kind of problematic here. The debuff is noticeable. Jean needs to be sniped right now, though. She's got to be close to that level 3. The Javelin's not quite going to get it straight away, but the follow-up shots are good enough. This is where the game gets jarring, man. Like, you feel like you should have level 3 with these type of fights. But Wham is just doing a great job of denying him out. Jav count has been heavily reduced, by the way. We're down to 6. Archer Arbitrary could start to just win this, I know. Let's go again for the clash. Looks to mop up the last Limitane. And we'll get access to that backline. So well played. Good micro by Anno. Night counter still looking decent. One Camel Rider has arrived to keep that debuff going, but there's no longer enough spears to contest this. So Wham is going to lose the backbone of his army. Will be forced to retreat, and level 3 Jean now in action. Not just that, but also the champions to contest the spearmen. Remember, they get bonus damage against that. +8, in fact. It's huge. And all of a sudden, the snowball effect might be huge here. Anan now with a 10 military lead. He's going to start diving forward. Wham should be capable of getting a Mango Tower in here. Would stop a dive in its tracks. For the time being, it doesn't exist. And meanwhile, the Knights are shuffling north side. Where there's a bunch of fishing going on. I know. He knows. He sees it. Gets the dive in. Wham will at least get the other workers away. This is getting uncomfortable. Military Academy now coming through. So Anatan's just going to keep doing good old Knight Archer now. Which is perfect considering Wham. I think that's the Golden Horn Tower griefing him. And now we see the negatives of setting up on the trade post, folks. Sometimes you just really don't want what Papa RNG is offering. Right. That's going to be additional worker kills. A little bit of an overcommitment, Anan. We'll lose Knights in response. But the lead is building, folks. 6 worker kills now. Second TC coming in. No, the timing! Anan was keeping an eye out for the berries. Found a lot more than he was expecting there, though. Villagers aren't even reacting right now. Debuff is at least going to protect additionals. The Knights should be capable of beating that one camel. With the correct micro. Let's deal with the monk first. And for some reason, Wham's villagers decided they really, really want to kill this tree. Like, really, really, just specifically this one tree. Oh, no. He doesn't realize. Army's circulating now, but in the meantime, this is adding up. What? Finally he pulls away. That's a pretty penny paid now. 10 worker lead, just like that. Second TC, he hasn't cancelled it. He's going to commit with conviction here. Teardrop Shields is now coming through. Anan is looking for the fight. He's starting to stockpile a little bit, but I expect a reinvestment. We're not there yet. Guildhall, only at 1,500 food. He's going to rush this up now. I don't know if he can stay here, though. It's only 5 javelins. 20 archers. Nice. Archers going to brute force their way in. The Limitane weren't looking. Second wave is coming from Wham. Anno. It's going to lose a few knights. But now he's just tanking with the arbitrary archers. 1 men-at-arms in the backside is just kind of ruining the javelin's plan here. The outpost did go up. Mango Tower upgrade is coming in 30 seconds, but that might be a little bit too late. The Javs aren't doing enough, and the spears are dead. And Wham, remember, he has got additional workers out here. I'm going to start sniping them down. Now, admittedly, the outpost will get the Mango emplacement, but without fortifications, seems destined to die here. Oy, oy, oy. What? Okay, that is good news for Wham. Anno just sized to back up here. I mean, why wouldn't you? You have killed so many workers. You know the TC isn't going to immediately redeem him. So instead, he'll take a chill pill for just a few seconds. Siege engineering now on the way. Anan is just playing this so well. It's kind of reinvigorating to see Jean just get this renewed presence in the meta. A lot of people just kind of wrote this Civ off as dead. One of the worst in the game. But how about this? What if we were to, I don't know, Red Palace drop Wham's base? Call me crazy, but does this game not look like the type of one where you drop it in the enemy base? You might just play it safe, play it at home. Hell, College of Artillery would kind of go hard here. There we go. Okay, so it's not in the base, but he's blocking gold options. Boo! Come on. If we would double the military strength, just run up, place it here, then all chat type. Imagine XP has to be farming as well for sure at this stage. Another clash coming in. Another one that Wham's not ready for. Never got a mango tower on the left side in placement. So we'll get blocked out of his wood. In fact, yeah, he hasn't got much left over there at this stage. That's more than enough space. Red Pass placement has been secured. Like, you know, if you're going to shoot a man in the... At least shoot him in the face. Well, shoot him with him looking. This Red Palace is just kind of like stabbing him in the back. Drop it right in there. Let him know how screwed this game is for him. This just feels rude. That's not going to shuffle in. There's too many villagers here. Something two, though. Might as well die for it. If you can find the pathing. Good micro, just taking out the crossbow on the way. And while Wham is pinned in his base, crying about how OP the French Knights are, he has bigger problems now. Because they're about to get a lot more chunky. Elite upgrades on the way for both Archer and Knights. I love the fact that he just didn't really extend into Arbitrier. I was worried a little bit when he started doing it because there wasn't a reason. And I get why he done it to begin with. There's a paranoia that your opponent might build armored units. The moment he knew what it was really from Wham, he just went straight back to Archers to clear Limitane. I mean, Javelin's going to equally counter Eva, right? Difference is Archers will clear out Limitane a lot faster. Stuff coming in here. And the TC is just wasting so much effort trying to get that kill. Never feels like it's happening, though. Jean with that damage reduction. Able to shuffle away. Wait, what? Are you okay there? He hasn't been seen. So eventually Wham's going to realize he's been sitting there with that relic the whole time. And the upgrade just came in, though. Oh, man, he got baited as well. He was a tap away from getting the kill, and now instead he's going to be tapping out in the third game. Where are you guys now ranking Jean on your tier list? She's got to be A tier, right? Right? You astute gamers. You know what's up. Jean A tier? You don't have a tier list? I agree. It is really weird to keep track of all the times you've cried. Alright. So. Oasis. Jean versus Les Byzantines. Seems to be a track record right now. Building of Jean beating Biz. Where does Wham take us next? We've got a redraft after the next game, remember? Because we've at least got 1 point each side. We're guaranteed a redraft. I think Wham will try to say, wait, ooh, maybe you get Highview out of the way now. If you're going to draft the same way and allow the Roost through, you might as well do Highview now when your opponent doesn't have the Roost pick. Because you've got Delhi. Knowing that, does Anatan French? Oh yeah, he can just French into Delhi. I think it's Francais Delhi coming up. Let's pay out the Predickies, so Anatan with the win. Anton's really become quite the player recently. If this was 6 months ago, I assume Wham would steamroll him. Exactly, man. This is the thing, though. You know, I'm not going to say that the KPMM done all the work, but Anatan has played quite a lot of them, right? These type of formats definitely help. Obviously, the Scrim and Marine, etc. has helped a lot, but I truly do believe that what we do here at Midweek Muster helps these players refine themselves, improve themselves, experiment new strategies, try them against all types of players, ones that you wouldn't always be able to organize scrims against as well. And along the way, it also just pads their pockets a little bit with some extra money to work with. Yeah. I hope more and more people see that. My hopes is that over time also people just like value watching these type of situations versus maybe just a pub game on the ladder of X versus Y. It's why we switched our format away from that. And it's always kind of scary and challenging. Like, yes, we've got notable names here, but a lot of the time we don't guarantee that it's going to be, you know, a Luciferon versus Vortex thing. Whereas if we just continue to do pub casts on the ladders, like we've done historically, we kind of can guarantee that, right? So hopefully more and more people become aware of it. Because I think a lot of people just don't know these tournaments are happening, you know? Still. It's tough to try and find the right angles, the right places to market to them. I'm hoping, you know, we'll be able to scale the YouTube in the next 2 or 3 months to a point where a lot more people know about it as well. So we are going to try Arabia next. And what are we getting? So Dry Arabia. It is going to be French versus HRE. So not really what we expected. I really thought that Wham would try to go for Highview, but I guess he was just maybe paranoid about the French pick. HRE versus French, I want to say is decent for HRE. Because you can just spam spears out early to block the Pro Scouts play. I feel as if it's a tight enough matchup that you wouldn't just outright say, yeah, blah, blah, OP. They win this. I think it's skill-based. So either one capable of taking this. Alright, let's get ready for the game. Watch on YouTube, better viewer platform? So the thing I would say, I think YouTube is better for people passively. You know, if you don't want to interact, etc. I check YouTube, I interact where I can, but Twitch is more about interactivity. I think that's always been the case. It probably always will be the case. YouTube is like what, higher quality recording, etc. It's just, I think it's not always the case you get 2 different types of audiences, but historically, like, kind of tracks. Yeah, this is gonna be a fun one. This is a wild opener. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel for game number 4 of our grand finals. And we have got a W for the win with the Wolves. Man, Anatan is freaking out because he's against the HRE of Wham, and he knows it's going to be a Spearman rush. And what a move as well. You can't fault this guy's creativity. We've seen a lot of people just instead pull additional villagers on the gold and accept they won't be able to get knights. But not Anatan, no. Not after that last game where he got all the knights he wanted. Instead, it is French knight galore. God, I feel like in a way I'm watching another grand finals that happened recently. Where the French just felt unbeatable. And this is going to be a womp-womp of sadness. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. This went so quickly, we didn't have a chance to start predictions. I'll give you guys 1 minute. It's not over for Wham. He only invested 2 spears, and in fairness, still has value against French. You need Spearman anyway. It allows you to block Pro Scouts, and... What? He pulled 8 villages! That's absolutely insane! So the counter to Pro Scouts is take all the deer first. Are you actually kidding me? Not even an outpost rush. That's what I would have at least expected here. He can follow up with an outpost rush, by the way. For some reason, we're building the mill even closer to the enemy. He's like, just in case you didn't know, we have this. I'm flabbergasted right now. This is absolutely wild. So imagine a world in which Wham just builds Raxes here and spam spears. It sounds so stupid, but guys, it weirdly can work. Because you'd think archers count as spears, and that's a reasonable assessment. It's not always that simple. And that is an undeniable outpost. 8 villages. But Wham, He's scoured. He knows about this gold, yet he's still committed to this play. That is crazy. Well, I know. We'll need to move away fast here. Apparently he isn't fast enough, though. He's going to lose a villager. At least get the rest away. No pro scouts from Anno. He's actually not that far off. He's 10 gold short. He could just run out with one villager and get it if he really, really wants pro scouts. Is there a world in which we're looking at mine work here? Wham is very close to a tech up, by the way. It's deceptive because you gather up to 35 food with HRE. Because remember, it's 25 on deer normally, and then you have the increased capacity with push carts. Like, his food should get him there very, very soon. Yep, there we go. Kind of feels bad, man, to have the sheep at home at this point. People ask me how I'm doing. Nobody asked when the Doa patch is coming out. No, they just all want to know when the Age of Empires 4 patch is coming out. Actually, no one asked me how I'm doing. It's not true at all. Every time it's just, can you put Gamba on? So, yeah, there's the one gold worker we talked about. Is it going to be pro scouts, though? I mean, Anna's just holding on to the gold right now. Why do you have to say it like that? Was that meant to be a Fonzie Euphasa? How you do it? Oh, sorry, that wouldn't be Fonz. That'd be Joey. Fonz's whole thing was 8. You guys are old enough to know the 80 thing. I'm too young to have known that at the time. I got the reruns years later, you know? All right. Good question here. Who is the real GOAT? Is it Joey or is it Barney from How I Met Your Mother? Do I do one of my controversial statements that will get at least 20 people to unfollow me? Do I do it? Here we go. I think Friends is overrated. How I Met Your Mother is better. I got it off my chest. I had to say it. Just like I have to say, I'm not sure this is the game-winning play. Wham. He's going to lose a Villy here. That's the second worker kill so far. This expansion hasn't really paid off the way he's intended. Because remember, he's got 8 villagers here and a prelate. Too many people exposed. Yeah, if I had to go back and watch Friends or go back and watch How I Met Your Mother, I'd more happily go back and watch How I Met Your Mother. I also think Big Bang Theory is overrated. As a geek. The biggest criticism you can give How I Met Your Mother is they rushed the ending. The final season was its weakness. The rest of it is... Oh, and Community is the best sitcom of all. There, I said it. I think years later we were able to truly realize it. I don't care that it was just absurdly over the top. That's what made it so damn good. Okay, so... Bit of a weird game from Wham. He's going Horseman Spearman. He didn't go Mine Work. He pulled all his villagers off to the enemy side of the map to take the deer and run away. What's up, ESO Empires? Thank you for the raid, mate. He's still staying here for the deer. But I can't imagine that lasts much longer, right? No, because siege engineering is coming. And there's 2 knights waiting to reap, archers to clear the spears. I think we're just a minute and a half away from Wham losing 5 more workers. 1 will survive. They always do. Parks and Recreation is pretty good. But I still think Community is the best. Community is like a sequence. You could essentially have them as one-offs. I think the beautiful thing about Community is you could walk in on almost any... I don't say any individual episode because there's overarching stories. But they've done such a great job of making every single one, or at least most of them, feel like their own epic episode. So Ram shuffling in. Oh, dude, he knew though. Yeah, this is one of the toxic things. Like, look at the vision on this outpost. Because H3 outposts get more vision by default, right? It sees so much. So beautiful dodge of the bullet there. It is still an eco lead notable for Anan though. He's up by 5. The Arkan buffing a decent amount actually. Because Wham's now coming home, right? So more sheep to eat here. Okay, this is not as catastrophic as I was expecting it to be. The memery was not as much memery as it was dankery. Oh god, that sounded terrible to say. So what's Wham's game strat here? Win condition can't be feudal age, right? It has to be castle. Anno is now going in for the scouts. It took a bloody long time, but we should be seeing pro scouts now. There's not much deer left here. He comes in, destroys the enemy mill, and builds his here anyway. And after that, there's only one deer stack. Like, this is not worth pro scouts, chat. I think you just walk out for the deer. Wham has played this so damn well. With a double deer reverted behind his base, he can just wall them in. This is sick. By not going pro scouts, he's going to end up with 3 of the 4 deer stacks. How does that even work? I know. He's going to take the bait. Did he actually scout the full wall in? I don't think he did scout the full wall in. Maybe you should suspect it here. Horsemen, love this. You out-mobilize. You can just run beyond them and allow the spears to catch up, which means that Anan can't even A-click you back. This is wild. This series is starting to feel like one that could go all the way to 7 games. I don't know, definitely not out yet, but with pro scouts here, you're just going to feel so depressed about the play. You could argue he couldn't come and get these otherwise, but I think just send one scout up and slowly shove it in. It's a long-term play. Maybe he just needs the food more imminently. I mean, he is out of sheep, so it was either that or walk out to the north side to gather. What's that? Community went downhill when Chevy Chase left? Yeah, but you had the reports about how Chevy Chase was, right? I think the way they described him is like the character he played was almost a caricature of actually him. And it's obviously rumors, you don't know for sure. But it definitely seemed like some bridges were burnt there. I don't know. What's everyone's favorite sitcom? We listed a few. Some people gave some ideas. I haven't watched Sunny in Philadelphia. I know some people are really crazy about Arrested Development. Arrested Development is kind of weird to me. It's not this bad, it's just hard to describe. I enjoyed it. It's just, I don't know if I call it the goated one, you know? These horsemen are wrapping on the back. Wham. There's Spiminer here. This shouldn't work. Nah, and he knows it. He backs away. Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I need to catch up on the later seasons. Brooklyn Nine-Nine started off strong. I have a feeling Brooklyn Nine-Nine would have had that classic sitcom issue of the repetition, probably. That's what I mean about Community that was beautiful. It just, in some ways, felt like the right length, but also the insanity of episode to episode as it scaled is what made it work really well. Fresh Prince is decent. I don't know, I guess it's like, what are you looking for a sitcom? Some sitcoms just provide that repetition of content, and it works well. Others just look for the amplification. I think Community was amplification. Alright. The Community is getting a little bit too close to home here, though. Look at this. Rides in. Horseman looking to pinch the knights. Wow. I don't know if he can sustain this push, but I like what he's doing behind this. This is a castle ploy. He's baiting Anan to reinvest in this age so that he can beat him to the punchline. course, because in a game where you have no sheep, let's give away the one sheep we have. Oh, no. Oh, might be in trouble. Anan, he hasn't really been building nice. This just feels like such a weird French build. No way when that gamble was up did many people trust in Wham. That was polarizing, man. Pulling 8 villagers across the map. What a way to start game number 4. What a way to set us up for a redraft. Wow, I'm just on the verge of hitting that tech up now. Anan is adding in more knights, but the count just looks pathetic here. Now we Burgrave, because we like losing. No, it's going to be Regnants. Ano just doesn't have much map control to deny either. Once the tech up happens, he has to rush out. I mean, Wham has 2 prelates, right? He could already be pulling for very aggressively located relics. Instead, he's going to keep pressuring. Anan is trying to get outposts up here while archers are standing right there. No textiles either, so definitely pains him a little. 2 workers going down. Will be a pullback, and Regnants now coming through. Armies are neck and neck at this stage, but you see Anan is just going to mirror the tech. That's always been his goal here. I think we're going to be seeing Guildhall. Ano just doesn't really have the food to not. Without the Pro Scouts paying off, Royal Institute would just feel completely pointless. Farm transition already looking better for Wham. Sitting up at 6 farms. Meanwhile, Paul Orlano, only 4. Guildhall now confirmed. Oh yeah, I forgot about good old Malcolm in the middle. I don't know if I can really go back and want to watch much of Malcolm in the Middle. I think Bryan Cranston, cheapskate character, made it something truly special. You know, when I think about it more, everybody hates Chris kind of replicate a decent chunk of that, right? You know what kind of surprised me maybe a little bit? Considering how successful it was at the time. The fact that not a single person said that their favorite sitcom was 2.5 Men. Not the latest series, but you know, like the early days. Did everyone just expunge it from their memory because of what happened after Charlie left? Kind of expunged it from my memory too. That thing was everywhere. So Veteran Receiver Archer's coming through for Anan. He's looking to play for relics, but he's so late now. It's going to be 4 relics to 1, which just feels like a defeat. In fact, Wham has already stopped playing for Imperial. Why wait around, right? Nice raid in. Just unfortunate half of them are scouts. Knight response is coming through to block that out. Ano hasn't even queued up the veterancy for Knights. That's how little he's interested in scaling these. Binge the Halo series? I haven't watched the Halo series. I'm playing through the Halo games at the moment, actually. I played through a lot of them before, like a year ago, because I never played them as a kid. I'm currently going through Halo Wars 2. Honestly, I highly recommend it. It's a good game. Cinematics are good quality. Storyline seems decent. Halo Wars 2 is pretty dope. Not sure about with the multiplayer, but I don't think RTSs have to always have good multiplayer. And then after I'm done with that, I'm finally going to hop into Halo Infinite's campaign. I played a lot of the multiplayer when it released, but never done the campaign. Halo is mid. What, you mean like the OG Halo games? I mean, I played through them the other year, and I actually can understand the hype over Halo 2. You know what I think was underrated? Killzone. Killzone 1, I get why people had their reservations, but Killzone 2... Killzone 3. Killzone 3, peak. Killzone 3 single-player like campaign was one of the best campaigns in FPS history. Every single mission, you were doing something else. You know how hard it is to get a game where every single mission you feel like something has drastically changed, whether it's environment or the mechanics you do? I think actually, like, the Sultan's Ascent campaign was great for that as well, in a lot of ways. So, somehow, this relic hasn't been taken. It's about to get fixed. I know, he tried his best to take it, bless him. He just doesn't have the numbers. The archers are out of position. It's actually unfortunate that he can't move them out of the base. And he's paranoid, right? Rightly so. Wham has got 12 knights. Okay, so I see Bioshock come in the conversation. I'm going to just say it now. I know that Bioshock is great. I admittedly played Bioshock 1 like the other year, so I played it too late. I loved Infinite, but even then, I'm going to still give it to Dishonored. I prefer Dishonored. Dishonored is like my game. I love that game. 2's only true fault, I think, was too much repetition if you played 1 in the first half of the game. It took me years to go back and finally play through the whole thing. The mansion level, oh, incredible. And this dive is looking bloody incredible. Anatan just doesn't have the answer right now. 3 arbitrary currently. A lot of knights in his face here. Is he going to be able to hold? Looks like the keep is going to save his bacon. So we'll reset things. But I think for Wham, play now, just go Imperial Age. You know it's Guildhall, it has to be. So over time, Anatan's going to end up there anyway, but you can beat him to the punchline. Both Communion and Killzone are S tier. Hell yeah. Like I said, I get, if you've only ever played Killzone 1, I get your reservations. I think the same with Shadowfall. Shadowfall, by the way, is a gorgeous game. It didn't get enough credit for that. Shadowfall looked better than Crysis 3. And I could do a deep dive on graphics to explain that to you in another video. There's a very good reason why, graphically, Shadowfall was a superior product to Crysis 3. So I think Wham just doesn't need to force this too hard. I get where he's coming from in that, like, Imperial is scary because French arbitrary are good. But at the same time, you should get Imperial and scale so much quicker than Anatan can. Just take the win. House of Swab is going to scale your economy out of control. Meanwhile, the longer you do this, the better it gets to Anatan. He went 2 TCs playing French. He's scaling a lead. Game that should have fell over by now. Isn't, because I think Wham is looking for the win condition in the wrong location. He hasn't even locked in the North Sacred Site, and there we go. Trigger going to be pulled. Palace of Swabia now on the way. Wait, hey. 79 gold a minute for the French, I'll have you know. Yeah, this doesn't look like you're playing French. I'm surprised you can build this many arbitriers, but welcome to keep discounts. You can get almost 3 arbitriers a minute. Woo-wee! Yo, you know which RPG did age incredibly well? And maybe it gets too much praise. I know some people feel that way, but I don't think it is. OG Final Fantasy VII. I remember I played that a few years ago, and occasionally I'd open a guide to make sure I wasn't like missing something. Because you know, like old games would have it where they'd lock off previous areas and you just couldn't come back. I was like, I don't want to miss something important, like a story or whatever. That game was beautifully woven for you to come back later. I loved it. It made me feel a bit bad about getting like small, subtle spoilers by accident. Because of my expectation. Because most games wouldn't have been built in such a way. If you think back to OG games, a lot of them would have been built in a linear fashion. Where you miss out, you miss out. Did I play Witcher 3? Yes, I played Witcher 3. I still haven't completed it though. We've actually streamed it before as well. I I've never played it past... I haven't even gone to the islands, basically. That's usually where I ended up stopping my playthroughs, because I got distracted by something else. I am considering playing Cyberpunk for the first time. Because of this new PC now. Because we've got all the GOAT graphics and everything now. So we can do full ray tracing. Don't know how many people would want to watch me do that, but yeah. Sacred Site's locked in, though. I think we've got a slow chill and burn here. Anan should be ready to pull the trigger on teching up soon. 2,000 food. Oh, wait. We need goals. And he sneaks out under the 8K. That's sick. That's fantastic, man. Somehow Wham just doesn't know. Doesn't even look for it. Anan finding himself an insane lifeline in what felt like a game that's completely over. Now there is hope for Anachad. Nice play by Wham onto the board, just trying to extend the scalable food before he has to go into the farms fully. He's posturing for the offensive, and Anan hasn't actually started building the Red Palace yet. At this stage, Wham wants to take a fight just to throw away trash units. He has leaded up the archers, but if he can get trade outs, he'll take them. You know what's another weird thing? Anyone else remember as a kid wishing like more games were open world because you wanted more hours of gameplay? Am I the only one now is like, screw all these open world games, I'd rather just have a really good story, a really good like single player that's maybe 15 hours long, not 100. Is that just me? I started playing Star Wars Outlaws, and I feel like I stopped because it's too open world. It's not even that open world, but I'm like, there's a lot of wasted time here. You start to realize that the game is designed to just waste your hours. And you can say all games waste if you really want to, but I mean like going from point A to B. You get me? It's like when you have a grind quest to get 100 fishtails and hand them in. It's like, okay, this is a time sinker. It's what I call artificial game time. Like when I see a game, they're like, and it's 200 hours of game length. And I'm like, wow, but is 80% of that artificial game time? As in, is it just me doing pointless quests and running between places? Because if it is, then actually you have 40 hours of game time. Real game time. All right, ones if you think Anno's going to win this game, twos if you think Wham is. And yes, I've played Dragon Age Origins. It's the only one I've actually played through to completion. Go game. Kind of hard to bank against Wham here. Like 4 Relic Regnants, 3 Sacred Sites. No easy play for Anan to decap right now. I mean, from a qualitative standpoint, like late game Arbitrary can carry all, right? But if there's no gold left, sure. Because hand cannoneers might be hard to just scale continuously on just 4 Relic Regnants. But Wham just has so much time to work with. So much resource to work with. I don't really see the plan for Anna here. He's got to punt out of his base in probably 2 minutes' time. He's posturing north side. Wait, hold on a sec. Did Wham lose track? Wham? Wait, what? Yeah, get those villagers back on there. Let's not run risks. We'll be able to play blocker. Wham, I think he now knows. Yeah, he has scouted out the gold. He's found it. However, Anan already has a backup plan in the north. So this won't completely kill his game straight away. Dive's coming in. He's just trying to force the garrison to stop gold gathering. Corwin's going to start slow sieging. Anan does not have a lot of stone to work with here. He did, however, somehow... Are you kidding me? He got the decap. Extends the game. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So I've got a key for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 from the devs. And I was gonna maybe do like a stream to get first impressions. But then I found out that Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 story actually connects. And now I'm like, well crap, do I have to go play that? That's gonna mean a long time before we get around to 2. Full army's coming down here. He's just looking to block out the gold. I mean, he has to at this stage. He missed his win condition. He has to get a new one. This should have been I don't want to say completely easy, but a reasonable Sacred Site win condition if he'd just been paying attention to the sides, but he got distracted. Cav's now going to be diving underneath the keep. Needs to make sure the repair crew can't come out. I'm a mini raid on the north side, not going to do enough, but we do have Anatan with a bigger economy. Could start building up a reserve. Food is a little bit lacking right now, and admittedly, the quality of army is not with him. Horsemen, hand cannoneers should win. This keep is going to fail him. So Anatan, economy lead is about to disappear. Dive in though, check this. Anatan's like, wait, if your whole army's there, it'd be a shame if you over-chop the tree line, wouldn't it? Starts to march in with the range force. Incinerar is now on the way. Military Academy as well. So Anatan is going to get some damage done. Problem is, there's horsemen reinforcing here. He's diving into stables. You know there's going to be cavalry units coming out. And that's buying enough time for the rest of the army to come back. A few archers are going to dive in. No real damage done, though. And the hand cannoneers are now springing into action. I know this is about to be a race down to 0 military, and he knows it. Dives even deeper. The problem is the artillery are slowing down this move. At this point, we feel better just to peel the archers, go for the worker kills. Bam, he might lose, say, 20 economy here, but Anatan's going to have nothing left. And remember, this is marching drill hand cannoneers with the serpentine powder, which means attacking infantry, they rush the gap close. You saw that correctly, 1.49 movement speed. And after all that, Wham went down from, what, 106 economy max to 101. Dalmatians. The real hound dogs in this one is really the HCs. Sacred Site timer locked in again. Anatan, he already pulled the guild hall into gold. And his army is looking pitifully small. We'll find a little villager raid, but kind of superfluous damage. I think Anatan, that dive, threw away way too much. Let's put him in a position that's quite hard to believe that he can worm his way out. He's going to try to find it. Has got the horseman spam coming. I mean, in theory, raw bloodlines late game, yes. For Wham, we surely just have to be at a point where you consider just going towards your enemy. The reason why he's hesitant, remember, though, is the Red Palace. It's the annoyance of the defenses. And this nice cut off there. So, like, talking in new games, by the way, I'm wondering if we do a cheeky little stream of Monster Hunter when it comes out. I put quite a lot of hours in the last Monster Hunter, I think. 69 hours. Nice. Ooh, speaking of hunting, Anatan needs to find a way of hunting some economy kills here. The gold is the most important thing. The problem, the risk now is Wham may already have too much gold. 5,000 is a lot to try and burn through. Yeah, like, so I know Monster Hunter comes out at the end of the month. I think the devs said they'll send me a key. So we can maybe, like, square that into a stream towards the end of the month. Give a first impressions. I kind of like the idea of finding an hour or two on stream to do, like, first impressions of new releases. This just feels like a stare down. You kind of understand why Wham is slow rolling this. It kind of is his game to lose. And I know people are like, oh, just end the game, dive in. But this is what things like Red Pass do to you. They make you so reluctant. Wham has been very vocal about his feelings on keeps in the past for that reason. Always feels like a polarizing unit, either OP or underpowered. Start marching in. No blacksmith upgrades, or not many. It doesn't matter as much on the melee tech. Your opponent has been playing mass ranged, right? Maybe yes for Steeled Arrow when he had archers, but with hand cannons it doesn't feel as relevant. The thing is he's still got 31 archers, so yeah. Has been skipping on the text a little bit. And we have another decap attempt. Wham should just be marching straight on the side, but it's oh no, dude, he's doing this on purpose. He's pulling him away. Unfortunately, the DPS is a bit too high. So, timer pause, but it won't be another one of those cheeky decaps down here. The annoyance for Wham is he never cleared out these stables, so it keeps spawning new horsemen to decap. If Anan can just drag this game an hour and a half, I think he'll have more gold. Because, like, there's a point, right, where Guildhall's going to give you a crap ton to work with. That point is very, 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 very deep in the game. There is a point. We do have more outposts coming up as well. So he is inch lane to the point that the static defenses should make it quite easy. Man's kind of reluctant to make any game easy though. I feel like a lot of players would have just tapped out at this stage, but this is what Guildhall does to you guys. This is why we boo when people go Guildhall instead of Raw Institute. When they go Raw Institute, they're like, well, that's it, I've won, or that's it, I've lost. Whenever it's Guildhall, Guildhall is one of the most obvious landmarks I can think of where you look and go, there's hope. It's like when you've got that weird crush on the person that's never talked to you, and you're like, we're meant to be soulmates. She once gave me a handkerchief when I had a cold. When we were in primary school, when we were in year 4. I know, it's very questionable. Why does a year 4 kid have a handkerchief? I don't believe that either. You've held on to that for years. That's what the Guildhall is. Someone was once nice to me. Maybe it's meant to be. Like, sure, they're married now. They have kids. There's always a 0.0000001% chance they'll love me. Yeah, this all sounds exactly like Guildhall. I've got the key drop crawl again, but this should just die now. And here comes the pull to the north side. Kind of moving in. No, the villages. No. That seemed personal. Excuse me. No one's ever been kind enough to hand me a handkerchief. I went to public school. You think anyone in year 4 had embroidered handkerchiefs to pass me? What world are you living in? Nice spread out here, I understand. It's making sure that the cannon splash damage isn't big, and wham, we're not pulling. Oh, for God's sake, this game is not gonna end. This game should end. Right? Okay, he may have had enough of this. He's hitting the main. He has got 4 culverins. They are on the way. Can make quick work of this. No sacred site victory, but maybe just a straight up kill him victory. Now coming in. Arbison placement is doing a little bit of damage here. The culverins haven't even arrived yet. Horsemen are looking for that backstab. Wham. Does need to pull to protect. Bit of a misclick there. That was definitely a mismicro. The siege was on the wrong group there for a second. So double culverin going down. The TC is now being sieged. 2 more culvs are going to be queued up. These bloody annoying little proxy production buildings are doing so much work for Anan to keep him in the game. So he can take out 3 landmarks without much risk now. Anan has gone max horseman. But Wham is reacting accordingly with spears. We do have an attempt to No, not. Why? Every game. He spent all this effort, Stonewall. I didn't think we'd have to worry about this. There's just so many gaps still. It's like public dental healthcare. No matter how much you think they're straightening out your teeth, there's always a gap here, here. Got bucktooth and big ears. So Horseman Raid is going to get shut down, at least the first one. The culverins are now sieging in. They even go up the castle. So Doesn't even care just about taking out landmarks. And your brain is like, this is finally over, right? Yeah, I mean, you can't fight this. Drown him in ponies! 23 hand cannoneers as well. Anan, he actually pulled a rabbit out of a hat. Where the hell was he keeping all this? Guildhall, baby. Turns out she didn't just give me that handkerchief because I had a cold. We're getting married next summer. Could this be the push? Wow, I mean, he has a lot more resource, but he's just not been able to end the game. What felt like a 30 and done may need to add another hour onto that timer. Tricky as well. Your horseman just not as tanky. Royal Bloodline is making that difference. Your hand cannon is not really your strong point. We mentioned the HRE in the late game. Like, what do they militarily have? Landsknechter? That's kind of it. It's not like the French. Arbitrier, pretty sick. Horseman with extra health. But somehow it became about hand cannons. Brute force the fight. If we turn it into a meat grinder, mathematically, Wham should have it. I've just dragged my face across the calculator, spelled out boobies, and I can confirm his numbers are better. Maybe it wasn't love. Maybe in the end, she did choose the big, sparkly mansion in the middle of the Canadian woods, with Wham laying out on a bearskin rug. Because the hand cannoneer count looks better for Wham. Elite Army Tactics coming in just 10 seconds. The Spearmen are about to become an even bigger problem here. And just as you think, now that she's married, the Wham's had a family, it's building up again. If Anan can just survive another 5 years, he's gonna go for that public phone call, invite them down to Miami, and we're gonna have a Reed follow-up to the rom-com, but that's a long way away. Maybe 10 minutes away? Wink, wink. Why don't we just kill this? Like, for real, now. Maybe we just stop allowing the horseman spam to come from the corner. Right? Maybe we just stop allowing Anan to gather gold down here as well. Right? Prize money for first place. It's reasonable, but not so much that if this turns into a 4-hour game, it beats minimum wage in the Americans. Cannons are at least going to now be doing the keep. However, it's kind of funny to see an HRE player hasn't built like 1 million cannon emplacements for once. At least not in his base. He's built them on the sacred sites. That's also getting cleared up. I feel like I can finish reading all the 8 short articles I have open until this ends. You only have 8 tabs open? Oh, so I got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I'm probably about like 28 tabs open right now. Another reason why we had to go and upgrade to that 64 gig of RAM. Oh my god, he's trading. And it's not Wham trading. It's Anan trading. It's not great. It'll do though. 45 gold each way, and Merchants Guild making it even better. I'm telling you, he's gonna take her to Miami. You're gonna lose your wife, Wham. After a sturdy 15 years of marriage. Anan, you may have been upped one. The bearskin rug seemed good, but all of a sudden Anan wearing nothing but a jockstrap on top of a Mercedes here with a rose in his mouth. The guild hall is stockpiling again. This is ridiculous. Okay, he found the workers. There's a cannon placement on the way to say Auf Wiedersehen. Soon. But just in case that one outpost is not enough, we'll just get a few more. Better safe than sorry. What's a little word between friends? Creepy set thing to say in the wrong setting. Rams are moving on to the keep as well. Gold's pretty much been tapped, so that's not going to be a problem. I just... how? Like, this game. How? How is the most desperate opening we've seen in Age of Empires in a long time led to some of the most desperate closes? The hell she's sharing the gold? The cannon places. Oh my god, they're both sending things to murder each other. I mean, there's just this big gold right here. But Wham is like, no. Wham is that kid in the nursery who sees someone else playing with a toy and really wants that one. Even though there's a bigger and better version of the same toy right here. If Anatan wants it, I'm having it. That's the true twister on the story. The real reason he married her. Because Anatan originally wanted to. There you go. We completed the story. So now it just seems like a revenge arc thing where you want Anatan to get the girl. And remember, people like Dry Arabia delivers the most incredible... We've just reached the stalemate point of this now being about resources. Gradually. But this is like one of the weird things about late game. Late game does this. Mass Rams from Wham could win this. It would rhyme too. Instead, we have mass hand cannoneers from both players. Good God. That's not enough horsemen. Wham! He built so many spearmen. It's just kind of pointless. He can at least kite away. He has got the marching drills. What is this fight? What are these late game comps? Alright, hear me out. I want a mechanic that unlocks at 50 minutes where you're like, buy your way to victory. Basically, you sacrifice resources to force your opponent to sacrifice them. If they don't have them, they go in debt. Minus resources. Yes or no? Because, like, Anatan should just be dead. But we've said that so many times. He has 4,000 more gold. I was like, might be a quick day today. Might be able to, you know, kiss Freya goodnight. Put my daughter to sleep. This game came out of nowhere. Well, he has lost all the side production. So things became more linear now. And Anatan did just lose way too many hand cannoneers. He pulled the gold, but remassing takes a bit of time. Has got a decent amount of archery ranges, mind you. The other thing we haven't really talked about here isn't just the fact that he's got guild hall for infinite gold. Remember, he has also got the discount. He's only paying 90 gold. These are Streltsy prices. Hence why he keeps respamming. Like the Wham kept it healthy, by the way. He didn't take the bait. Still spam spears, so the horseman can't actually fight. Keep the north side is going to get slaughtered down. And at that stage, Anan, it's only 13 traders, but it's basically all the in-between gold he has. Yeah, he's already pretty much spent all of it, hasn't he? Right, he had like, what, 4,000? He's down to 1,300 already. And no, Wham is not trading. He learned that lesson the hard way from the free-for-alls. Never again. Chill, Anan got this. Part of me is like, if Anan does have this, what does that say about the state of our late game? Because it feels like a game that he shouldn't be able to win. Yet, here we are. 49 minutes into just your typical Dry Arabia experience. Flash in. Wham. I like the way he done that. He held the spears back, so the horseman took all the fire. But this is a lot of ponies from Anan, and he is going to break through. Oh my god. Is there a world in which he drains Wham's resources? It's still 4,500 gold. But the active gold veins are running out. He's down to 3,000 over here. He even cut some of the reinforcements, so Anan near count, immediate reblob, sure. Anno has already blobbed up to 47 HCs again. This game. Bam's like, what is he doing to me? Why is this still going? Anan's just charging across the map. I'm coming for your wife! So that wasn't a very Belarusian accent. We're sticking with the wife story now. Guildhall, of course, has a long way to go, but I have this weird feeling Anan has a long way to go too. Yeah, wow. Like, this is where the melee is a problem. He's legit forgotten about them. This is the man who will beat you with Delhi while forgetting to actually use his landmarks to research things. Here it's a bit more painful. That's a 4 damage differential. Sorry, 5 damage differential that's missing from his meat shield units. I think that's what's allowing Anan to trade a bit better than he ever should standing here. Front line is going to break down. Hankton is need to retreat. All right, predictions. What minute does this game finish in? He really didn't lose that many hand cannons. Like, what, maybe 10? Bam has got a second wave coming. It just feels like he needs a lot more horsemen to really punish this. We have got Sacred Sites locked in again for a while. So, again, there is a win condition. And again, it's going to get decapped, isn't it? I wonder if they'll ever notice. They've been chatting to each other. Wham Wonder? With what economy? He's getting 40 stone a minute. It may take a while. I feel like Anan is slightly winning these fights. Which is crazy considering Wham has 4,000 food income. Like, Anno shouldn't be winning these fights. But what he's doing is he's shoving out just enough horsemen for the hand cannoneer mass to remain bigger. That's what's winning the fight. They just wave their holy sticks at each other. It's like, yeah, mine's cooler. No, mine's cooler. Mine's cooler? And I brought a friend. All right, decap's coming through. Why is Anatan's gold income bad? Who needs gold income? Don't be a noob. Just build Guildhall. We're just going like, you know, we're going the businessman way of things. Why have like a reliable, sturdy business when I can just declare bankruptcy and then get a new loan. Easy. Decap actually did get blocked. There's so many things you need to blitz through here. We have outposts creeping up on both sides, but it's becoming about the trailer trees in the center. Because the thing is, they can get infinite food, they can get infinite gold, but they can't really get is infinite wood. So at this rate, it's going to be decided by who cannot produce horsemen anymore. Some mangoes, you'd think. It's mass horsemen, though. French can get infinite wood. Oh, joy. I'm glad he hasn't discovered that trick yet. 18 traders. Ankaneers. Uh-oh. Anasan overextension. Horsemen arriving a little bit too slow now. Second wave coming in from Wham. Should be enough to start cracking this, but I know, with this many villages, this castle's going up. No doubt about it. And remember, he can garrison immediately. And then these hand cannoneers are in trouble. Has also got that one obelisk in place, which is quite nice. Alright. Do we have the push bar now? Double cannon coming through from Anno. He only has to kill. Let me just quickly do the math for you guys. He only has to kill 14 Raxes, 7 archery ranges, 10 stables, 86 farms, 4 landmarks, and a partridge in a pear tree. So he's got a few things to kill. Wait, is... Are you kidding? How is he going knights? We're 55 minutes in the game. He's only got 20 traders. Guildhall. Wait, but he pulled the guild up. This is not elite knight spam macro. Surely. Colburn's at least sieging the keep. He's actually doing it. 15 knights queued up. I mean, Wham is still building spears. He might just be assuming he's going to stop because there's just so many hand cannoneers. No boiling oil? Can't... dude, whoa, whoa, whoa. Where are you getting 500 gold for boiling oil? I've got to build knights. Can't they solve this with a chess game? Dude, I'm tempted to just say, yeah, you know, change it down to BO5, rock, paper, scissors. Good. Reminder that we still have 3 more games after this, potentially. Whoever can complete a world conquest in Europa Universalis first wins. Still be quicker. What has this absurdity become? Even arbitrary now getting added in. Okay, that's not great. Arbitrary is kind of dog here, right? I mean, why would you want arbitrary over hand cannoneers? You just wouldn't. I think he's kind of reaching his threshold on gold. We do have more traders coming in now, up to 28. I haven't had dinner yet. And we've done it. All right, Wham is finally going mangoes. It took an hour. It was like, ethically, this is wrong. I don't want to do it. But the moral objections are over. However, he can't get adjustable crossbars. He can't even get the mango right. He needs to lose some units. Mangoes are a big deal here. They would have been a big deal about like 10 minutes ago when it was like 50 hand cannoneers. Now that it's 25 knights. Oh no. He's gonna got 20 spears against Royal Bloodline Knights. Has at least got the wall. Wait, No. Had the wolf. Hey guys, look what we found. Hey, look at. Well, at least it's gonna fill it in. Oh my god. And we're back in our base. It's like, ah yes, I wanted you to come through the gap. You merely used the gap. I was born in, owned by. Wait, no, that would be appropriate for wham and walls in general. Well, the other raid's done nothing. At what point do we just have a mechanic where the map starts shrinking? Just pushing them towards each other, you know? That was not Tom Hardy? Yeah, well, Tom Hardy used a Pringle can, so shut up. Born in the gap doesn't sound right. What do you mean? That's exactly how most people are born. What are you, a chicken? Did you come from an egg? Even then, you came from a gap. And congrats, your mum was C-section. Like, C-section. Cesarean. I really don't know how this game ends. I mean, a wonder victory is just not possible. Neither of them has the resources. We've got... Are you kidding me? We've got 47 hand cannoneers reacting to 2 knights. Which means now, like... Oh my god. And the guild hall... He's pulled it again. He switched to the wood. Theoretically, Anan should now be favored. He's up to 33 knights. Adjustable crossbars is finally coming in. Wham lost enough troops to get it. However, adjustable crossbars is kind of trash against mass knights. It's great against the hand cannoneers. It solves part of the problem. I think Wham is the optimal goal here, just mass spears, mangonels. He's going to have to lose a few hand cannoneers first. He's up to 60. He even has heavy maces being prepped. See 60 hand cannoneers, you're not scared of knights? Okay, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna hand you basically a stick with a small cannon at the end and some gunpowder. And then I'm gonna put on heavy plate armor. And I'm just gonna charge at you, okay? You know how dangerous these things were? You're pretty much just loading a firework into the end of that thing and pointing it in a direction. You guys see that clip of that Asian kid where his dad gave him like one of those shooter sparkler things, and like he was walking around with it in the air and then he just starts aiming it at people and chasing after them? That's pretty much what a hand cannoneer is. Alright, clash coming in, knights. Go for the backstab. I'm starting to hit the hand cannoneers a little bit with the spearmen. Uh-oh. The mangoes are now a problem. That is a heavy dose of pain for Anan. Remember, when you switch knights, the trade-off is you don't have the meat grinder speed here. They take a lot longer to produce than these horsemen. That's why I'm finally done it. He went down to 80 economy for this. Anything for his wife. Pushing in. We have reached the red pass, though. Oh no. The Fortress of Virgitude has arrived. This thing keeps you locked up tighter than a chastity belt. There's just no easy getting through it. Oh, God. This game would not have been half this length if it wasn't for the Red Palace landmark. I'm calling that right now. That was the thing that made Wham reluctant to die for the end kill. The absurdity of that defensive landmark. Anan, he needs this. This is the way he's trading, right? Camp here. What's he gonna... Like, how else is he gonna get 4,000 gold? Oh. Wham still needs to end the game. This is the awkward thing about Guildhall. You can't just sit there and wait for your opponent to wave the white flag. Mangoes are going to be fine. For the most. Trading out the cannons now. He's going to be able to force them away. Colvin's trying to snipe as well. I think we've reached limbo. Death's limbo. Anan, it's kind of like the bar is getting lower and lower, and we're reaching that point now where you just can't flex. Not Hermes from Futurama. You haven't got that level of power. You can't dip it low like Christine in Milan. Wham. Healthy military lead just needs to put it into action. Second wave is now coming in. Anan, half his army is archers. In theory, a good idea into hand cannoneers. Doesn't have silk bow strings, though. Surely, this is it. We've got horsemen hitting the back now. Does Anan even have wood access in it? No, so you can't replace the archers. You can't go horsemen again. Everything is gold heavy. He's only got 300. He just pulled it again. So, 5-4 traders is great when you can trade. We're on the verge of that stopping. So we are on the verge of a Wham win. But we've been there before. I can already hear people screaming. No! Not again! It's fine, he's got one mango. Mangoes are OP. I read it on Reddit, so it must be true. They did also say that KP sucks, so... Damn it. Oh, this thing stopped tracking. Oh my... It's only 12 mangoes. Remember also, Anan's army... Yes! These bars are horrible! Oh, this game was horrible! How did this go for an over an hour with the way it began? I don't know, but all I know is we now have a 2-2 scoreline. This is nowhere near done. Oh my god. What is up, Crackety? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Welcome one and all to hell. I'm glad you could join us for the never-ending limbo. That was just game 4. That was just to get a second point on the board for Wham in a best of 7. We are not done yet. No, no, no. Unbelievable considering the way that game began as well. So, mark it up. We'll get ready for the next one. Where are they going to be taking us? What wonderful journey do we get treated to next? It's like, yeah, I'll be able to spend some extra time with Fred. No. It kind of felt like it was going to be a quicker. I remember we've got a redraft actually, so let's switch over to that. I almost forgot for a second. So, shorter draft now. Oh my god. What a bloody series. Wonder, does that one get uploaded? Maybe. What do I even call it? The wildest H3 opening I've ever seen. Kind of fits. For those that didn't catch it, that game began by Wham running 8 villages and a prelate across the map and gathering the deer right next to the French gold and then outpost rushing him after Anatan had opened by building palisade walls in the Dark Age to block the spearman rush. The clownery was real. Oh, God. Let me do the predictions on that. So, win for Wham. HRE is going to be making an appearance again. Oh, dear God. French is still also available, by the way. Ding, ding. And I think it's going to remain available here. What else is there, really? Byzantines hasn't been banned on the other side. Can't be 5-2 if someone gets force already over. Huh? What have I missed here? Dare I even ask? Guys missed the best game of AU4 ever? I don't know, man. I think... I'm not sure. Maybe the B Dumu one, game 2, might be peak for this week still. Best of 3 hours. Jesus. Oh. We've only got 17 more weeks of these. Blimey. It's important to not have too many games like that. They age you, mate. They absolutely age you. Wait, what? Apparently there's a new mod called Villager Sniper. Whenever you kill a villager of an enemy, you get that at your TC. Oh, so yeah, you kill their villager and you get one. That's quite entertaining, actually. Oh, God, there's the French. What? Bastards? Really? Intriguing. Not really the type of draft I would have expected here. Alright, one sec. Alright, let's switch over to the correct scene. And get ready. Topping off the redraft. So Roos got in for Anatan. That's kind of important actually because of high view. What, Roos Delhi? So if Anatan can get rid of the Delhi pick, he should feel quite confident on high view with Roos. I don't think you rush the pick though. So most likely next you go to either Cliffside or Coastal. I think you go Coastal, right? And try to bait the Delhi pick into... Oh, crap. I don't think you can save Roos for Highview. It's going to be a bit rough. I'm not sure about Anatan's draft this second time around. What do you guys think? Why are they even choosing Mongols? Situationally a good pick. It can pick certain civs in certain maps. If you look at the highest level of Age of Empires 4 in tournament play, Mongols is still a very strong strategical pick. It's not an all-rounder. It's not like when you play your pub games and you just want to play HRE every game. But it is pretty good from a strategical aspect. You kill a villager, a random one dies. Call of the mod without love. Wait, what? Jesus. Now, it's kind of like a different version of some we had with the whole... We had the bounty mode, if you guys remember, where when you killed a unit, you got the resources worth of that unit. So very snowbally. Mama's like 4 S tier civs. Calm down. He's got 1 S tier, 2 S tiers, 1 A tier, and 1 B tier, I would say. Delhi is not S tier. But yeah, I do think he won the draft. Guys, I'm going to run ads, by the way. Oh, no, I can't. Yeah. Twitch done its thing again. It thinks it's helping. It's not. It's actually being a pain in the ass. think. All right, what's the hold up here? Let me double check what we're getting in the draft here. They have been playing with no delay, so we might just be immediately into game. HRE Malians. So they picked... Where'd they take us? HRE Malians. Is that Cliffside? No, you wouldn't pick Malians Cliffside. That has to be Coastal. Yep, Coastal. Okay, so HRE Malians. That's it's meant to be a win for the HRE. If you guys remember, we had this yesterday between Dumu and B, and that was the truly unhinged game that I said that could be an easy contender for game of the week. That game was also over an hour long. It could happen again. Antan only needs to win, and he has 2 top tier civs. Still everything possible. Oh, you mean he only has, like, you mean he only needs 2 wins? I mean, but Wham only needs 2 wins as well in this best of 7, and he has a lot of top tier picks too. So, please God no. What, you mean you don't want another one of those like hour showdowns like what B and Dimmer had with the master defense strategy? Remember all the cannon placements, Springdom placements, the L's back? Oh God, it's all coming back to me now. What an epic game. And also a concerningly turtly game. You want Dimmu versus Numadon? I don't know, man. Numu doesn't always go for the hyper late game. What is the hold up with these two? All right, they're in game. Boom. Fantastico. Yo, what's up, Nico? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the resub. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, you got Prime subs, get them in. You're just giving money to Bezos otherwise. Or feel free to subscribe in general. It all helps. Make sure we can keep on doing the content. Reminder that this week, a rarity, we shouldn't be streaming tomorrow. If we do stream, it will be a late night stream, but probably just going to not stream Thursday. We'll be back on Friday for Midweek Muster number 14. How do you recover as a Malian if in the late game, after gold veins are finished, your opponent kills all the gold camps? You can just rebuild the pit mines. It doesn't stop you rebuilding them. On top of that, you can just trade. Malian trade. Whoop, whoop. Alright, okay. Just had to send a message. If the spawn is like giga, like linear, with Malians having all the gold on one side, HRE Tower Rush could just break the game. Like, HRE is meant to be favored here. Well, he builds a house over it? I can't remember. Didn't they fix that? Oh, wait, you mean like proper? Then yeah, you'd have to delete the house. But like, that doesn't mean that you can't go back and build it. Pretty sure it doesn't get rid of the pit mines like identifying tag. That someone can go thoroughly test that. It's like such a niche. I've never tested it. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the grand finals. Last game, Wham had the HRE. Weird things happened. If it happens again, I may end up screaming and shaving my head bald. Anan on the other side has the Malians. This is meant to be a bit of a rough matchup, actually, for the Malians. HRE Tower Rushes are pretty bloody good. The Dark Age Spearman opening. Wham hasn't gone for that, though. No. A little bit surprised by this. He's just choosing to play into Feudal, which means we should just have a very simple Pro Scouts race on our hands. HRE's favored a matchup, that's rare, right? I wouldn't think they're favored against French over what we just saw. So, how does Wham want to approach this? It's interesting because I would say both HRE and Malians are anti-pro scouting civs. They will do it themselves, but they begin by blocking their opponent's play. In that regard, HRE's anti-pro scouts play is much stronger. They play spears to block it with marching drills. You, as a Malian player, play these warrior scouts that are fast and they hit hardened enemy scouts. So, should favor Wham. Is going to want to try to contest probably the west side deer because they are more close in proximity. So you just want to try to minimize the run distance. He could even think about coming around here and trying to shove the deer in. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Anan just stops off and lames the deer before leaving. Simply because he's got most of the sheep off the map. The problem with that player is going to be he's running out at home. So he probably doesn't actually have enough time to hang around. Alright, how did you guys gamble? 59% for Wham. So pretty tight here. I think that's a respectable amount for Malians. I wonder how much that is based on the last game and what should have been a very conclusive quick win being an hour-long game. But we'll try not to overanalyze it too much. God, it always feels weird when you have an hour-long game and go back to the start of a game, right? It's like, what happened to our flow and what on earth happened here? There's no pressure. What? We have a Saharan trade network in a game that has no outpost rush, no spearman rush. This is a play done when you are threatened. Your opponent is like sending it at you in Dark Age. This is a reactionary play we always see when the pit mine gets pressured. We never see it when it doesn't happen, though. It's... Wait. Oh my god, I think he hadn't scoured quick enough, so he thought there was going to be an outpost. So yeah, it was just a panic play. Oh my god, so yeah, he's going to be going banter as you should here. Meanwhile, Wham is already on his way up with the Archon. I can't believe that. His scout rotation just kind of hurt him. Because if you had the scout coming home early, I don't think you ever commit to that landmark. Either that or it's just a raw outright misclick. And he didn't notice. Either way, it's pretty catastrophic. He now has to rush with 8 villages while Wham is big chilling over here. You have an anime to watch? All right, let's expose Caladian. We all know you're secretly watching High School DxD. Nice try. Oh man, it's like 8 p.m. and I probably shouldn't be drinking more energy drink, but here I am. Doesn't caffeine have a half-life? Is it half-life at 8 hours? Woohoo! We're staying up late. Screw you, Emma. You can paint the bedroom tomorrow and look after the kids. So, Pro Scout's on the way. Anatan's timing is delayed. For very obvious reasons. Less gold gathering, less wood gathering. You want to open stables first here. This is pretty hampering because you can see what Wham's doing. He's prepped the Pro Scouts. He's gone straight into racks with spears. Anno's a critical step behind now. It's not that Anatan isn't doing Pro Scouts, it's that he's delayed. Remember, he has to build the stables first. This build never feels good when you go the other way around, because like these are your blocker units. It just kind of sucks now, because by the time you're getting your scouts out, Wham should be able to afford, yeah, both the spearmen and the scouts. I have no clue what peak piece is. Yeah, ridiculously good Archon. We didn't have a chance to really talk about it because of the wildness at the beginning. Wood, gold, food, everything. You couldn't have actually asked for a better Archon spawn on this map, I don't think. Yeah, it's not possible. I mean, maybe you don't want the berries. Maybe you would have preferred to have like a second tree line. That's about it. Hit the jackpot. It is Ford though. I'm sure he'll be very worried about that after Anatan spent half the tech uptime building the wrong landmark. Kappa. Okay, so Anatan, he is going to be going with the archers. A little bit more of a rarity. You don't see it that often from Aliens. Doesn't make sense in this matchup. Feels scary, though, because you know your opponent has access to horsemen as well. That and marching drills. Marching drills just feels disgusting sometimes. Gonna play denial. Once he's up to 3 archers, it's a bit of a problem for Wham, but he's already addressing that. Horseman queued up. We'll get some of the deer home. This is overall feeling like it's going to be a 3-1 split on the deer, though. Well, 3.5, actually. Anan might just have to get creative and sneak some deer from the enemy side. But that's going to be difficult as well. There's already spearmen camping around here. Well, guys, I have good news. Do you want me to say it and then it turns into like a caster curse thing? We've got a quick game. We should have a quick game. The timing difference is pretty big here. Then again, the last HRE game should have been a quick game. Anyway. Donzos as well. Always feels rough to just have to make this type of switch. You know what your opponent's doing. You know you have to do it to counter the horseman. It just means you're spending more time pinning your base. And there's the snatch attempt. Just so difficult with marching dual spears. We'll have to drop the deer. I actually end up getting distracted over on the other side. Maybe? Wait, maybe? No. Wham's microing it. He done the start step, so that is going to be the kill on the deer gatherer boy. Need more fight on the other side. Let's get up losing the Donzo. Horseman did go down. There's a second one to contest the archers. Oh, Wham, a bit hesitant with only 51 HP. I think Anno's doing a really good job for how awkward his position in this game was. In fact, he's even managing now to sneak out into the second deer pack, so things might not actually be as grim as you'd think. Really surprised by this. It looks like the type of play that kind of forces a curtains feeling on the game. Maybe Wham just went a little bit too hard with the spearman, not quick enough in the horseman, anticipating the play. Either way, it gives Anno a stay of execution, rebalances the game a bit. Good interception. Warrior Scout should be dead. Kind of interesting that Wham doesn't want to commit to that fight. 7 archers, he's got, what, 5 horsemen? Type of fight that should be a rout. Nice to know. Actually gets the worker kill, blocks the second pit mine. Best anime you've watched is Afro Samurai? I actually haven't seen it. Got a lot of anime catching up to do, actually. And, guys, I just feel like I never have time. Managing influences, creating the content, casting. I have no life. Oh my god, it's a Burgrave. No, it's just, for the second time in this game, a misclick on the landmark. At least this one was realized straight away. Okay, so Anno should be able to scout this out. At least overplay is pretty intriguing. I don't know if that was a misclick. Maybe he just wanted a one raider play, try and do some poke damage. Discovering the tech up is a pretty critical piece of information, though. And he will see it. So, Anno. Is it Fulani or is it Farimba? It's feeling like a Farimba game. Men-at-Arms are already getting queued up by Wham. That's perfect. You can play into Mansumi Safari. So far. It's giving me a pain in the ass here. Good reaction does get rid of him just in time. Bush is coming in, though, and the outpost is up, but the archers aren't going to dive past it. We'll find some worker kills. Only 1 so far. Tech up is complete. So Anno just has to kind of follow in his shadow here. True. I have heard Jujutsu Kaisen. The solo level are pretty good. I've just got so many things to watch. I feel like I'm at the point where, I mean, it's kind of weird. I'll finish my day, and then I'll still stay up to like a DGen hour because I'll watch 2 episodes of Succession. Whew. So to go to the Fulani, this is a bit worrisome though. Anatan doesn't have that vomit of units coming. Wham is going to be looking to rush to the relics, and I don't think Anno necessarily has the sufficient comp to contest it well. Definitely not wide, anyway. With these knights, you just spread out. You find one Donzo here, you beat him. You find two Donzos, probably still beat him. With the archer switch, a smart choice here. So pretty much just dangling men at arms to go into archers. Pretty crafty. Most Malian players don't want to be scaling javelins in Castle Age. Never really feels good. One Piece sucks. Yeah, that's true. How would you know if you haven't watched every episode? Can you really like make a full assessment if you haven't watched every single episode of it? Like, people say Grey's Anatomy sucks, but have you watched every episode? Oh man, this gold mine is killing Anatan. That's the third worker to die trying to get that pit mine up. All on the corner. Scout will be able to slow things down. Center of the map control looks good. Anatan is blocking two relics up here. It's definitely coming at cost elsewhere. You need to watch 1,000 episodes of anything to determine its worth. It's just bad. Isn't that like what someone who spends their whole life assessing a theory does? Wait, isn't that what some scientists do? You know, the ones that like spend 20 years trying to research something. Let's dive in with the knights. Problem is he needs to find eco kills. He needs to draw attention home. We have got the prelates returning the goodies though. Double relic secure. Anatan is now only going for his own monks. Worry is that he might get contested on these ones at this stage. Wham's military does look a little bit more threatening. We'll at least get denied. A following army. I don't think Anno can camp here. No, maybe a 1-1 relic split, but that still heavily favors HRE getting free. We even have the knights creeping around the back. They're just kind of everywhere. Yeah, blocker on the second pit mine. At least go up. We've got knights now on the back gold. Perfect time to dive onto the workers now that your opponent's distracted, actually. Wham. We'll commit in. Musafadi count. Still looking pretty good, though. And he pulls the relic away. In fact, 9 Musafadi's good enough. The second wave came through. The men-at-arms haven't arrived yet. They've forced it out of time on the backside. He's getting the worker kills as well. It's a 6 worker lead now for Wham. More knights waiting in the corner. It's just a pain in the ass. It's weird, right? In a way, you look at this and go, oh yeah, but Anatan is blocking relics. True, but if it's costing you villages, is it worth? Long term, sure. If the game goes deep enough. Coastal Cliffs in theory shouldn't. I say in theory because we actually, this week alone, have seen an hour-plus game on this map. Believe it or not. As small as you'd think it is, and as impossible as you may want to think it is. And this final relic likely going to be in the way of Anno. Massimo Safadi is going to be the name of the game. Wham is just looking for Imperial. I don't know, I feel like if you had the choice between... Oh, fuck. Pardon my French, but I have just covered everything in water. Alright. Oh, this is going to be fun. Fun time. I'm just going to sit here casting with my trousers now soaked. Ugh. Now I know how Voldemort feels when he doesn't change his nappy. Ugh. Sorry, Voldemort. I don't know why you're the one catching strays. Jesus, there's just so much water. Yeah, so I put the water bottle lid on, but I hadn't tightened the cap. So I went to pick it up by the cap, and then it tilted over. Ugh. All right. Oh, dude, the mat is so soaked. Jesus. I was kind of overdue because I have this history of like every month spilling a energy drink can all over my desk. We were months overdue at this stage, chat. All right, let me take my waistcoat off. That's soaked. I'm tempted to pick up my portable heater and start blow drying the mat. All right, so let's see how things are looking. Oh god, it's so hot. Everywhere's wet. Oh, my arm is absolutely soaked. On the waistcoat will dry out. Thank God it's water. If it was energy drink, it would have been cursed. Anyway, while I'm switching in the Lance Nectar, smart choice. Against Musafadi, you just melt them. The problem is going to be the archer still. That's why I like these going Horseman plus Lanchka. Farm count is looking decent. He's up to about, what, 20? 20 exactly. Fulani is... Oh my dear God, how is this thing still not full? This is a bit sad for Anatan. This has been a really slow pacing. Means that if they clash now, WoW has a remax and Anatan doesn't. That could just decide the game. It's going to keep adding in more men-at-arms, surprisingly enough, though. You guys do not know just how wet this mat is. It's ridiculous. I don't keep tissues out here. Not that kind of lonely basement. I like how there's been all this anime talk and then we get someone called Simply Sako. That sounds... I don't know. That kind of sounds anime-ish. Kind of surprised Wham didn't still try to skim that Imperial timing, but I think Anatan forced him to recommit like this. If this does go into Imperial, like, I want to say Ichiri is a little bit more favored here, unless you get some creative like Griot Bara with the production rate. I mean, it's Ichiri with 3 relics. It's not the broken 4/5. But the other problem for Malians is like, this isn't a great map for trade. It's okay to the corner, but it's not insane. Pause the game, clean it up, and come. No, dude, like to clean it up, I'd have to go all the way in the house. It'd take too long. We focus on game. I'll just have to rush and get tissue and whatnot between game 5 and game 6. So what's Anna's win condition with a tech up? I mean, Gunners is always a solid play, but really expensive. The thing about Coastal is you just kind of run out of gold a lot quicker than you expect. But I think he's done a good job of not drying himself here. Kind of like me and my mouse mat. He's got 12,000 gold to work with. That's slightly more because there's still some active gathering done. It just tapped out. Fulani is now full. Yeah, looks like we're going Imperial on both sides. Wham, at this stage, it's definitely going to be past the Swabia for Anatan. For the Huntress can make a lot of sense just to secure one of the central gold veins, plus a Sacred Site. Alright, 1s if you think Wham's going to win this, 2s if you think Anatan is. You know what I just realized? If this game is anywhere near as long as the last game, my mouse mat will probably be dry. Pass the swap is now coming through. Anno is posturing for his timing. He's got a keep drop. So there's be a keep drop here into Fort the Huntress to the west. I'm just trying to contest though. Interesting. See if it works out. It's going to start diving in. The pressure's coming through. The Lance Nectar aren't being priority targeted here. And the Horsemen are wrapping around the back. Castle drop should be successful. The army might not last very long. Nice blocker with the Mustafadi. The dive is on. And look at the military difference here. Just a few Lance Nectar really helped out there. The MAA as well. A full retreat. And Anan, all of a sudden, this team is like, am I a joke to you? Yeah. And you're not a very funny one. Immediate move past while teching. He forces the Fort of the Huntress to be committed defensively in Anatan's base. But Wham, he'll see that as a big win. And with the upgrades now available to him first, I mean, we should be seeing elite tech for what? Men-at-Arms, Horsemen, Archers. Need some more active gold gathering to get all those covered. Even though Anatan's later on the Imperial timing, remember with this Civ, who am I kidding? We haven't been trading. We're not going to get the quick attack timings. Wait, I'm confused. How is a musician an argument for, like, defining whether you've wasted your life for 1,000 episodes? Wait, I'm confused. Is it like you're a street musician, so you've spent thousands of hours playing on the street? I don't get the comparison. Alright, I'm gonna stop looking at the chat and leave you guys to the craziness. I'm gonna focus on the craziness in game. We got Horsemen now rotating around. There's an open goal waiting to be scored here. It's the cows. The cows are completely unguarded. Dive coming in, and that's exactly what he's going to be going for. Remember, behind this, Wham's also extending his lead elsewhere. Nice move there by Anno. He moves him out of the way of where a new ranch would go. The other cows are not going to be so lucky. The A-clicks, he's got to be careful, though. Remember, you're going to just aggro across on the Donzos. But the most important thing right now for Wham is he's keeping all pressure off of his side of the map. He's getting his tech ups. He's getting his eco-scaling with the Pounce of Swabia. Means that Wham is going to reach maximum threshold quicker. In some ways, he kind of needs to lose troops because his economy is quite small, his military a bit too big. He's not really finding a full value point of what to do with it right now. Love the banker repairs play. Means this keep isn't going to be dying anytime soon. Dive coming in. That's a keep dead. I know, he got completely baited out of position here. Army's trying to react. Repair crew's going to jump out, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Then again, Wham, what the hell are these horsemen doing? Not really attacking is the only answer I have there. Shuffles on the villagers again, though. Most of them are dead. And remember, Anatan, he's 1 TC. There's no replication. There's no easy replacement here. Wham, with practically double the economy at this stage. He chases down. He's going to find the kills on the Southside Army. No elite tech. That's only now coming in. So by the time he gets the advantages of being an Imperial, is at the disadvantage of not having an army. Castle is still alive. It's the only real thing Anatan has left in this game to call home. But he's going to have to phone home and ask for assistance because in Game 5, Wham woke up with his HRE. There's no delay, no stagnant play. Only death waiting for Anatan. What a timing as well. Man, wow, I'm just really leveraging that slight difference in age timing to the extremes. Marlins usually always catch up in delayed tech with veterancies because of the 30-second timer, but in Elite, it's the full minute. And you see the difference it really made in that fight. Back on the farms. Anno, at this point, is in scramble mode. I'm not really seeing the picture he can paint anymore, and this might be the dive point that kills him. Anno rushing the gold at the back with 19 villages. And Wham just scurrying in like it's nothing. Looking to perform some skullduggery. And he's dug in too deep. 5 now. Done. 3 points on the board. Wham on the verge of making a resounding return to the midweek musters. Oh my god, everything is so wet. Okay. So. Win for the right. Next game. Alright, you know what? Wait. I was about to say it's not that wet. It is. The floor is very wet. Alright, guys. I'm going to run... Oh my god, my arm. I'm going to run the 3 minutes ads. When I'm back, we'll be into the next game, okay? So bear with me a sec. Oh god. So freaking wet. I'm back. Oh my dear god. The seat's still wet. Underwater film on my cat. I've been meaning to clean the floor. Whee! Chat is killing you? Wait, do I even want to look at it? Probably not. Do we just vamos into the next game? Ugh. Yeah, Johan. What can I say, man? I'm entering old man mode like you. You're going to have to recommend me a Swedish diaper manufacturer for adults. Alright. Flip that around. I don't know how I'm meant to dry the mat, though. That's going to be a pain in my ass. Looking for a sponsorship deal with diapers? Hell yeah, let's do it. I'm going to be like Robin in How I Met Your Mother for that shameful ad. Alright, let's get Predickies up. Use a hairdryer? Yeah, I know, but like the cable for the heater thing's short, and we're literally in the middle of cast, so I'm gonna have to wait until afterwards, basically. Whew. I'm kind of lucky it dodged all of the electronics. Ladies and gents, this could be it. The final game of Midweek Muster number 13. Jean's OP. That's what I've been told by Reddit for years now. So is Roos. And man, are we on the map for it. Anan has picked Highview to try and make his last stand to force a deciding game number 7 in this best of 7 grand finals. Roos looks almost unbeatable on this map. In fact, ironically, historically, Wham has been the guy always whipping this Civ out here in Highview. What can Jean do? How can she impress? How can she stress and detest against the power that is Roos? In theory, there is some plays, right? The classic play knights, follow up archers, and keep the pressure running. Pin your opponent your base. I mean, we've seen Jean do reasonably well up to a point in this matchup. The conversion point of ending the game before the massive horse archers gets out has always been the challenge. But before we get to that, they should be kicking off into Pro Scouts. And wow. Okay. I know Wham looked pretty good in that last game. And I know, I get it. Jean, stronger than she's been before. But 85%, the most skewed result we've had so far in this grand finals. And you're betting against the Rus. That's pretty ballsy. Especially with this type of spawn. Double deer stack right behind the base is bloody brilliant for him. Meanwhile, Wham, both of his deer stacks spawned forward. So kind of a point of contest. Interesting thing is, like, I know Wham's one of the players that moans the most about stealth forests. I guess it must not be a problem in the current meta, though, right? It's a pro scout meta, so you should have enough vision. How's the sheep all looking? Not actually too bad for Wham. He gets his hands on 13 sheep compared to, what, 11? And they've pretty much scoured the entire map at this stage. Yeah, there's not really anything left. What about JD Town Rush the Rus wood line? So just to clarify, you want Jean Dot to rush the back tree line. It's a challenging proposition. If it was the forward tree line, maybe. The back tree line is tough. Tough to do quick enough. Tough to do unscouted as well against Rus. Rus is one of the hardest civs to outpost rush, not just because they don't go on no gold, because ha ha ha, have you met hunting cabins? The other problem is they have so much vision, because they spam scouts. You know, before this meta, it was because they were going for the Rus bounty game, shooting all the deer. Now it's because of pro scouts itself. Until this meta passes, I don't think Rus is really an outpost rushable civ. They're the least valuable one, really. Like, sure, you'd be able to stop him wooding, so he wouldn't be able to trade the gold gate, but if he gets the food in, he can still just trade food for gold instead. Pro Scout's now on the way. And his timing a little bit delayed, but is now coming through. He's already got scouts in position is the very big difference as well. Wow, I'm opening with a horseman. That's a bit peculiar. Typically, you open with a knight with this build. It's very feasible with Jean. Not really sure a horseman's going to achieve much. Last time you went all in on Wham, you lost 100k points. See, this is what gambling does. Alright? Ahoy sailors used to have it all. A mansion by the sea, 3 bright kids, a wife that loved him. And then he gambled all of it on a Wham game. Wife left him. Children changed their names and moved abroad without the wife. And the mansion sunk into the sea like something out of a comic book. Actually, what's the show? I've forgotten the name of it now. Oh my god. I can't believe I've forgotten the name of it. Neil Patrick Harris in the newer version. Series of unfortunate events, like the house from that. It all fell apart. Don't gamble, kids. But that could be your life too. A series of unfortunate events. Oh, this is interesting. Melee Jean. Not really what I would have expected. Then again, Nanatan has been forced into spears, as you normally are in this matchup. Even then, we've been seeing a lot of range Jean instead. Melee can be crafty to find the dive point. The problem is the reason why most people go range Jean against Rus, these villagers aren't really coming out into anywhere dangerous, so like you're not going to get cleave attacks there. And arguably, by the time Melee Jean is in a position to do anything, the Rus player is just camping and going Castle Age. Definitely interesting. Horsemen are now in a position to try and block this second stack of deer. Everything on Wham's side is safe. I like the way he's actually approached this. Just free scouts instead of being overly greedy. Your goal isn't to get all the deer home quickly. When you're in the aggressing party, guys, you shouldn't focus on this idea of, I need to take all the deer off the map. Your focus should be, how do I stop my opponent taking all the deer off the map? If you remove Pro Scout's tech and give it for free once Feudal's ready, would that make it better? No, not at all. That makes things worse. What you need is Pro Scouts to be somewhat viable, deer to matter, presence on map to be more important than camping at home. These are the things. Like the problem is, the only way you can make Pro Scouts not stupid is if the TC didn't have arrow fire. And there's no way that change is going to get made. So, in its current format, it doesn't work. So what you have to do is like nerf its timings. Nerf the ability to bring deer back. Make it a slower process. Stop rewarding people for just pressing one button and then clicking deer. Like, arguably, having you just automatically get feudal pro scouts would make Roos the broken civ. They'd be the best in the game. So, nice blocker on some of these deer. Yeah, I got Spimman coming, but where is Jean? Oh, no, dude, she's in the wrong location. Oh, no. This is so awkward. It's all falling apart. That rotation by Shaw, she's in completely the wrong place. It is not looking good for Wham. And the interception is going to be pretty underwhelming as well. Wow, look at all that cleave damage. No. Okay, Houston, we have a problem. I think we have a game, number 7. High Trade House now coming in from Anno. There's been no effective damage done by this contest from Wham. 4 knights, not really enough to dive a TC. Not in Feudal Age anyway. Melee Jean, not able to snipe any villages. You're just 1 eco behind, but you're actually a lot more than that behind because of the Hunting Cabins, the Golden Gate, and now the High Trade House as well. Wham, also, like, I mean, these golds are so wide, right? Fort spawn in gold, and then the one on the flank is a little bit exposed right next to the Stealth Forest. So the game isn't going to get easier for him unless Wham can do his infamous Wham's walls. So really, his only option is dive. I'm not sure he didn't have to dive quick enough. Took up complete for Anatan. Knights already queued. Interesting that he's going into the Knights, but I guess he's just padding himself a little bit. A little bit of flexy of types of units. Spimmen aren't getting upgraded yet, so that's at least one positive for Wham, but you know what's coming. So what's coming in every goddamn game of these Roos right now? It should be the Horse Archers. Prime Restoration pumped insanely early here. Wham. Okay, not a bad start. However, clicking into the speeds, less ideal. Does micro away the injury just in time. Credit to him, he only lost a scout with that dive. But he already wasted Divine Restoration. So there's no insta-heal. He has got Chivalry coming through. He is saving for a tech up. Anatan is not out of the woods yet. He's forced to go crossbows instead of raiding Horse Archers. Okay, you know, that was a vile dive. That went a lot better than I think anyone would have expected, including Wham. He wanted something out of it, but got a lot more than anticipated, especially with the Wooden Fortress being there. I think maybe Anatan just a little bit greedy, not maybe trading over to the stone and just getting the castle turrets. Would have stopped that dive entirely. I trade house 132 gold, so plenty of extra pennies coming into the pocket now to get into those crossbows and those initial knights. Horse Archers are now getting added in. Decent amount of heal coming through for Wham, and you can see he's actually not far off the tech timing. Alright, be honest, one's in chat if you thought the Wham was dead. It looked pretty bad. But I wouldn't say this is an absolute rout right now. Anatan doesn't have the scale point. Wham's up to soon 12 knights while going, what, Royal Institute here? Which is going to give him the big pump. The bad boy timing into Cannot Saddle's Royal Bloodlines. And Anno just doesn't have any big eco upside outside the obvious averages. So, you know, Relics, first one's coming home. Good intercept there, though. Wham, he got aggroed onto the scout. He lost vision. Oh, this is why this guy hates Stealth Forest. So one Relic coming home. Looks like the Knight did get a kill on the other side of the map. Stealth Forest is so annoying to play. I mean, it might be... I don't know. I like the stealth mechanic. I get that it could be annoying the way that people can mischievously, like, you know, get away from you, etc. But vision manipulation, like, makes... How to put this simply? you can be more crafty, sneaky, you know, things like backstabs, things like proxy bases, etc. Does that make sense? I think if you wanted to, for example, remove stealth forests, I think you'd have to nerf everyone's vision in response. I'd say that you can argue that these type of maps too much stealth forest, but then I'd say like standard maps like a Dry Arabia stealth forest isn't impactful enough. So the trade-off to me would be stop letting vision so easily bleed into tiny stealth forests, and then you can make maps with stealth forests like this less ridiculous. That makes sense? I don't know. That's my take anyway. I like the idea of stealth forests. I can get the frustration sometimes, but the reason I like high view from a competitive standpoint is so many of the other maps don't deliver this true stealth forest mechanic. Dry Arabia stealth forest has its plays like outpost or hiding scout. Yeah, but they overall, like in most cases, they suck because of the scout rotations, right? I almost feel like these tiny stealth forests, you should almost have normal stealth forests like this, which are less painful on your vision, reducing it, and then you should have almost like dense stealth forests, where even scouts struggle to see into them. That, I think, would make for a much cooler dynamic. It's not that the scouts can't see, but you have to get very close, as opposed to just seeing stupidly wide. Like, look at the vision right now. Look at that, in the stealth forest. That's a lot of vision. And what that means is, like, quite often, when you have someone trying to do something sneaky or whatever on Dry Arabia, the other player just sees you when he's not even looking for you, you know? Like, imagine if you had half the vision when you were looking near a dense stealth forest, meaning that you would only see into it if you were intentionally trying to see into it. I like that. I think then you have the rewarding mechanic. This is brutal, man. Anan now up to 5 relics. What's Wham's play out of this? He went Royal Institute. He's switching Horseman, but Anan has so many spears. And I agree with Johan's point. Like, I think that's the biggest hate, is like when you A-click and you lose sight, your unit doesn't go to the last lone location, they just kind of stop, right? Wham isn't ready to stop just yet. Check this, we've got to dive in. You just saw the spears, right? 12 spearmen, 2 crossbows, second wave of spears behind, 2 TC as well. No, this can't work. Divine Restoration gets palmed. The cleave again, just failing him in. He basically moved away due to the pathfinding. And that has to be game. 5 relics, 2 TC. There's nothing from Wham. He's trying to scale into Horseman, but after you just saw that many spears? And I love this from Anan. The fact that he didn't just go raw horse archers saved his bacon. Knights into Horseman would have just eviscerated him. Because the point is, when the knight count gets too big, horse archers are useless. Yes, you could kite in the mid-map, but that's not how that worked. What ends up happening is they dive your base, you can run, but your villagers can't. Now, Anan is going to lose a big chunk of the horse archers that were roaming. Sacred sites are being capped. I think there's like a thin window for Wham. The difficulty now is like, how do you defend both of these sacred sites? That's what I'm not convinced of yet. And also, actually, he'd have to run Jean across the map to capture the other. This should be level 3 though, right? No. Okay, with the Pumbaa, it should be level 3. Hey, do you want me to tilt you more about Roos? In a Pro Scouts meta, it's like you never run out of deer. Never run out of deer. Never run out of deer. It's because you never run out of deer. But you only learned a week ago that JD gets XP from capturing... Oh my god. Are you sure you didn't learn that a long time ago and then forget it? I feel like most pro players just keep forgetting that Jean d'Arc gets 50 XP from capturing a sacred site. I've lost count of how many times that seems to have been forgotten. Yeah, Anna would be at tier 3 now. Like, he's been eating food for so long, for sure. Remember, Wham Continuing to just try and find a way. It doesn't feel like time's on his side, though. This is why I kind of just called it. It's like he's not doing anything that scales him, really, against what Anan's doing. He's not playing for the next stage. There's maybe an opportunity to out-micro here. That's about it. It is Royal Bloodlines. I want to just give that the respect it's due. The problem is Royal Bloodlines kind of counts for less when you're diving into the base, into choke points, and your opponent's scaling crossbows. So Anna, at this stage, I think just more crossbows is the win. Doesn't seem to have taken it yet, though. No castles at stables? No, Jean doesn't work that way. Jean consecrates buildings to make them cheaper. You don't need a keep. In fact, Jean doesn't really have a reason for castles anymore, right, chat? Yeah, which is why she doesn't have the discount like French. She used to have the validity of castles because it could build your unique units. Speaking of which, we do have access to those now. Level 3 Jean is in action. I mean, this has to be it. Is there a world in which Wham just keeps trying to scale up to 100 knights? Are we going to do that meme build? Possibly? But you are against 2 TC. You don't really have that type of time on your side. So there's a very clear timing Wham had in mind. He would have seen the second TC, I believe. He knows his opponent must be switching into farms. He's doing everything he can to just suck the map dry of the limited resources. Just before the point where he'd have to go farms. Because I think the farm transition is what would kill Wham in this game. So there's a Finn-veiled opportunity here. But it is definitely a Finn opportunity at that. Why are my map colors weird? I wouldn't call them weird. We up the saturation slightly so the colors pop more so you can see things clearly. Because look, when you do this... Where is it? Yeah, look. Very dry. See, look, oh god, look how dry that is. Look. Make it black and white. Ah, Kiljadi, wishing that we could take him back to his childhood when everything was in black and white. He misses those days. He still is. You're just playing Age of Empires 4 on a 1940s TV set. Spaskai now on the way for Anno. Okay, now he just got 10 times harder to dive. Is this just really going to go all the way to Mass Knights to the extreme? I mean, at this point, do you not kind of wish you just had a guild hall? Feels like it, right? I can't imagine Wham has been waiting for the tech up time. It's 72 spears. Wouldn't Men-at-Arms switch just to annihilate him? I mean, but you wouldn't think to switch Men-at-Arms here. Because, like, he saw crossbows. So this paranoia is that his opponent's built spears and crossbows. This is it, though. If you can't break him now, you're dead. Elite upgrade's coming in 50 seconds. You have 50 seconds to do real damage. Problem is, the monks could actually just delay him with the wall laws. Goes north to start with. Start to try and burn through the outposts. Spasskaya has been discovered. Jean will tank it like a champ, though. It is range damage. He's trying to bait him out into the middle of the field here. It's not going to work, though. The Spearman upgrade coming in 20 seconds. Melee Tech 2 also coming in. Divine Restoration already used. I'm not even sure if you can hold Sacrocite for 9 minutes here. Wham. He does bait him out, but there's the upgrade. He thought he was the baiter, but it turns out he was the fish. Wham, out of nowhere, has the resources for Red Palace. He will catch up in age. But is he about to fully lose map control? How is this game not over? I actually can't believe he found the resources for Imperial off of that. There is still a really big scary detail for Wham, and it is food. 400 food left here. He hasn't touched the board. Okay, so there's food here, but he's lost mid-map control. And the dive. Okay, it's just going to be a few spears. Red Palace should go up. Anan knows better than to commit the army underneath that thing. That would be the way that Wham could win the game. Instead, going to march towards the enemy base. Wow, might consider going back into Anan's. Here we go, dive in. He's getting the torches out. He's actually going for it. Remember, there are some arbors emplacements in place here. But the TC is definitely going to flop dead before you do any real damage. Knights need to come home. He's trying to force him into a committed fight. Scouts and crossbows are going to start sniping the villages. The eco lead is building. Elite army tactics is coming in. This is your window. If you can't fight now, I don't think you can ever. And the problem is the elite tech for the knights is mirrored in unison with the elite army tactics. Second wave wrapping around. Still just going for the landmarks. I'm not even sure Jean could get level 4 off of it. Well, she's definitely not getting level 4 now. Is this game still going? I feel as if Wham is just kind of looking for Anan to make a mistake, right? A lot of this has kind of felt like that. Like waiting for Anan to come out too soon or waiting for Anan to overextend. Let's see if this is the overextension he was looking for. Elite Army Tactics is in. The Knights are not faring well. And it should be sleep well, my fair princess, my fair maiden. Because Jeanne d'Arc is going to be slain here on High View. And we are going to be seeing a game number 7. Never trust KP when he calls a fight. Hey, no, we usually are pretty good with our calls. That game was like punting a Hail Mary opportunity for a lot of that. So, we get a deciding game. Blimey. Who won? Wham won. No, Anan won. So we've got one more game. It's going to be on Cliffside. It's... Oh, God. Mongol's Delhi. Is this the draft coming to bite him in the arse like we talked about? Kind of feels like it. Get the predictions going. Mongols for match point is anticlimactic. It's kind of what I was thinking, right? It doesn't... I don't think it bodes that well. Give me a sec, checking messages. It would make him a miracle worker. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the final game of our grand final series between Anan and Wham. It's come down to this. A game number 7 to crown the champion in the 13th week of our circuit. Wham, I don't really know what his opponent's meant to do here. Mongols Delhi has not really historically been a friendly matchup for Mongols. He's going to have to get damn creative And it's on a map where Delhi can feel quite cozy. We are on cliffside to decide this. Whew. I know, that was a long trek. He's already behind on economy. In fact, it's almost an entire villager at this stage. And the Uvu is so far away. Yeah, he was looking for the gold to secure. We have got the racks coming in, but... Can we just be blunt about this? What's the success rate of outpost rushes against Delhi? It can't be high. In theory, if Wham is greedy about this, yeah, you'll punish him, but surely not. Surely you'll have 2 villages plus going out there. I'm not sure the timing supports. It's kind of rough because of how like delayed the racks was due to the movement of the TC. And let me guess. I'm going to say predictions have 80% towards Delhi. 70%! Okay, so some more belief than in Anatan than maybe we would have anticipated. We can ride that hope. So Anan's going to try to block the gold. The other gold is on the west side, but is further out, so you're kind of worth trying at least here. And he... Okay, wait a second. He's got the stealth forest. He could hide this. I think he's going to even try. And the problem is, like, at this distance, it's hidden anyway in the shroud. If you're going to get seen, it's because the scout comes by, and the scout will always see you anyway. So you might as well get right up in his... Wait, what? Now, that's one way to stop him deleting the building, I guess. But this is exactly why outpost rushes don't work against Delhi. The spearmen are irrelevant until you have 4 or 5 of them, because the scholar. Wham does already have what he needs to get the tech up. He'll want to get a little bit more because he doesn't want to have to go Tower of Victory. He really wants to be able to go Dome of Faith here. And he'll have time. Right, outpost is only half complete. And Anatan has stopped at 3 spearmen. Which means this shouldn't really do enough damage. No, the scholar can mostly just heal through the arrow fire. And wow, he's actually switching. Okay. Interesting. I don't think this puts Delhi at a disadvantage, though. Like, this was historically even more the reason why they were so dominant in this matchup. He's going to have the attack speed. He's going to pull away. So village is now off gold. He didn't get enough for a second scholar, though. This is a little bit rough, but once again, like, you are going to have speedy archers, speedy spearmen. Anno is not going to have a speedy tech up. Interesting. I think either one works fine for Delhi here. The only difference with this type of build means you really want to end the game in feudal. You don't really want that fast castle build that we see from Dome of Faith all the time. And he's still going to go for more gold. Yeah, makes sense. He wants the second scholar. It's really important. It's all about getting the efficient timings in your attack, but it also allows you to get the efficient production going on multiple buildings. Just a little bit needed. There we go. He's actually maybe over-gathering here. I guess he was paranoid about spearman follow-up onto the second gold. So it's going to be over 130. Yeah, 138. I mean, he's at like a weird number. We always have to bring more. I love the fact that we're so used to seeing Dome of Faith. We get the question in chat, what's the cost of a scholar without Dome? I don't even know what life is without this. I don't know, is it at least going to try to lame the deer? It doesn't matter as much in this play. I mean, it does from the perspective of maybe Wham comes out here and actively gathers the deer with villagers. But because it's not going to be a Dome of Faith build, Pro Scouts is going to take way too long. And you see it already. He just prioritizes horticulture instead. So yeah, we're 6 minutes away from Pro Scouts. If there was ever a game for Mongol Pro Scouts, this is the one. I don't want to write Anno off yet. And the reason is because a lot of matchups that historically have been dominant for one Civ have been getting overturned by who can play Pro Scouts better. Wham has to aggro hard. Otherwise, he just loses the food game. And there it is. Pro Scout's now on the way. Minute out. Stable's response from Anatan is interesting. I mean, you want the Keshiks to raid. It's kind of standard. Definitely not favorable directly into the opponents, but he also needs it to Stables, right? To go into the Scouts. I think he will follow up Keshiks. It just feels very organic to do here. One worry I do have is like Wham can actually now just wall in all sacred sites. That should be his key objective. That and obviously denying Pro Scouts as much as possible. Archer Spears can't stop Pro Scouts? I wouldn't be sure about that. Archers are actually very good at stopping Pro Scouts. Especially if you get linear spawn elements. So as you move down here, you block here, here. And you have enough time to respond to both, right? Some of the Pro Scouts will definitely get through, but not all of it. So Sancti is coming in soon, just a minute away. We don't have the military efficiency, though. Yeah, because he's prioritizing Sanctity timing. Because he needs gold, right? So he just wants that as quickly as possible to lock in the first sacred site, and then we'll see him starting to pump out more. This is not your standard Delhi efficiency right now. It's slow. That may play into Anatan's hand. Khan is not going to be able to get a cheeky kill here. Ghazi's going to be feeling pretty good here. Ghazi can somewhat contest Keshiks. Good chase onto the Scouts. And will stop Anatan from going back for Archers. Usually as Mongols, your best comp is like Archer Keshiks. It's always been that way for a long time now. Especially great if you then eventually find your way into Castlades because you go for the Gortai. And even more so now in the current meta, ever since the Deer Stone got added with the Khan Hunter. Where you get the extra range. Keshiks. A fishing expedition here, just difficult against textiles. Good read by Wham to get that in early as well. A lot of people try to be greedy, especially against Mongols. No, not Magadai, just Khan Hunter. It's interesting actually. So we're kind of getting a build that I theory crafted when the Khan Hunter came in. I remember saying at the time when they made a change, this matchup might not just be Delhi dominant anymore, but it's very hard to still do. And the logic was that if you get Yam and you get Khan Hunter, you can actually beat Tower Victory Archers. Now, the plan fell apart because people started to move into Dome of Faith. But now that we're in this build, the thing you have to remember is that the Mongols now have both the movement speed and the range to never get touched by your archers. That's really important. Means the opening trades can just be 2 dead Delhi, no dead Mongols. That snowballs. But you need the aura, and that's the challenge. On a map like this, the Sacred Site's positioning, your aura is arguably too deep, right? You're cut off in the center. Wham, he's full blobbing as well. Just spear archer, nothing else. He's looking to mobilize the south side to block the Pro Scouts play now. He's going to arrive onto the production lines. Keep an eye on this. Anatan, he already set up the archery ranges further back, so that's not going to hinder his production. Undermesh is on the way. Steel Arrow already came in for Wham. Sacred Sites are now getting locked in. Keshik is going to get a blocker over here. And okay, how has he achieved that timing, really? It's out of nowhere, it feels like sometimes. He still gets his Pro Scouts. Well played by Wham. So he snatches from the enemy side. I can't believe that. It felt like it was just so far away. Keshiks are going to get a good raid opportunity, though. Fortunately, it's short-lived. Spearmen arrive. Does at least get away with all the Keshiks. Probably should have been at least one dying there, but the Spearmen attacked the wrong target. You built a second mill? Good eyes. You are indeed right. Even then, it would have been like 3 minutes timing, right? Still just feels crazy sometimes how quick they can get it, even with a lack of scholars. Props to him, though. I'm impressed. I really thought he was going to be flatlining due to the Pro Scouts. but he's taking from his opponent's side first. There's still deer over here to be contested as well. So overall, we're probably going to like a 50-50 split. If you're Delhi, you're really over the moon with that. You didn't have to pay anything other than the wood to build the mill. Decap coming in here. Keshik is going to backstab. The Spearmen are kind of getting baited to waste their time. So he will decap over here, but in the meantime, gold re-access for Wham. It's not as crazy at this stage, unless you want to go fast castle now, because now you've at least got one sacred site. You're trickling gold to get scholars anyway. So this outpost has served its purpose for Anan. Just unfortunately, he won't have it for the Yam afterwards. From Wham there as well, continuing the microbat the Spearman is important here, considering you're both playing an all-in conversion point in Feudal Age, right? Looking to attack each other. Keshik count is looking pretty good for Anno, up to 8 now. Food is still a little bit concerning. Wham has got sources coming home, but kind of limited in what's maybe getting through at this stage, especially now with Anatan shuffling towards his base. Would love to see Anatan just move the Deer Stone up at this stage. You get the mobility on this side of the tree line. It's very hard for Wham to just manipulate you. Instead, you're the one making him dance to your tune. Hello. Might be about to see a fight with the center. Tricky when there's, what, 9 spears? That aura, though. That's what we were talking about. The extra range. You just don't get the trade outs. Keshik's hitting the back as well. Is Anatan really pulling this off? We've got to find another worker kill there. Decent out of time. Decent pressure on the front as well. And he is decapping the sacred sites. This is pretty damn impressive. Mongols, we talked about how a lot of matchups have flipped, turned, or become giant question marks now with the Pro Scouts meta. Is this one of them? I mean, very different kind of approach that's had to been taken by Wham. He's looking for Castle Age now. Possibly a bit dangerous, but Anatan is mirroring, and I think this is more dangerous now for Wham, what this game is turning into. Because Kurotai on a map like this, a short map, is a very big threat to him now. It's not the only matchup we've been seeing these pivots as well. Delhi versus Malian is another classic example of one that turned with the Pro Scout Meta's arrival. Order of the Dragon's relevance coming into a lot of matchups now after that as well. Nano will be first to pull the trigger here. Active gold gathering is underway. Wham is going to be notably later on the age up, it seems. Maybe? I mean, Anno is adding in quite a few more archers. Good play by Wham to get the wall. He needs to buy some time. He must be sensing that his army feels a little bit weaker here. Yeah, Wham has... Hey, whoa. Chill. I see that. It'll take forever for castle upgrades to come through with no scholars. He just increased his scholar count by a magnitude of infinite. That was a joke about him being at 0. Yeah, this is pretty grim. You've built 50 plus military units, and they're not going to do anything now. Right? They're not going to get their veterancy in time. Meanwhile, okay, that's actually a stroke of luck, I think, for Wham. It's not going to be Kurotai. It's step readout instead. Kurotai would pretty much end the game. Are you sleepy, KP? I always considered myself to be more dopey if I was any one of the dwarves. I think that's what you meant, right? So, I'm just going to have to take a pause here and really process what I'm seeing here. With one scholar, he's gone House of Learning. Boy, say it ain't so. If you guys remember, Tower Victory builds usually were always compound defenders. This is possibly the most underwhelming House of Learning I've seen in well over a year. Veterancy for archers in the meantime for Anatan is already on the way. Reminder that for Wham to get his veterancy, it's going to take him 5 minutes. Yes, You heard that correctly. I did not stutter. And now... Okay, I love... So we watched a WAM game the other day where he forgot about Home Blades for like 3 minutes against Kiljardi, where he had loads of scholars. And in the game where he has one scholar, he's like, I'm remembering that crap straight away. 4 minutes to go. Tricky position here. Also, wait, I just realized, what the hell is this cliffside spawn? What? I don't think I've ever seen it spawn that bias before. There's 4 relics on the north side of the map. That is wild. Keshik's now arriving up here as well. Only he's poking. Elephants can win. I mean, a tower elephant isn't a bad idea, actually. He really wants those relics, huh? The sacred site did get blocked. Villagers are going to have to run away. No, the timing on that. Doesn't actually see him yet. Antan, it feels like the longer he waits here, the worse it actually gets. This is his time. And the longer he waits, the closer that elephant gets. An elephant that he actually doesn't have an answer for. So Clash coming in. Extra range really adding up now. Remember, it's an extra 0.25, so almost 6 tower range on these Mongol archers. Spearmen are going to commit. Might regret it. The military lead now building. Anan looking like he's in full control of this game. The Keshiks now starting to reach the villages. He peels the spearmen out of position. He commits to clean them up. And the first war elephant hasn't even arrived yet. On top of that, reinforcements have arrived. They found the villages in the north. And WAM is now in deep doo-doo. 2 war elephants queued, but not a single soul has arrived yet. And it will not arrive in time to deny Anan a continuous streak here in the midweek musters. Sick series. Sick game. Well played. So Anan will remain your champion in the midweek musters. Not bad, kid. Definitely not an easy series going all the way to the 7th game. Dude, it's been a long day. But he does it. I mean, that was crazy as well. So, at that point, like, how many wins is that now for Anno? So, he won 11, he won 12, he's now won 13. If he wins 14, he has the new winner streak. Technically, Poppy Paw has a 5-win streak, but he took a week's break. So, like, I mean, he chose to sit it out. So, technically, he, like, you know, didn't compete. So, remember, Poppy Paw won number 2, number 3, number 4. Then sat out number 5, then won number 6 and number 7. So if you want to like be which on the ones he competed in, you know, there's still some way to go. But in terms of consecutive weekly streaks, if Anan now comes back for KPMM 14 and wins, he'll have the streak. He'll be the most accomplished there. Speaking of which, guys, we do have the maps already set up for the next week, by the way. So we'll actually talk about that a little bit to round out the stream. Next week, wow, look at me. We are going to be adding in Prairie and Moving Out. So Prairie is going to be our default map for week 14. Moving Out coming in. I know Anan will appreciate the memory. He seemed to have a lot of fun on that map when we saw it in the EGC Masters Winters. But yes, big congrats to Anna Chad. Going to be an interesting week, by the way. Did you guys see the attendees, the signups? You ready? Look who's back. Beastie making a return. Anan, WAM in there. Core, Dumu, Kiljardi, B, Sass, Numidan, Myriad, Kazuyohan, Voldemar, Miyamaka, Mahodo, Skybrain, Gully Deku. Yeah, dude, we got a lot of the top players in here. CSO's also making a return. It's been a while. Yeah, so some Chinese rep back on the table. Louis not in this one, surprisingly enough. When's Vortex coming in? I think Marine Lord, Marine Lord might be worth attending for the practice. What about the news about rewarding players who often play? So we're still now ironing out the details on exactly like what we can do and where we can do, because people last second shoehorned in certain events that complicate things. So we're figuring that out. there was a time frame in mind I had for July, but then we saw the updated EGC calendar and it eats into July. And then there's that unannounced event at the end of July as well. So I'm kind of struggling to find the slot that makes sense. Because the thing we were talking about doing is like putting in $1,000 plus of my own money, which is bonkers that I'm even doing. But, you know, if it's for like one weekend, it's a bit, I think it feels kind of financially silly. So yeah, we need to figure that out, basically. Given it any consideration as Sanctuary? I don't know if I can remember that map. I mean, drop in the Discord. Exclamation mark Discord, check that out. By the way, guys, exclamation mark giveaway. Reminder, we are still giving away a microphone at the end of the month. We have got a Shure microphone. It is not going to be the SM7DB Beauty that I've got, but it is going to be the MB6 USB gaming microphone. Perfect, easy for a gamer who doesn't want to have to do all the hassle to get peak audio. All you have to do is like, follow, and repost on Twitter. So an easy peasy thing to do. Which game was my favorite, and why was it the French versus HRE? Well, we definitely got a narrative built around that one about snatching people's wives, but yeah, that one did drain a bit. It felt like it went on so much longer than it needed to. But I think that brings us to a close. 7 games to crown a king, and it remains Anan for now. But as we just saw, based on the signups, next week is going to heat things up. Excited to see if Anan can reserve his title, hold on to it for a 4th week in a row, or if we're going to have a new champion coming in. Because Beastie's returning for the 3rd time now into Midweek Masters. And so far, he hasn't had that big dub. Could be his week. Apparently, Vortex can't play, but he'll be back. Might be back next week. There you go. I don't know what's happening with Puppy Paw right now. I imagine he's having a little bit of a break. Maybe we'll see him return soon as well. Louis MT is the other one that's maybe kind of missing right now. We'll see if he comes back. But you know what the other one would be? Is a laser. You guys heard the rumors? Apparently a laser started playing Age of Empires 4. So, eyebrows. That's another one to think about. Maybe we see. Let's see. Jesus. All right. So, with that in mind, though, I think we've reached the end. A laser would be really cool. I'm hoping we see more and more pro players coming in. Like Age of Empires 4, this year feels like a promising year. Never going to say the game is in a perfect state. I'm going to say it's in the best state it's ever been, though. And we're getting better and better each day. But what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to get ready to round out the stream. A reminder, we will not be live tomorrow. We'll be back on Friday to kick off the round of 32 in Midweek Muster number 14. Well, we'll see if Anan can defend his title. YouTube, I'm going to end the stream now. I'll see you guys on Friday. Remember, we go live at 3 p.m. UK time, so 3 p.m., so 4 p.m. CET is when we should be live by.